Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Corrupted Queen by Nicole Fox. Narrated by Amelie Griffin and Alex Kidd. Alexis. I turn up the volume of the TV, saturating the room with Andy the Automobile Outlaw's friendly southern twang. I can still hear the shouting through the wall, which means my son Harry can still hear it too. His face scrunches, hands drawing into little fists where he sits on a blanket in front of the TV. He is about 2 seconds from a full-on meltdown. My head is already hurting from the couple next door's argument. The last thing I need to add to the mix is a screaming baby. Shh. I pick Harry up, bouncing him in my arms as I pace the shoebox-sized room, while Andy promises no money down and low interest rates, even for folks with credit that's better than Billy the Kid. I have become somewhat of a connoisseur of Fleabag motels over the past month, and this one just doesn't cut the mustard. The room is cramped, and the gauzy curtains do a poor job of blocking out the sunlight and the curious stares of the other residents as they walk past. It smells like a pair of socks that have been worn for several days while hiking through the Amazon, then discarded and left to molder somewhere in one of the room's many broken drawers. Harry and I are moving on tomorrow. We're catching the noon bus to Philadelphia, where hopefully I will be able to source slightly cheerier accommodation. Harry hiccups and gurgles in my arms, burying his face in my shoulder. "I know, little guy," I soothe. "It's okay." Something bangs against the wall, and I jump. The shouting grows louder. I have half a mind to go over there and tell the pair to cut it out, but I have a strict no-drama policy these days. I keep to myself, quietly going through the motions of life, while sinking into the background to avoid scrutiny. I have done this for the past month, and so far, so good. I withdrew all my savings in cash, got a new phone, and have been using the name Paula Ensworth everywhere I go. Only problem? I don't know where it ends. I have been circling New York aimlessly like a leaf around a whirlpool for the past month. A few days in Hartford, and from there to Poughkeepsie, then Allentown. I don't know what I am waiting for. I know that Gabriel, Harry's dad, and my former lover, is still looking for me. He hasn't stopped since the moment I ran out of the hospital a month ago. I can't go back home. Why bother sticking around then? I have family in Kansas who I haven't seen in years, but who would take me in a heartbeat. Harry would love all the chickens and pigs on their farm, and I could try to get a job for the local paper, where the only stories are puff pieces about prize-winning yams. I could change my name to Paula for good and disappear off the face of the earth, and Harry and I could live peaceful lives, where the only violence is due to the occasional tornado. But I don't want to go to Kansas. My life is in New York. My passion for journalism will not be sated by articles on crop yields. The answer to my conundrum is out there. I just haven't found it yet. Part of me wonders if I'm still hanging on to my old life because I am torn by my feelings for Gabriel. The thought of Gabriel Belluci, the dawn of the Belluci crime family, 6 feet and 5 inches of pure sex, makes my tummy flutter. It seemed like a cruel twist of fate when I was thrown back into his path 2 years after a hot one-night stand that resulted in the cranky bundle of joy in my arms. But after being kidnapped by Andrew Walsh, Gabriel's rival from the Irish mob, I found out that my boss, Debbie Harris, had deliberately set me in Gabriel's path at Andrew's command. I was just a pawn in their bloody game of chess, and when Walsh discovered Harry's parentage, I became the most valuable piece on the board. And at the hospital, when I discovered that Gabriel killed my father 2 years ago, I decided to remove myself from the board entirely. Harry begins to settle down. His body relaxes and I set him on the bed, covering him in a blanket. His breaths deepen. I turn down the volume of the TV and am pleased to hear nothing from my wayward neighbors. I sigh, welcoming the brief moment of peace. Which is, of course, exactly when my cell phone decides to ring. My phone blares to life on the bedside table, and I leap for it, smothering the ringing with my hand and darting into the bathroom before the noise wakes Harry. I wonder if it is Debbie returning my calls, though it's doubtful. I have left her what feels like 1,000,000 voicemails with no response. I should hate my boss for putting me in this situation. But after witnessing Andrew Walsh's brand of cruelty firsthand, I don't blame her for ceding to his demands. Now that he's dead, she's free. And I feel a sort of kinship toward her because of our mob connection. She's the one person I could talk to about all this. Plus, I'm going absolutely stir-crazy. I'm hoping she will have some work for me. I check the screen and my heart skips. Clara? I answer quietly. I've been so worried about you. Are you okay? Yeah, fine, babe. Her voice is milkshake thick. Just been on vacation. My forehead wrinkles with worry. Clara Fitzgerald is my best friend. She's a bright-eyed yoga instructor with a cheeky smile and a penchant for mischief. She's also a recovering alcoholic, and the fact that she's broadcast nothing but radio silence for weeks, and now her voice is slurred, worries me. Where did you go? I ask. I miss you, Clara says, dodging the question. Hey, you should come over. I got your texts and I want to help. I lean against the wall and survey the muggy gray bathroom. I think of Clara's place, with its jungle of potted plants and eternally burning incense, and I'm tempted. Only problem? It wouldn't be hard for Gabriel to find me there. I don't think that's a good idea, I say. It would be great. Think of all the things we could do together. So much fun. Clara, have you been drinking? I ask, frowning. She pauses, clearing her throat. I've been going through a rough time, she admits, but quickly changes the subject. What have you been up to? I expected Clara to have 1,000,000 questions for me when we finally reconnected, but what have you been up to didn't make the list. Clara doesn't know that Harry's father is a mob boss, or that Gabriel detained me in his home just prior to being kidnapped by Andrew Walsh. I only told her in the texts that I had left Gabriel's, and that I was worried he would come after Harry and me. Surely that would make her a little curious. She's not in her right mind, I reason. I've just been keeping a low profile, I say. Right, 'cause Gabriel's looking for you. She snorts. I told you that guy was bad news. Clara had misgivings about Gabriel from the second he sent someone to my place to conduct a paternity test, then showed up and swept me off to his mansion for safekeeping. At the time, I just thought he was a reclusive and evidently paranoid billionaire. I didn't realize Harry had a target on his little back. It wasn't all bad, I managed to say, voice thin. In fact, it wasn't even mostly bad. For a hot second, I thought that I loved Gabriel. He was an attentive, affectionate father. Toward me, he was sometimes cold, sometimes distant, but he often surprised me with his capacity for tenderness. Not to mention the fact that he rocked my world in the bedroom. He was a charming, intelligent enigma. But my search to fill in all his blanks led to discovering that he was keeping a secret from me, the secret of my father's murder. Gabriel saw my fact-finding mission as a disrespectful and blatant betrayal. He locked me away and warned that if I didn't start towing the company line, then he was going to take Harry from me for good. I guess he was worried about me discovering that it was actually he who murdered my father, a respected state prosecutor who presumably committed the grave crime of getting in Gabriel's way. Not all that bad. You've been on the run from him for the past month, Clara mutters. Yes, well, life is complicated sometimes. She probably thinks I'm insane for defending him, but the last time I saw Gabriel, he turned himself over to Andrew Walsh in exchange for mine and Harry's freedom. This earned him 3 gunshot wounds, hence my conflicted feelings. Gabriel Belluci is a criminal. He killed my father, held me captive, and will probably take my son away from me if he ever finds me. He also saved my life at the risk of his own. It's a hard line to walk. Clara, I'm really worried about you, I continue. Are you still seeing that Killian guy? Yeah, Clara answers. So, you haven't been to work in over a month, and now you're drinking again. You're telling me he has nothing to do with that? I can pinpoint the start of Clara's decline from the moment she met her new beau. Something about the stuff she told me about Killian never sat right. He sounded controlling and manipulative, and Clara grew more and more distant. Now she's obviously drinking again, and I have a feeling I know who helped boot her off the wagon. Vacation, Clara slurs simply, as though that answers everything. Speaking of, you should come take a vacation at my place. I already told you, Clara. I don't think it's a good idea. Really, Alexis, she persists. You should leave wherever you are and come to my place right now. There is a desperate edge to her voice that makes my hair stand on end. I leave the bathroom and go to the window. There is a black SUV in the parking lot that wasn't there before, and as I watch, 2 men in black suits get out and head toward the office. I hang up the phone, hissing swear words under my breath as I shove the few clothes and toys littered around the room into my bag. Gabriel must have tracked me to Allentown somehow, and then used Clara's phone call to trace my exact location. Here I was, thinking my best friend had finally started to come to her senses. In reality, she just had a gun to her head. I scoop Harry into my arms and hope to God he doesn't start to cry. I peer out the window again in time to see the 2 men emerge from the office and head toward the far stairs. After my run-in with Andrew Walsh, I promised that, going forward, I would always have an exit plan. That's why I picked this motel, shithole that it is. The external hallway has a set of stairs on either end of it. I dart out the door and keep my footsteps as light as possible as I sprint to the other stairs. I don't think the men see me, as I hear them banging on my door a second later. Too late, fellas. I'm out of here.
Gabriel. I rise from the table, collecting the papers in front of me. That will be all for now. Chairs scrape back all around the table. Mirko Bernardino, one of my 5 capos, is the first to leave. His eternally sour grimace has been driven even further down his cheeks over the course of the meeting. I don't blame him. It has been a long time since we have discussed good news. The other capos follow close behind, but my lieutenant, Antonio Linetti, and consigliere Vito Gambaro hang back. Antonio is scrolling through his phone and looks up after a second. He is nearing his 50s, but the only indication of his age is his wrinkled forehead and the reading glasses he pulls out for restaurant menus. He is nearly as tall as me, clocking in somewhere around 6'3", with arms as thick as tree trunks. With his shaved head and heavily inked skin, he's been mistaken for a neo-Nazi enough that now it really pisses him off. Vito is almost Antonio's opposite. He's stubby-looking, like a thumb, and his thick hair is matched by an even thicker beard that, despite my best advice, continues to grow longer and longer. Vito and Antonio are the 2 people I trust most in the world. My men will have the Marzano Obama in custody soon, Antonio reports. I wish I knew that before the meeting, I comment. It would have been nice to have some good news. Agreed, Vito says, pouring himself a drink from the side table. Antonio slips his phone back into his pocket and gives me a nod. I'm going to pick him up and bring him back for questioning. Thanks, Antonio. He lumbers through the door, and Vito presses a glass of whiskey into my hand. He slumps into the seat at my left. Were we fools to think that after dealing with Andrew Walsh things would get better? He asks. Vito is usually the last to lose hope. It's not a good look on him. We regained control of the docks, I point out, taking a seat. We would never have achieved that while Andrew Walsh was alive. The Bellucis used to control the majority of the docks, and then a couple of years ago, my father made a play for power that backfired and left us with nothing but a measly strip. By killing Andrew Walsh, I was able to retake our original territory. It was supposed to be our turn of fortune. Instead, it has been anything but that. Yes, but now the monkey on his back has jumped to our back. Vito drains his glass and sets it on the table. I don't want to talk about it, I say. Refusing to talk about it won't make it any easier. This is common ground for Vito and me, him wanting to discuss an issue that I am closed down to. I shake my head, swirling the amber liquid around my glass. My present priorities are maintaining control where I can and bringing Alexis and Harry home. I look up at him, meeting his reassuring charcoal gaze. Have you heard anything from Gio? Gio DeMarco was the man Vito assigned to bring Alexis to the hospital a month ago, and also the man who let her get away. He insisted on leading the hunt to retrieve her due to the injured pride of being outmaneuvered by an emaciated woman toting a baby. Not yet. From what I understand, that Clara girl is being a tough customer. She will make the call soon. Make sure they don't hurt her, I say sternly. Alexis already hates me, but if anything happens to Clara, she's just as likely to burn down my mansion the second I bring her back here. I've warned the men not to harm a hair on Clara's head, Vito replies. Though from their initial report, it seems like she's doing a good enough job destroying herself without help. I waved dismissively. That's not my concern. Let me know the second Alexis is in custody. Vito nods and leaves me. I tip my head back and study the cornice. Dental blocks give way to elaborate grapevines, whose leaves lift from the ceiling as though at any moment a breeze could dislodge one and send it drifting down. This room has always been a favorite of mine. The oversized lacquered oak table, with its many scroll-back chairs, makes it ideal for dinners or meetings, and it swims with light from the long bank of windows along the south side. The one downside is that without the benefit of other people, this room feels painfully empty. It eclipses me with its hollowness. I finish my drink and lift out of the chair. My legs burn where the bullets ripped through skin and muscle, and I wince. Once I start walking, the pain begins to ease, though it flares up again when I climb the stairs. I turn down the hall and head for my office. That is the only place in the house that hasn't felt empty since Alexis left. She and Harry took up so little space physically, yet it feels like their departure has left a crater the size of Texas. I remember waking up from surgery after my showdown with Andrew Walsh, and the feeling of peace that washed over me, knowing that Alexis and Harry were safe. He held her captive for 3 agonizing days, and now that I had her back, I was never going to let anything happen to her again. And then Vito informed me that Alexis had escaped with Harry, and it felt like being shot all over again. I have spent the past month tracking Alexis's movements and trying to head her off, but she always slips from my grasp. At the same time, I have been negotiating for territory and trying to broker a peace with Andrew Walsh's son, Patrick. It has not been easy. Patrick understands the cost of his father's war more than most, though from what I understand, there was no love lost between them. That being said, I did put a bullet between his father's eyes. That tends to brew bad blood. I have just opened my laptop and started to sink into the familiar rhythm of work when there is a knock on my door. Come in. Vito enters with a strange, pinched expression. I sigh. I take it the extraction did not go well. I don't know how she keeps doing it, Vito complains. I would question Gio's abilities, but ever since she slipped his grasp at the hospital, I have never seen him so determined to succeed. I slam the lid of my laptop closed and grit my teeth. Go, I order. Tell Gio and Angelo that if she escapes again, there will be consequences. He nods and leaves. Why are you running, Alexis? This question has plagued me every day. Our relationship was tense in the week leading up to her abduction, but I rescued her. I sacrificed myself in her place. I could have easily died that night, and now I have 3 painful reminders of that fact in my shoulder and both legs. But do I get even an ounce of gratitude? No. I miss Harry. I never gave much thought to having kids before he came into my life, but now I can't picture my life without him. His laugh is an instant stress reliever. I loved watching him discover the world, the look of wonder that seemed permanently etched on his features. I miss Alexis too, but then I think about how she manipulated my feelings to get behind my defenses and snoop through my things, and I try to push down any emotions I have for her. Even so, I worry about them both. I am just about to open my laptop and get back to work when my phone rings. It's Antonio, informing me that he's brought the bomber and they're now in the cellar waiting for me. I thank him and tell him I will be right down. Though the bombing was bad, Interrogating the culprit will be a welcome distraction from the failed capture of Alexis. I rise from my chair and massage the muscles in my legs a little before making my way down to the cellar. Antonio is waiting there with a couple of guards, and they have already strapped the bomber to a chair in the center of the room. Antonio is passing a knife back and forth between his beefy hands, and he hands it to me when I reach him. His name is Ian Smith, Antonio tells me. Ian Smith. I take the knife and walk to the prisoner, lifting his chin with the flat of the blade. I don't know if you've been living under a rock, Ian, but Patrick Walsh and I have called a truce. He is going to be very upset with you for bombing my store. Ian is a slight man with almond-shaped green eyes. He narrows them into slits and spits on the ground by my feet. Patrick Walsh can suck my dick. I cock a brow, removing the knife. Is that so? I look back at Antonio. What do you think Patrick will say when he hears that, I wonder? I don't think he'll be very happy, Antonio replies. What do I care? Ian growls. Our truce means I can't kill you, I reply. But he can, and I think he'll certainly be inclined to if he finds out what kinds of things you're saying about him. This takes the wind from his sails a little, and his posture sinks. I smile. Why did you bomb the store? I ask. Do you have a personal vendetta against me? I do not recognize this man, so I find that unlikely. But why else would he go through the effort of contravening Patrick Walsh's moratorium to damage my business, especially when, in doing so, he has almost certainly forfeited his life? Being loyal to Patrick Walsh means being loyal to you. I remain loyal to Andrew Walsh. The Irish have fought the Italians my whole life, and I will not bow down to you pasta-munching Guidos now. Interesting. I look back at my men, who share similar expressions of surprise. I suppose I can understand how Andrew Walsh inspired such loyalty. Under his leadership, the Irish experienced a brief period of dominance over us. And now it is over. Are there others like you? I ask. Ian shrugs. Maintaining a neutral expression, I swiftly deposit the blade of the knife into the meat of his thigh. Ian screams. I don't think you heard me. I wrench the knife free, holding it at his eye level as ruby drops of blood drip from the edge. I asked if there were others like you. Yes, Ian groans. There are others. I wipe the blade on Ian's shirt and step back to Antonio, lowering my voice. Hand him over to Patrick and tell him what we've learned. Remind Patrick that attacks on our territory from any Irish, no matter which Walsh they follow, are in direct violation of our treaty, and it's up to my discretion whether I choose to retaliate or not. I hand him the knife. Hopefully that will incentivize him to root these insurgents out. I leave the cellar, climbing the stairs to the main floor and then up again toward my office. Only when I reach the top of the stairs, I don't turn right. I turn left, finding myself floating toward Alexis's old set of rooms. I step into the nursery and flick on the lights. The maids have tidied, but otherwise everything is just as Alexis left it. The star and moon mobile hangs over the white wooden crib. A selection of Harry's favorite toys sit waiting on the shelves, and as I step further inside, I can even smell her faint, flowery perfume. I remember standing at the open door one night and watching as Alexis hovered over the crib and read to Harry. Her soft, measured voice wove a gentle story that made even my eyes heavy. She wore a pink silk dressing gown that grazed her tan thighs, and as she bent over the crib, her dark, curly hair trailed down from her cheeks like spools of silk. I walked into the room, footsteps light on the carpet, and wrapped my arms around her. She sighed and leaned against me, her head fallen back against my shoulder. Her warm body fit perfectly in my arms, and I bent down to inhale the scent of honeysuckle and soap from her skin. It was moments like those where I nearly fell in love with her, fool that I was. I thought she was falling in love with me too, but looking back, I wonder if any of my memories of her affection were genuine, or if it was all a ploy to get behind my defenses. How many locked doors did she go poking behind while she stayed here, searching for journalistic fodder? I know at least one time she stole the office key from around my neck while I was sleeping. I shudder to think how many other occasions she manipulated my emotions. I rescued her from Andrew Walsh, and the second she had the opportunity, she took my son and ran. I have spent years resenting my father, blaming the family's struggles on his blind adoration for a woman who abused him for her own devices. Felicity Huffman was the serpent whispering from the grass underfoot, urging him to make foolish plays for power. He listened to her, but would not listen to his own son. It was disgusting. And then I went and fell into the same trap. I leave the nursery, trying to shake the thoughts of Alexis from my head. Despite everything, I still miss her. I miss the sound of her laugh, miss the way she snuggled against me in the night. I miss her talking back to me like nobody else in my life would ever dare to. I step inside my office and close the door against Alexis and everything she represents. I need to work.
Alexis. Another day, another sleazy motel. I decided to play it a little risky this time, setting up camp in Newark after our brief stint in Philly. It's close enough to the city for Gabriel to toss a rock at me, but hopefully because of that, it is also one of the last places he will look. I flick on the TV, surfing the channels while Harry sits between my legs on the bed, chewing on a plastic set of keys. In the movies, when people are on the run, it always looks exciting. Eating Chinese food while bathed in the flickering light of the television, glancing furtively around every corner, rotating through a handful of crafty disguises. In reality, it's boring as hell. I spend most of my day inside, playing with Harry, doing yoga while trying not to think about the stains on the carpet, watching mindless daytime TV, and practicing catching cheese puffs in my mouth. I feel like my brain is starting to rot from lack of use. I am also starting to worry about Harry. Normally, he's full of laughter and loves nothing more than to make a mess and cuddle with his mom. Over the past week or so, though, I have started to notice a change in him, as though an internal light is dimming. It scares me. I land on the news, where a banner at the bottom announces that New York City is in crisis. Relaxing back against the pillows, I pluck the half-eaten bag of Doritos from the bedside table and toss a couple into my mouth as I watch. A well-groomed news reporter with a strawberry blonde bob and peach lipstick is delivering a report on something called purple heroin. I've seen mentions of the drug here and there over the past couple of weeks, but I never thought much of it. Apparently, we are in the grip of a purple heroin crisis. The drug is especially potent due to the addition of carfentanil, the newscaster explains. Carfentanil is 10,000 times stronger than morphine, and due to its potency, there is an alarming rate of overdoses among users of purple heroin. There has been a 30% rise in reported overdoses within the past week, with 80% of those cases resulting in death. I sit forward, watching intently. The crunch of the Doritos is making it harder to hear, so I crank up the volume of the TV as they cut in footage of dark, grimy streets with addicts huddled together. The additional demand is exhausting emergency services throughout New York City, which is, so far, the epicenter of the epidemic. State officials fear the drug may soon spread to other highly populated cities along the East Coast. They urge police to crack down on the supply and distribution channels. This seems serious. My hand goes to Harry, smoothing over his head, and I notice that he is watching the TV as well, having abandoned the keys entirely. I know he doesn't understand what he's seeing, but I can't help but think he looks troubled somehow. I flick the TV to the kids' channel, and bright colors burst from the screen, where before there was darkness and fear. Harry looks up at me, smacking his lips, but still doesn't smile. Does he miss Gabriel, I wonder? I never know what sticks in his little brain. Mommy needs a drink, I say, leaning over to kiss his head. I unfold myself from the bed and go to the fridge, where earlier today I stashed a bottle of gas station Pinot Grigio. The sun is still high in the sky outside, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Besides, it's not like I have anywhere to be. I open the fridge and am dismayed to find the bottle lukewarm to the touch. As luck would have it, the fridge is just as broken as the vending machine outside. I sigh and turn to Harry. Want to go on an adventure? Though I am willing to start drinking in the middle of the day, I refuse to sink to drinking warm wine. There is an ice machine near the broken vending machine, and as long as I don't get any of it in the wine, I should be able to avoid catching hepatitis. I pop Harry into his stroller and grab the ice bucket from the desk. We journey out to the external hallway and down the stairs to the parking lot, making a beeline for the large, white machine humming merrily next to the other set of stairs. The glass in the vending machine beside it is cracked, spiderweb fissures radiating from the central blow. Somewhere in the distance, I hear sirens. The whole scene should make me feel quite uneasy, but after being captured, bound, and tortured by an Irish mob boss, I feel safer in most environments than perhaps I should. Yeah, this motel is sketchy as hell, but at least I'm not tied to a chair in a windowless room where no one can hear me scream. I start scooping ice into the bucket. The sirens grow louder until it is no longer a part of the background noise and instead screeches through the air around me. I turn back and see an ambulance squeal into the parking lot. Just as the noise is about to become too much, the siren flicks off, and a man and woman jump from the cab. The woman runs into a room on the ground floor, a black bag slung over her shoulder, while the man unpacks a stretcher from the back. Harry is watching the scene with interest. Loud noises like sirens used to make him cry, but he has cried a lot less since our run-in with Andrew Walsh. Perhaps, like me, the experience galvanized his nerves, which is a horrible thing to happen to a child. He should jump at shadows and spooky noises. He shouldn't know yet about the real monsters lurking in the dark. I balance the full ice bucket in the basket of the stroller and turn to watch the scene play out. Other residents have opened their doors, curious about the ruckus, and we all watch as the paramedics roll out the stretcher, a white sheet pulled across the body and face of the person on top of it. They do not rush. I turn Harry away, even though he does not know that the shape under the sheet is a dead body. The ambulance drives away, and the curious guests slip back into their rooms. Well, most of them do. I am surprised to see the door the paramedics went through slide open. A skinny, tattooed man lopes out, a disheveled woman dressed in all black following close behind. They huddle together outside the door and light up cigarettes. I know I should just go back inside, put my wine on ice, browse through the phone book for some takeaway, maybe find a nice movie on TV. But it is as though a string attached to my ribcage is tugging me toward them. I sigh and give in, walking toward the man and woman with measured strides. Their eyes flick to me instantaneously, glimmering with suspicion as I approach. Neither of them look like they have bathed in a long time, and their skin droops loose and papery from their bones. The man, who looks anywhere between 30 and 80, grins at me with yellow, gnarled teeth. "Are you lost?" he asks. I clear my throat and try what I hope is a friendly smile. I saw what happened. I just wanted to come over and say that I'm so sorry for your loss." Looking at them, you wouldn't think someone had just wheeled a dead body from their room. The girl stares off somewhere into the distance with glassy eyes, sucking on her cigarette in a way that reminds me of the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland. I half expect her to turn and blow a perfect smoke ring around my face while asking who I am. The man answers for both of them. "Thanks, but we didn't know him. He was looking for a place to crash and had gear on him." He drags on his cigarette, blowing a thick cloud of smoke toward Harry and me. I angle the stroller away, which brings a smile to the junkie's cracked lips. "Was it purple heroin?" I ask. He nods. "He very kindly died and left us with the rest of his stash." "You should be careful." I don't know why I bother cautioning him because I can tell that he doesn't care. He has a mercenary air about him. The man lets out a hoarse, papery laugh. "Someone has been watching the news. Yeah, I'll be careful, Mom." I frown. I don't get it. You know how dangerous it is, but you're still going to do it? "Of course I am," he says, as if it is the most obvious thing in the world. "I beg and steal and barter for scraps and dimes. This shit is half as expensive as regular heroin. That just sounds like good economics to me." He tosses the cigarette on the ground, stomping it out with his stained sneaker. "And if it kills me in the process, I guess that's a win-win for everybody." I doubt the majority of users share his cavalier attitude toward life and death, but it makes sense that they would continue using if they can buy twice as much for the same price. I wish I could sit down with this man for a proper interview. There's something about him I want to share with the world. Something about the combination of his dirty fingernails and the gleam of cunning in his eye. "Go inside, Sherry," the man orders the girl. She floats away and disappears back into their dark nest. He turns his attention to me. "Now, as for you." His lips peel back into a menacing smile. My stomach turns and I shake my head. "That's all I wanted to know. Thank you for your time." I start heading back toward my room, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I hear his footsteps echoing behind me across the parking lot, and I feel for the knife hidden in the stroller's handlebar. I did not expect the situation to take a turn like this, but I'm ready for it. I am never again going to play the part of damsel in distress, and if this guy wants to try one on me, he's in for an unpleasant surprise. I make it to the stairs, but his fingers clasp around my wrist. I swing back around, whipping the knife free and holding it at his neck. I glare up at him. "Let me go," I say in a cold voice. His smile drops, and he releases my arm and backs away. "Frigid bitch," he mutters. "I saw the way you were looking at me. What, are you the type who just likes to flirt with danger?" This man doesn't know the first thing about me. I don't just flirt with danger. I go all the way with it, fall madly in love with it, and then rip my own heart from my chest just to escape it. I wield the knife in front of me. "Fuck off." He shakes his head but finally leaves. I wait until I see him disappear into his room before I exhale a sigh of relief. I haul Harry's stroller up the stairs, and when we get back into the room, I set the deadbolt and slide my back down against the door. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I have reached a point where I am so bored that I now actively interrogate scary addicts for kicks. That's not normal. I fish my phone out of my pocket and dial the number for Debbie. When I was a journalist for the New York Union, she always assigned me fluff pieces while dangling media assignments over my head, and she was the one who promised if I wrote a good article on Gabriel, I could finally have those jobs. I don't know why I'm bothering to try her again. I have called her at least twice a week for the past month, left a dozen voicemails, and sent just as many emails. She could be dead for all I know, and that thought sends a ripple of unease down my spine. I hate that I now live in a world where if someone doesn't return my calls, it is entirely possible that they are lying in a shallow grave somewhere. Debbie doesn't answer. No surprise there. I hang up the phone and grab the bottle of wine, shoving it into the ice bucket to cool while I unstrap Harry from the stroller. My phone rings, nearly vibrating off the desk before I get to it. It's Debbie. "Hello?" I answer hesitantly. "Ach, hello to you too," Debbie says snippily. I have missed the timbre of her thick Glaswegian accent. "You could dare to sound a little happier to hear from me. You have been harassing me for weeks." I can't help but laugh. "And you've been ignoring me." "Yes, well, I think I can take a little time to myself after the kind of shite I've had to shovel through." "I'm glad to hear from you. I was worried." "With good reason," she replies. "I do apologize for my role in everything that's happened in. That bloody Irishman threatened to kill my daughter if I didn't do as he asked, and assigning you to interview Gabriel Belluci was one of the easier things I had to do." As far as I'm concerned, she is instantly forgiven. There isn't anything I wouldn't do to keep Harry safe. "I think it's more upsetting to me that it took a death threat for you to give me a proper assignment," I joke. "Is Lily safe now?" "Aye. It took some time from the paper while I've been with her in Scotland for the past few weeks. I could hardly believe it when I heard your man had killed Andrew Walsh." "Are you coming back stateside anytime soon?" I ask. "I don't know if you've heard, but there's a drug epidemic sweeping through New York. Purple heroin." "I've a flight back tomorrow," she says. "That's why I thought it might be time for me to get in touch with you. From your voicemails, it sounds like you're clear of the man in question." "Trying to be. And I presume you're looking to get back to work?" I go to the bed and sit, pulling Harry in for a cuddle. I want to investigate the purple heroin problem. It seems to have come out of nowhere, and it's spreading quickly. I want to know why. "That sounds good," she says. "Just like that?" I ask incredulously. "You don't want me to go back to interviewing slightly racist old men or covering doggy fashion shows?" "I should think that I owe you a chance after what I put you through," she explains. "I'll be back in the office on Friday. Will you come by so we can talk about the scope of your investigation? I wince. Is there any way we could meet at your place or something? And maybe I could keep working remotely? I'm sort of in hiding. Of course, she says in a kinder voice than I've ever heard from her. It is a voice laden with guilt. We make plans to meet, and I end the call feeling better than I have in weeks. Going back to the city will be dangerous, but considering Gabriel's men have found me 3 times already, I wonder if I am any safer floating on the fringes of society. Remembering my run-in with the junkie outside, I shiver. My money is running out, and so is my luck. I can't keep hanging out at dodgy motels while I wait for Gabriel's thugs to catch up with me. I need a solution, and going back to work is the best I've got. The wine is sour, and the pizza I order for dinner is the wrong kind of greasy. Nevertheless, I consume them both greedily, and by the time I'm done, I thoroughly hate myself. I toss the box to the floor and groan. Harry starts to cry, as though he's also upset about my life choices, even though he ate a princely meal of assorted deli meat, cheese, fruit, and raw carrots, all of which cost me an arm and a leg at the gas station and took me ages to cut up into little pieces. We really cannot keep this up. I pick Harry up, bouncing him around the room, humming the tune he likes. This seems to make him cry more. Shh, I murmur. It's okay. He dials up the volume, and the people in the room next to me bang on the wall angrily, like that's going to help. I rock him back and forth, eventually soothing him to a stage of choked sobs and sniffs. Just as I am about to lay him on the bed, he croaks something that makes my heart skid to a halt. Dada. I freeze, bent halfway over the bed, a lump forming in my throat. I wonder if he's saying Dada in the way that a parrot says, I love you, just making sounds, with no understanding of the word. But my son is not a bird, and when he says it a second time and ramps up for a second round of howling, I know I have to act fast. I set him on the bed and grab my phone. My original phone, not the burner I have to use to avoid being tracked. I keep it on airplane mode, if it's on at all. I will have to sell it soon. I swipe through the photos until I find one of Gabriel. I have no idea if this is going to work, but I'm willing to try anything to avoid my neighbors coming over to shut Harry up themselves. I hold the screen over Harry's face, watching him hopefully. Harry's eyes lock onto the image, and he releases a world-weary sigh that is far beyond his years, of which he has less than 2. He stops crying and reaches up, trying to touch his father's face. My heart cracks right down the middle. Go to sleep, I say in a deep voice, both sounding and feeling ridiculous. He puckers his lips and blinks slowly. My God, it's working. Something hitches under my skin as I watch Harry fall asleep. It's the same discomfort that has plagued me for a month now. I think it's a combination of guilt and longing. I should hate Gabriel, but instead I miss him. I miss the feel of his heavy arms around my shoulders, the soft press of his lips on my neck, the almost primal protectiveness he had where Harry and I were concerned. Yet how can I miss him when I know the first thing he will do if he finds me is take Harry away? I remember him threatening to do so all too clearly. It sticks in my mind like a rock in the sole of my shoe, digging in with every step I take. I try not to let my thoughts dwell on Gabriel. I have a purpose now, besides staying just out of his grasp. There is a darkness spreading through the city, and I intend to dig all the way down to the roots to expose it. Later that night, flashing blue and red lights glow through my curtains, without an accompaniment of sirens. I tiptoe out of bed, trying not to wake Harry, and peek through the window. Another stretcher, another figure shrouded in plain white cotton. This cements the realization that I cannot stay in this motel any longer, or in any one's like it. I need to get out of here.
Gabriel. I adjust my cufflinks, listening to the chatter through the wooden door. The press are waiting for me, and they are hungry. My war with Andrew Walsh was expensive and exhausting, but at least because of it, I was spared much of the everyday tedium that accompanied being a billionaire CEO. My assistant Jenny made polite apologies for the various fundraisers, galas, and grand openings I couldn't attend, leaving me to focus on the bloody business at hand. The tentative peace forged between the younger Walsh and I has freed up a lot more time, and certain pressures have necessitated a return to the boardroom. Those pressures are also what have brought me to this press conference, where I am about to announce a cut in funding to a number of Belluci Incorporated's drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers. You need to look less miserable when you're on the podium, Vito advises me from beside me. I don't want to do this, I mutter. He claps me on the back, and I wince. Sorry, he says, noting my discomfort. The wound in my shoulder has knitted together nicely and only smarts now when I bump it or try to lift anything heavy. My legs, on the other hand, still ache almost every second of the day. I have gotten used to the pain. It's fine, I tell him. Vito's expression twists into concern. I know you don't want to do this, but you have a role to play. I'm sure you're a little out of practice, but you need to be the billionaire they're expecting. He means that I need to slip back into my CEO persona. Gentle smiles, well-timed laughter, and no public displays of menace or intimidation. If I could operate Belluci Incorporated the way I operate the family, things would run a lot more efficiently. Unfortunately, threats of violence in an office environment tend to lead nowhere but human resources. I grit my teeth, listening as my publicist, Carmen Book, lays out the format of the conference. I will make a speech and answer a few questions. Should be simple enough, only the words I need to say burn at the bottom of my throat like bile. Vito comes closer, stroking his beard with a sympathetic smile. This is a small sacrifice to avoid a larger catastrophe. You are doing what you have to do. He is right, but somehow the pill is no easier to swallow. My thoughts drift to Alexis, as they inevitably do when I'm mired in stress. I can see her plump lips and rosy cheeks in my mind's eye, and the pools of ocean blue that would hold my gaze as she told me to relax. She was good at calming me down. She was also the best at riling me up. Even after I tugged back the businessman veil to expose the wicked criminal underneath, she never pulled her punches. She didn't care that I was a mob boss, or if she did, she didn't let that knowledge deter her from calling me an asshole to my face. I wonder if that was Felicity's appeal to my father. She was always a dragon of a woman. The security guard at the side of the door presses a finger to his earpiece and nods at me. It is time to go. Vito pats me on the back one last time, in a way that would feel condescending coming from anyone else. From him, it is the encouragement I need. I stride through the door and up onto the podium. I hear the click and whoosh of dozens of camera flashes, their lights blinding me. Carmen offers an encouraging smile as she exits the stage, but her gaze stings with fury. She doesn't understand this move and begged me against it. Her job is to keep the public sweet on me. My job is to protect my empire. I go to the mic and stand, looking out at the sea of reporters who have gathered to witness my horrible proclamation. I try to keep my lips lifted, but my foul mood keeps trying to tug them back down. And then I do my duty. I announce the cut in funding to the program and the closure of several facilities. I do it gently, regurgitate in a script of keywords and meaningless rhetoric, while switching the focus to the charitable work Belluci Incorporated accomplishes in several other important sectors. I furrow my brow as I express my grave regret at the failure of the program. I smile, almost apologetically, as I contemplate a brighter future. All the while, the eyes of my audience grow brighter and brighter. I try not to imagine how they will condense my shameful display into tweets and newspaper headlines. Billionaire businessman announces slash to funding for vulnerable groups while standing tall in Italian leather Oxfords. From philanthropist to penny pincher, heartless billionaire makes excuses. I finish my speech, hands gripping the podium so tightly that the wood bites into the meat of my palms. That was the easy part. Now come the questions. Carmen comes back on stage, announcing that we will now take questions from the press. Hands shoot up all over the room and I grit my teeth. My smile is a distant memory. The facade of the accessible CEO sliding from my face inch by inch. Andy Holden, Carmen says, picking out her favorite reporter first. I'm sure she is hoping for him to take it easy on me, but from the cat-like turn of his lips, I doubt very much that will be the case. Andy rises to his feet. Mr. Belluci, you only began this program a couple of years ago. Are you cutting funding because it did not achieve the desired results? I lean closer to the microphone. I outlined the company's reasoning for the move prior to the question period. Please refer to your notes. Your reasoning was watery, he presses. You have a duty to be honest with the public and the people who you are disenfranchising. My hackles rise, and I glare down at the bald, chubby man. I know that I have visibly dispensed of the CEO mask in favor of the mafia boss beneath because Andy's expression shifts, and something like fear creeps into his beady eyes. I am keenly aware of the responsibilities I shoulder and to whom I am accountable, and I do not need reminding, I say in a low tone. The crowd ripples with whispers and some of the hands drop while others become more insistent. Carmen quickly takes the microphone. I think what Mr. Belluci meant to say was that there were a number of factors involved in making this difficult decision, and he is not able to expand on any one cause. She points to another reporter. Yes, the lady in green. Donna Fitzgerald, the evening reporter, the woman says in a husky tone, rising to her feet. Mr. Belluci, perhaps this news has not penetrated your palace walls yet, but there is a growing purple heroin crisis in the city. By closing the doors of your institutions, you will be sending hundreds of vulnerable people back into the arms of an addiction that has become even more dangerous than when they left. That was not a question, I say in a low voice. Donna's lips purse tartly. How do you feel about that? My feelings do not factor into it, I reply sharply. The next reporter, a young beanpole with thick black glasses, does not wait for Carmen to call on him. He shoots to his feet. Mr. Belluci, did you know that each rehabilitation center you fund keeps about 50 addicts off the streets? The other reporters, not wanting to be left behind, start to erupt from their seats and toss their questions toward the stage. The conference descends into chaos.
Are you planning to reopen the centers? Mr. Belluci, will you be cutting your salary in line with your funding cuts?
How do you sleep at night? Soon, I cannot pick out any one person from the cacophony. With every beat, my heart no longer dispenses blood into my veins, instead pumping out searing liquid rage. I am angry at their blatant lack of disrespect. Angrier still that I'm standing here in the first place. It is time these reporters found their place. Enough! I roar. The decision has been made, and I will not take further questions from this assembly of leeches. Everyone sit down. The reporters sit like trained dogs. Silence sweeps through the room, save for a couple of clicking camera shutters. My gaze shifts through the crowd, noting genuine fear on some of the faces. There is a short-lived flicker of satisfaction in my chest, and then I realize I have truly fucked up. The public has seen me like this only once before, at the opening of a school where I'd lost my temper during a similarly frustrating encounter with the press. That time, only one camera witnessed my transformation into mafia boss. Today, there are dozens. Carmen leaps up to the microphone.
I will be available to take further questions, but unfortunately, Mr. Belluci has other demands on his time.
She shoots me a withering look, and I glower back. One of the reasons Carmen is so good at her job is because of her fearlessness, but even she wilts a little under the power of my stare. I descend the stage just as the yelling starts up again, and I hear Carmen trying to soothe the crowd as I burst through the door. Vito is waiting in the hallway and keeps pace with me as I storm toward the street. The security on either side announces my imminent arrival to my driver, David. "You need to find Alexis," I growl, not waiting for Vito to speak. "And you need to find her now. I am sick of failure, and I will not tolerate any more of it. I do not trust her alone out there with my son." I am furious with the reporters, but more so with myself. I have already lost much of my power to external sources. I should be able to do better than lose power over my own composure. Vito looks over, raising an eyebrow. He doesn't say any words, but he doesn't have to. I read his intended meaning crystal clear. "Do I need to repeat myself?" I snap. "No, sir," Vito answers deferentially, and it stings. He was my best friend long before he became my right-hand man and most trusted advisor. He does not deserve me lashing out at him, especially since I trust he has been doing everything in his power to find Alexis. An apology sticks in my throat. I am not in the habit of providing them, and by the time I have gathered the words, we have reached the car and the moment is past. We drive in silence back to the mansion. Vito taps and swipes at the screen of his phone, and I stare out the window. The trees that grow crooked and thin from the pavement burst with the golds and reds of fall. The midday sun casts few shadows, the only darkness emanating from narrow alleyways littered with garbage and other human debris. I spot several slumped figures hidden in the gloom. I wonder how many purple-stained syringes I could find rolling across the damp pavement if I looked. We turn and begin to pass a park, grassy knolls covered in picnickers and dog walkers enjoying the last breaths of summer. And then I see her. Thick, curvaceous thighs, flaring hips, bouncing brown curls. She disappears over the lip of the hill. "Stop the car!" I demand. We jerk to a stop. The car behind us beeps angrily, but I barely hear it from the blood rushing through my ears. "What is it?" Vito asks, bending over to look out my window. I don't have time to answer. Alexis is getting away. I jump out of the car and sprint into the park, muscles crying out in agony at the sudden burst of motion. I grit my teeth and push through it. I need to catch her. I climbed the hill, nearly trampling a young couple's picnic, and paused to scan down the pathways in between the oaks, leaves quivering in the light breeze. I spy her near the pond, running toward the park's exit, and take off after her. "Alexis!" I call. She doesn't stop. Heart racing, I bound after her, closing the distance between us with painful, long-legged strides. "Stop!" I roar, attracting the gaze of curious onlookers. She doesn't look back, but speeds up, and I race to catch her before she ends up on the streets where it will be easier for her to disappear into the crowd. I am desperate to catch her, and once I do, I will never let her go again. We near the gates. I am close now, almost close enough to grab her. My gaze runs over the length of her body, and something doesn't seem right. Before I can figure out what it is, I grab her arm and pull it to a stop. Alexis spins around and yanks the headphones from her ears. It's not Alexis. The woman's eyes are wide with fear, and I release my grip on her arm, fumbling for an apology. "Sorry, I thought you were somebody else." I feel ridiculous. If I hadn't been so clouded with emotion at the sight of this woman, I would have noticed any number of differences between her and Alexis, or even just stopped to question why Alexis would be out jogging in the city in the middle of the day when I know she has been hunkered down in moldering motels for the past month. But from the second I spotted her, I went into a frenzy and all reason went out the window. The woman jogs away, and I make my retreat across the park to my idling car. Vito is waiting for me, leaning against the door. He opens it as I approach, but seems to think better of saying anything. He doesn't have to. Once again, his eyes say it all. I climb into the car, and we continue on our way in silence. I do not look out the window. Since Alexis left, I have been aware of a sort of slipping feeling, like silk sliding between my closed fingers. I can't put my finger on what exactly this sensation means, but each day it grows worse. And now I'm accosting random women in the park because they look like her. What the hell is happening to me?
Alexis. You don't come with much, do ya? Debbie asks, surveying me as I deposit a worn duffel bag onto the bed. Harry's stroller is parked in the corner. This is the sum total of my worldly belongings. Being in hiding has forced me to downsize, I reply, sinking onto the edge of the bed. It is a cloud compared to the stained, spring-loaded mattresses I have grown accustomed to. I found the fine china kept breaking when I made a run for it. Debbie chuckles. Thank you again for letting me stay here, I say with full sincerity. You know better than most the kind of danger I'm in. I'll be out of here as soon as I start making enough money to stay in proper hotels. Well... The corners of her bubblegum pink lips lift. A dingy motel is no place for a bairn. I study her expression, sensing that there is more to her charity than she says. I was surprised when she offered the place to stay, especially given her recent run-in with the Walsh crime family. I try not to be too suspicious, but it doesn't help knowing that she has set me up at least once before. There is nothing in the tilt of her darkly lined eyes or the pull of her cheeks to suggest anything but sincerity. Debbie claps her hands to her hips, which are clad in a pair of forest green trousers to match her forest green blazer, and whistles through her teeth. I dunno about you, hen, but I'm starving, she says. I'll cook up some scran. Her coiffed blonde head bobs out of the room. I go to the stroller and lift Harry out, setting him on the floor to play with his stuffed flamingo, while I boot up my computer and unearth my voice recorder from my bag. I settle onto the floor next to Harry and start playing the first recording, an interview I collected from a low-level drug dealer I gained access to via the glassy-eyed girl at the motel. I ended up staying there an additional week while Debbie made arrangements for me at work and set up a crib. And it turned out to be a useful base for conducting my investigation. I learned about the drug dealer from the glassy-eyed girl, the lone survivor of the purple heroin trifecta, and the next time he came around to supply her, he agreed to do an anonymous interview after she vouched for me. I found it interesting to learn that purple heroin is not just being sold to dealers. It is being actively and aggressively pushed on them. Chris, my anonymous drug dealer's nom de plume, reported that his suppliers are no longer able to obtain standard heroin, and their supplies of other opiates are dwindling. He didn't know why this was, but I speculate that either the purple heroin kingpin supplied the other drugs before and has now stopped, or they are choking out the competition. By the time I finish typing up the transcript of the interview and my notes, Debbie comes back into the room to announce that lunch is served. I take Harry and join Debbie in the kitchen, where she has set out 2 plates and 1 small bowl of mac and cheese. The smell wafts to my nose, and I groan out loud. I have not seen a dish this tempting since I was back at the mansion, where Gabriel's private chef Victoria concocted culinary delights for every meal. "I don't have a high chair," Debbie says. "I feel a bit silly, but it's been so long since Lily was little that I forgot all about it. I figure we can eat on the couch, and then I'll nip out after lunch for a high chair." I am overwhelmed. I have been on my own for weeks, looking after myself and Harry while constantly looking over my shoulder, and it has been exhausting. To suddenly have someone swoop in to take care of me is an icy shock to my system. "Debbie, this is too much," I say, blinking back tears. "Don't get all emotional," she scolds. "You're going to write an article for me that will break this purple heroin crisis wide open and put the Union back on the map." Despite her words, there is a softness in her eyes that I don't understand. She has been my boss for years, but our relationship has always been strictly professional. We sometimes chatted when the office went for cocktails after work, but for the most part, Debbie was my boss and I, the journalist, struggling to climb higher up the ladder. I wonder if this can all be attributed to guilt, or if maybe she is still a little raw from the threats against her daughter, and perhaps sees a little of Lily in me. I doubt she will ever tell me. "I'm just glad you're giving me some actual news to cover," I chuckle, grabbing mine and Harry's bowls. "You should be," Debbie says, following me into the living room. "We've had Vicky Oberman covering the so-called puff pieces for the past couple of months, and she's utter shite." Laughing, we sit and eat, and I savor every mouthful. I cannot remember the last meal I had that tasted this good. When we finish, Debbie clears the bowls away and announces her departure for the shops. "Shall I take the wee un with me?" she says. "It could be nice for you to have a little time to yourself." My initial reaction is a resounding no. Harry has been attached to my side for weeks, and the thought of dislodging him, if only for a couple of hours, drives a spike of horror through me. Then again, Harry has been attached to my side for weeks, and it has been exhausting. The prospect of a brief respite from motherly duties is tempting, but ultimately I can't stomach it, especially not with someone who has betrayed me before. I trust Debbie, but with things as they are, I just don't feel comfortable letting him out of my sight. I thank Debbie for her offer, but decline. She nods understandingly, and in a few minutes, Harry and I are alone in the apartment. Harry is struggling to keep his eyes open, so I take him to the crib and lay him down for a nap, standing over him as he falls asleep. The more he grows, the more Harry looks like his father. He has Gabriel's eyes, chocolate with specks of golden caramel, and dark curly hair that really could belong to either of us. Distinctly Gabriel, however, is the dimple in Harry's little left cheek. I will never hold his resemblance against my son. He's perfect. Once Harry sinks into a deep sleep, I sneak away to the living room with my laptop, intent on doing some more work. I check my emails and am tempted once more by the email Debbie sent me a few days ago. It contains a link to a video of a press conference where Gabriel announced the cutting in funding to Belluci Inc.'s rehabilitation program. And, according to Debbie, once it reached the question period, it descended into madness. I have been avoiding the video for reasons I don't quite understand. Am I worried that it will make me miss Gabriel? Or that it'll make me hate him even more? Or maybe I just fear that he'll crawl through the screen like the little girl from The Ring. I know that I'm being ridiculous. This conference is important, especially given his reaction. I don't know the kinds of criminal enterprises Gabriel's Mafia engages in, and I do wonder if drug distribution could be part of it. But if he's bringing the purple heroin into the city, why is he closing his rehab centers? What kind of an asshole would do that? Resolved, I set the laptop on the coffee table, hit play on the video, and settle back on the couch to watch. I watch Gabriel climb the stage, lips pursing almost imperceptibly with pain. He was shot in both legs, as well as the shoulder, protecting me. Wounds like that take a long time to heal. He faces the camera, and my heart skips a beat. His colossal form seems to fill the room, and I barely notice the slight, older redhead at his side. Gabriel brushes a lock of wavy hair back from his forehead and begins to address the crowd with a meticulously contrived, believably friendly expression. He seems relatable, affable. His lips carve gracefully around each of his carefully selected words. He makes closing down rehab centers amidst a drug crisis sound almost reasonable. Only it's not, and the assembled reporters are not easily swayed. Once the question period commences, they proceed to rip into him. Gabriel bats back the first question, eyes narrowing in an expression I know all too well, and for the first time, I can see how stressed he is. One more question and he is at the limit of his self-control. Unable to maintain his sympathetic facade, he transforms right there on the stage into the imposing mob leader who kissed me with bloodied knuckles and growled bone-melting threats to those who would hurt me. Gabriel commands the entire room of reporters, a breed not generally known for their closed lips, to silence. And then, at his instruction, they sit. My mouth falls open in awe. Watching him extend his dominating energy reminds me of all the times I was on the receiving end of it. I've always been strong and independent, but I've never known a sweeter release than the times I let Gabriel control me. My skin flushes as the memories rush in. Gabriel tossing me over his shoulder and taking me to his office, where he directed me to keep my palms pressed against his desk while he teased me mercilessly. Waking up tied spread eagle to the bed, where Gabriel used a knife to cut away my clothes and then dominated my helpless mouth. The night we met, bass pulsing through the table in the VIP section, where he fucked me mercilessly until I saw stars. Tingling heat gathers between my legs, and I slam the laptop closed. I try not to wander into the darkest corners of my mind, and even tell myself that I will get up and make a cup of tea. But before I even know what I'm doing, I find myself lying back on the couch, a hand gliding under the hem of my sweatpants. What could a little fantasy hurt? My fingers slide over my sensitive mound, almost teasingly, stroking up and down my folds. Gabriel used to touch me like this. He would oscillate between gentle and rough, and I never quite knew what I was going to get. What would I get if he showed up at Debbie's door right now and discovered me in the living room touching myself? I set the scene in my mind. He bursts through the door, the rage on his features soon rippling into desire as he spots me on the sofa, my hand between my legs. It always seemed to me that Gabriel walked a fine line between lust and anger, as though his body knew only passion. I found that intoxicating, exhilarating. And now, as I watch his brawny frame cross the room toward me, I am pinned to the couch as surely as if I was welded to it. "Did I tell you that you could touch yourself?" he says, with eyes like burning cinders. I play coy, of course, shooting him my best, "Oh, me?" eyes, but I don't stop moving my hand. He rips my hand away, pinning both arms above my head. "You're mine," he growls. And I am. I have screamed it in passion 100 times. But does that mean I am going to fall into a pile at his feet? No, that wouldn't be fun at all. "I'm not yours," I say, smiling coquettishly. "I left, don't you remember?" His eyes darken. I'm in for it now, and the thought thrills me. My finger presses through my folds, centering on the sensitive nub of my clit and starting to rub across it. Electricity sparks up from my toes, all the way through my body. I squeeze my eyes closed and focus on the ribbons of fantasy that braid through my thoughts. In a flurry of movement, Gabriel twists me onto my stomach and lifts my hips into the air, pressing my cheek against the cushion. He rips down my sweatpants and panties. The air is cold on my exposed skin, but the resulting shiver is from anticipation. Gabriel leans over me. I feel his hard bulge press into the meat of my ass as his lips glide over my ear. "You left, but I caught you. You're mine, and now I'm going to make sure you never forget that again." He leans back, and the next thing I feel is a flash of pain on my butt. The smack echoes through the room, followed soon by another, and then another. Each slap makes my belly flutter, and a knot of heat tighten between my thighs. My forehead prickles with sweat. I moan as the pleasure builds and builds with every swipe of my fingers. Tension pools in my core. I haven't touched myself in so long, and I can tell the orgasm building inside of me is going to be Big Bang levels of explosive. But is that because of the abstinence, or the wicked fantasy brewing in my head? By the time Gabriel finishes punishing my ass, my skin is red and raw. All I can hear are his feverish breaths, and then the telltale zip of his pants. "Be a good girl and tell me that you want it," he says, voice smooth like caramel. I don't speak. All he would need to do to find out is press a finger into my sex, where he would find me soaking wet. Gabriel leans over again, this time squeezing his fingers around the back of my neck and grinding me into the sofa. His cock bobs between my legs, gliding enticingly against my lips. I let out a slow moan. "Tell me that you want it." His breath fans over my ear. "Tell me that you're mine and beg me to fuck you." The words tumble from my lips like a prayer. I want it, Gabriel. Please, please fuck me. I'm all yours. Yes, you are, he rasps, voice thick with desire. And then he plunges into me, all the way to the hilt, forcing the breath from my lungs. My orgasm builds. It feels like a string is drawing tighter and tighter between my clit and my belly. I stroke frantically, greedily, breaths coming shallow and quick. Gabriel fucks me hard, his hips slamming into my ass. He drags me up by my hair, mauling my tits as he whispers over and over again how he is never going to let me go, how I am his to fuck and to punish, his to own. My toes curl, and a bolt of electricity slices through me. I come hard, shaking with the force of it. Every single follicle of hair stands on end. I grit my teeth as pleasure crashes over me, again and again. I stay there for a long time, muscles relaxing little by little, until I finally let out a long sigh. Once the fuzziness begins to clear, my eyes flick open with the horrible realization of what I've just done. Oh, God. I just masturbated to the thought of Gabriel, the man I hate, the man who killed my father. Not only that, but the fantasy I concocted was absolutely filthy. My cheeks heat with embarrassment, and I bolt to my feet, pacing the room on jellied legs. This needs to stop. I keep telling myself that I did the right thing in leaving, and that I am happy to never see Gabriel again. But it's like I can't make myself believe it in the lower levels of my consciousness. Gabriel is a monster. He played my body like a Stradivarius, but he was a creature of darkness nonetheless. No more Gabriel sex fantasies, I resolve. Not a single one. Alexis. I glance around the edge of my hoodie, checking the time again on my phone. My contact is late. What if somebody has caught him? What if Gabriel is about to come around that corner at any second, slow clapping menacingly? Being potentially close to Gabriel has made me twitchy. More likely than not, he's nowhere near here. He might still be asleep, but Gabriel is an early riser. He's probably sitting at his desk in his home office. But there is a chance, and that, combined with my contact's tardiness, is making my muscles itch. I lean back against the brick wall and stare at the chain-link fence opposite me. I'm at the edge of Gabriel's docks territory, which, from what I overheard from 2 Irish mobsters the other night, has expanded considerably in recent weeks. I think back to my covert visit to O'Neill's. The bar is a reputed hotspot for Irish gangsters, and having met a few of them in my time, they were easy enough to pick out from a crowd. I slipped close to 2 of them, who were having a somber-faced discussion over their pints. I only caught snippets of their conversation above the din of the crowd, but when I loaded the recording onto my computer later, I was able to reduce the background noise. Sure enough, the 2 men were lower downs in the Irish mob. They complained about Walsh and his weak backbone, which confused me, as it was my understanding that Andrew Walsh was dead. And when he was alive, I certainly wouldn't have called him weak. I figure there must have been another Walsh who took over in his stead. One of them speculated about whether their pay would be cut now that they'd lost the majority of the docks, which slashed the syndicate's revenue stream. The other reminded his friend that they had a new source of income now, playing lapdog for the Italians and pushing their import of purple heroin onto the streets. One of them must have chugged his drink, as the other warned him not to be hungover for the exchange in the morning, reminding him they were due back at the bar at 7. Both of them grumbled at great length about the Italians and their fledgling alliance. The men soon moved on to other topics, such as the great pair of tits lingering near their table. I chose to take this as a compliment. And I stopped the playback, but didn't move from my computer for a long time, as I digested everything I'd heard. I didn't want to believe it, so I decided not to. Not until I gathered more evidence. I figured it was my journalistic duty to gather all the facts before I threaded a narrative together. So I got up bright and early the next day and staked out the bar from a table in the window of the coffee shop across the street. The two thugs from the day before arrived separately, one of them looking worse for wear. I guess he hadn't heeded his friend's warning. About half an hour later, a sleek black town car pulled up outside. My throat constricted and my muscles tensed as I wondered if I was about to watch Gabriel unfold from the car. I considered bolting. I felt too exposed. Gabriel would scent me in a heartbeat. But when the door opened and a man emerged, I let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't Gabriel. I didn't recognize the man at all. He was tall and thin, with dark hair and a twist in his lips, like he'd just smelled something bad. I snapped a few photos and left, a little relieved that I hadn't gotten the evidential affirmation that Gabriel was behind this. Footsteps round the corner and I jerk back into the present. My hand goes to the knife holstered on my hip, hidden under my t-shirt. But the man who walks toward me wears neither a suit nor a menacing frown. I relax. "You must be Bernard. You're late." Bernard is in his mid-30s, with a scruffy beard and fluffy, curly brown hair that glows like a halo in the early morning light. He wears a pair of deep blue coveralls and a violently yellow safety vest that may as well shine a spotlight on our supposedly covert meeting. He stops in front of me, smiling apologetically. "Sorry, it's been a long night." I root through the satchel at my hip and pull out a small white envelope, passing it to him. "Debbie said you usually work the night shift." I couldn't have done this without Debbie. Not only did she arrange the meeting, but she generously provided the cash bribe, too. I am determined to make sure this story is worth every penny. "Yep," Bernard says, peeking inside the envelope. "And do you ever see any strange activity?" He stuffs the envelope in the back pocket of his coveralls and shrugs. "Lots of stuff. What specifically are you looking for?" "Shipments, meetings, really anything in the past few weeks that has seemed off to you." He pauses to think. For a second, I think I'm about to end up with a big, fat goose egg. Something about this guy, maybe his unkempt hair or scraggly beard, doesn't shout observant. Finally, he nods. "I helped unload a late-night shipment a few weeks ago, which isn't unusual by itself. What struck me is that the guys from the boat met with some guys in suits, and the whole thing seemed a bit off." "What do you mean off?" He twists his mouth in thought. "I guess they all looked very tense. One of the suits talked to one of the sailors, while the others seemed to be sizing each other up for a fight." His description has all kinds of shades of drug deal. "The suit who talked to the sailor," I say. "What did he look like?" "He was a big guy," Bernard recalls. "Big as in tall and muscular, though, not fat. Black hair, I think, about jaw length. I'd say he was probably in his 30s, but it was hard to tell from where I was." Gabriel. That's the moment I realize the ugly truth. Gabriel is at the root of this epidemic. People are dying every day because of his greed and lack of morality. I remember a white sheet fluttering in the breeze, draped over a motionless body. The thought turns my stomach. Despite all the evidence I've gathered thus far, I still wanted to believe that the Italian mob weren't involved in purple heroin, or at least that Gabriel's hands were clean of it. His men could have been working behind his back. But now I have proof that not only is the Italian mob involved, but Gabriel is running the show. I ask Bernard a few other questions, but he doesn't have any other helpful information. That's just as well, since his late arrival means that I need to get back to relieve Debbie of babysitting duty, so she won't be late for work. Thanks, Bernard. I hand him a slip of paper with the phone number for my burner. Call me if you think of anything else, or if you see anything else. He grins, exposing smoke-yellowed teeth. What if I'm just feeling lonely? Can I call you then? My friendly smile drops. I have to deal with this kind of thing all the time, and it drives me nuts. Men think that just because you're asking them questions, that means you're interested in them, when in reality it's your job. Bernard, if I were a man, would you be so quick to disrespect me? Bernard's smile falters. No, I just thought, if you have more information and want more money, call me. Otherwise, piss off. Yes, sorry. Bernard drops his gaze and leaves, and there's something satisfying about having gotten to tell him off like that. I leave the docks on a bit of a high. Definitively learning that Gabriel is involved in purple heroin is a blow, sure, but I get to be the one to bring him down. In the past week, I've already pulled together enough information to start working on a piece. Who knows what I could accomplish in another couple of weeks. There's my boy, I coo, throwing my bag over the arm of the sofa. Debbie is sitting on the rug with Harry while his favorite cartoons play on the TV. She shuffles to her feet and brushes out the wrinkles from her pastel purple pantsuit. How did it go? She asks, grabbing her purse from the table. Then, without waiting for me to answer, adds, I changed him and gave him breakfast already. There's coffee in the pot. Debbie, you're a lifesaver. I slide down to the rug and lift Harry into my arms. He giggles enthusiastically. It went well. Bernard saw someone who matched Gabriel's description overseeing a shipment a few weeks ago, around the time the drug first hit the streets. Debbie slides into her heels and rests her hand on the door handle, looking back at me. Good work. Compile everything you've got so far, and I'll have a look at it when I get home tonight. Will do. Harry and I wave as Debbie leaves. Then I kiss Harry's head. I need some coffee, little man. I've been up since 4. Harry babbles something incoherent that I take as support of my plan, and I lift him onto my hip as I walk to the coffee machine. I grab a mug from the cupboard and fill it to the brim with steaming black coffee, inhaling the rich aroma. I have grown accustomed to Debbie's coffee, which is just as bracing and punchy as her personality. I take the mug back to the living room, but pause by the window. Debbie only lives a few floors up and has a good view of the street in front of the building, where, right now, 3 black SUVs are parked in a line. Oh, shit. I rush to set the coffee down on the nearest surface, spilling it all over Debbie's table in my haste. My brain goes into overdrive. Where did I put my go bag? I race to my room and gaze at the clothes and toys strewn around the room in horror, realizing that I have gotten much too comfortable here in the past week. Harry fusses in my arms, and I whisper soothingly to him as I snatch my duffel bag from under the bed and heft it over my arm. I don't have time to check if it has everything I need. I go to the front door and press my ear against it, listening for activity, but hear nothing. I check the peephole and, satisfied that the coast is clear, ease the door open. Only once I stick my head out do I notice 2 men standing with their backs pressed to the wall. The one closest, who I immediately recognize as Gio, the guard I escaped from over a month ago, smiles and lurches forward. I dive back into the apartment and jerk on the door to close it, but his foot jams in the doorway. "So good to see you, Alexis," Gio says, wrenching on the door. I try to keep it closed, but I only have one free hand. It's no use. He forces the door open, and he and 3 other men rush in, surrounding me. I hold Harry tight. Will they take him from me now? Or will Gabriel want to personally separate me from my son? Gio is tall and blonde, with a crooked nose and perfectly straight teeth. I remember finding comfort in his soothing baritone and gentle green eyes once upon a time, when I had just been freed from Andrew Walsh's captivity. Now, the sight of him turns my stomach. "There's no way for you to escape this time," Gio says. "We're not here to hurt you. It will be easier for everyone if you come along without making a fuss." He's right, I realize. I'm trapped. I can't fight these men, and even if I stood a chance, I can't risk Harry getting hurt. My shoulders slump. "Come on," Gio says, reaching for my arm. I jerk out of his grip, glaring. "I can walk on my own." He backs off, chuckling. "That you can." The car ride to the mansion feels impossibly short. Harry doesn't have a care in the world and quickly falls asleep in the car seat. I spend the ride seething, digging my nails into the meat of my palms. Gabriel's men hunted me down and trapped me like escaped livestock, like property. And now I'm being toted back to his mansion, where presumably he will laugh about it in my face before tearing Harry out of my arms and locking me away for good this time. And there is nothing I can do about it. I want to believe that Gabriel wouldn't be so cruel. During my time with him, he could be very sweet and caring, but he also killed my father and has been importing purple heroin into the city, so I wouldn't put it past him. When we reach the gates, I plaster my face to the window and watch as we start to crawl through the familiar scenery. Rolling lawns sparkle with morning dew, and we pass a copse of maple trees whose leaves are tinged with the rust of the oncoming fall. The main house rises proudly ahead of us, a masterpiece of Gregorian symmetry. The red brick glows in the sunlight. I scrutinize the portico with its marble columns and the oversized black door, its fresh lacquer gleaming. 2 guards stand, straight-backed, on either side of the door. When I left, this portico was nothing but a pile of rubble from a recent attack by the Irish. Looking at it now, you'd never know. The car stops and Gio gets out. I unstrap Harry before anyone else has a chance and band my arms around him. If Gabriel wants to take him from me, he's going to have one hell of a fight on his hands. Gio opens my door. "The boss is waiting for you," he says. I take a steadying breath and get out, approaching the front door with leaden feet. My heart races. My muscles twitch, and I consider bolting away, though I know that would be in vain. There is nowhere for me to go. The only reason I was able to escape last time was because I had help from someone in Gabriel's inner circle, and look how well that turned out. The door opens and I step inside. Gabriel is standing in the middle of the vaulted foyer, arms folded over his broad chest. He is just as savagely beautiful as I remember. Tall and imposing, with high cheekbones and dark brows that slope in the same disapproving fashion as his graceful lips. Gabriel is always well-dressed, and today is no different. His charcoal gray suit fits his wide shoulders and narrow waist perfectly, not a wrinkle out of place, and he wears a tie the color of blood around his neck. Gabriel's striking black eyes narrow on me. I refuse to cower. though my instincts warn that I probably should. I am in the presence of a predator. No doubt about it. Gabriel opens his mouth to speak, but I beat him to the punch. "You murderous son of a bitch!" I yell. "Have you not ruined my life already? Why can't you just leave me alone?" Harry shuffles in my arms. It's poor form to act like this in front of him, especially since he's bound to be very annoyed at being woken, but I can't help myself. I rub his back, hoping that will be enough to keep him from crying. If Gabriel is shocked by my outburst, he doesn't show it. "It's good to see you too, Alexis." His husky voice sends a shiver down my spine. I try not to think of all the times he has commanded me with that baritone, or praised me in his equally seductive deep whisper. I focus on my justified rage at the indignity of my capture and the burning knowledge of his unforgivable crimes. As though sensing Gabriel's presence, Harry tries to wiggle around to look at him. I turn my body to the side, shielding Gabriel from his view. "Good to see me?" I hiss. "What is wrong with you? Why can't you just leave me alone? I obviously want nothing to do with you, or don't you know how to take a hint?" Gabriel's jaw tenses. "I rescued you from Andrew Walsh, and you repaid me by taking my child and running away. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?" "You're right," I snap. "I should have stayed so you and I could raise Harry together like a happy little family. And one day, when he was older, we could sit down and tell him the heartwarming story of how you murdered his grandfather in cold blood." I glower at him. "Doesn't that sound nice?" Gabriel's expression flickers, and I realize that he didn't know I overheard him in the hospital that day, loopy on painkillers, telling Vito that he needed to confess to me what he'd done. It is seldom I get a leg up on Gabriel Belluci, and I savor this moment. Gabriel closes the distance between us with long strides, stopping close enough for me to smell his musky, woody cologne. The scent of it still fills my belly with warmth, and I resist the urge to lean in and inhale deeply. Gabriel reaches for my shoulder and turns me to face him, fingertips lingering on my collarbone. The brief touch makes every single one of my nerves sit up and take notice. My breath hitches. I marinate in the realization that, despite my anger and fear, my body still craves him like a drug. "It's more complicated than that," Gabriel says, voice low. "You don't understand." His hand strays to Harry's head, stroking his silky tangle of dark hair. Harry looks up, smiling. "I think I understand perfectly well. You're a monster." "Dada!" Harry exclaims, undercutting my point. Gabriel's lips tilt at the corners, and my heart does a wet flop in my chest, like it always does when I see Gabriel and Harry together. I think of the days when we were a happy family, when I was free to feel the way I did about Gabriel, free to give in to my body's cravings. That was before I knew what I know now. I hike a couple steps backward. "Let us go. You can't keep us here." Gabriel's mouth flattens. "I think you know that I can keep you here," he says. "However, I will let you leave. But there is something we need to discuss first." I don't believe him. Gabriel is just trying to manipulate me. "Whatever it is, I don't want to hear it." I stand tall, bouncing Harry as he begins to sniff and huff in my arms. "You might look clean and polished, Gabriel, but on the inside, you're as twisted as the Celtic knots you revile so much." Harry starts to cry in earnest, and the sound is like nails driving into my skull. I lean over and whisper soothing words against his cheek, but Harry isn't listening. He reaches a chubby palm toward Gabriel, and my heart cracks. Gabriel sweeps toward us, and I stiffen. He leans over Harry. "It's okay, little man," he murmurs. "You're home now." My stomach churns. Home. There was a time when this place almost felt like home, but now it is the prison it was always intended to be. Harry quiets down, mumbling something unintelligible as his fingers close on Gabriel's nose. Gabriel chuckles. When he straightens, the smile drops from his features and he turns to Gio with cold eyes. "Take Alexis to her room and detain her there." Gio takes my arm, and I twist free. As I am escorted up the stairs, I turn back and snarl at Gabriel. "Harry might love you now, but he's going to grow up, and when he does, he'll understand the twisted creature that you are." If my words affect him in any way, he doesn't show it. Gabriel's footsteps echo across the marble, and he leaves the room. Alexis. I spend the whole day plotting my escape. Only I come up with bupkis. I have no phone, no sympathetic ears to my plight, and no hope. I think about trying to get a message to Debbie somehow, but what will she be able to do? Plus, she only just disentangled herself from the mob. I doubt she is keen to put her or her daughter's life on the line again anytime soon, and I don't blame her. She already went above and beyond by hiding me for a week. I tire myself out pacing my room, which has not changed an iota since I left. All my things are still there, clothes folded neatly in the closet, fresh sheets on the bed. Gabriel always expected me back here, no doubt of that. This only adds to my feeling of hopelessness. I am brought 3 meals throughout the day, as well as an assortment of snack foods. And I wonder if Gabriel thinks he can buy my affection with Funyuns. Considering I eat them all, perhaps he can. As well as plotting plans that will never work, I spend the whole day anticipating Gabriel's arrival. At first, all I can think about is screaming at him until my vocal cords give out. Once I calm down a little, around lunchtime when I receive a pack of strawberry Twizzlers in addition to my soup and sandwich, my thoughts shift in a direction I am not proud of. I think about his dominating persona, the way he lights me up inside with just one look. I remember all the things he has done to me within these 4 walls. I sit watching the door, legs squeezed together, expecting him to burst in any second and demand I remove my clothes. At this point, I take a cold shower, and by the time dinner comes, roasted chicken with vegetables, and the aforementioned Funyuns, I have pushed these thoughts from my mind and returned to plotting. Ultimately, I end the day with nothing. I put Harry to bed in the adjoining nursery and return to my own room, where I read by lamplight until my eyelids grow heavy. I shut off the light and slide into the soft sheets. It's all disturbingly domestic. At first, I think I am dreaming. I feel a warm weight pressing me to the mattress, and the scent of Gabriel's cologne wraps around me before I even open my eyes. When I do, blinking in the darkness, Gabriel towers above me. His strong thighs straddle my waist. His arms flex above me, and I realize that my wrists are pinned above my head. "What are you doing?" I hiss, struggling in vain. Gabriel lowers his face over mine. I feel his soft breath on my lips. "I'm twisted, remember?" he hums. "I thought I would come and show you just how twisted I can be." Distantly, I know that I should be afraid of him. He's twice my size, and I've offended him more than my fair share, not to mention the fact that he's a literal murderer. Only I don't feel afraid. I'm angry. I'm really angry. The pang of heat between my legs reminds me that I'm horny too, but that just makes me angrier because I don't want Gabriel to have that power over me, but he inevitably does. "Get off me," I say through gritted teeth. "You're tough, Alexis," he snaps. "So tough, you think you can make it in the world without my protection. So go on. Prove to me how deadly you are. Make me." I can't make him do a goddamn thing, and he knows it. "Gabriel, I swear to God." "What?" he sneers, lowering his lips to my ear. "What are you going to do, Alexis? Come on, show me how tough you are." His chest presses into mine, and I wonder if he can feel how hard my heart is beating. I wonder if he can feel how fleshed I am. I twist my hips from side to side, but it does nothing but draw my attention to the bulge between his thighs, grinding over my mound. I try to suppress a moan, but it comes out as a gasp instead, and it is clear as day to both of us that I am just as turned on as he is. Gabriel draws my wrists together and secures them with one of his paw-like hands. His other hand comes around my throat, gripping loosely. "Tell me that you don't need me," he challenges. Feverish lust twists through my veins, and I push it down, sucking in a deep breath. "I don't need you," I grit out. "Liar." His lips drag over my cheek, and my eyes flutter closed. This time, I fail to suppress the moan that slips between my lips. "Tell me that you don't want me," he purrs, teeth scraping over the bottom of my jaw. I swallow, mouth dry. I try to speak, but the words refuse to form themselves on my tongue. I do want him, my body screams. I want him with every fiber of my being. "Go on," he prompts, fingers tightening on my throat. He grinds his cock against me. All I can do is whimper. "That's what I thought," Gabriel says, and I can hear the smirk in his voice. "You'll always be mine, Alexis." A half-dozen insults pop into my mind, and then quietly swan dive into the abyss as he starts to kiss my neck. This is the point of no return for me. I give in to the passion, letting my hungry flesh take over. Gabriel's lips carve a hot path down my neck, and I tilt my head back, sighing. He moves down, releasing my hands and throat as his lips glide over the tops of my breasts. He squeezes them through the fabric of my tank top, groaning approvingly. I arch back, inviting him to provide further attention, but Gabriel never follows anyone's plan but his own. Without warning, he flips me onto my stomach and pulls my hands behind me. I feel something hard and plastic bind them together, a zip tie. "What are you doing?" I ask, looking back at him. The shadows dance over Gabriel's handsome face, and he grins at me. "Reminding you who's in charge." He hikes my hips into the air, and my face presses into the pillows. My breath catches in anticipation, warmth pooling between my thighs. Gabriel yanks down my pajama shorts, and the air is cool on my bare ass. I wait, heart slamming into my ribs, as I feel him shuffle on the bed. I expect the next thing I feel to be his shaft driving into me, but groan as his breath fans over my wetness. He anchors his hands on my hips and leans in, running his tongue between my folds. A hot shudder runs through me. Gabriel smacks my ass, and I gasp at the sudden sting of pain. Then he dives in, burying his face between my cheeks and licking and sucking my clit ravenously. I cry out, voice muffled by the pillows. The pleasure is intense. The heat of his lips, the firmness of his tongue, the wetness of his mouth, all combine to drive me to the pinnacle of pleasure. I grind back against his face, seeking more. Tension coils in my belly. He swirls his tongue, and I whimper with the need to come. Gabriel chuckles darkly against me, the vibrations singing in my veins. And then he pulls away. "Not yet, tiger," he growls, delivering another hard slap to my rear. He moves off the bed, and I try to twist to see what he is doing, but the angle makes it difficult. I wonder if he is going to leave me like this, wet and wanting. He said he wanted to teach me a lesson, didn't he? It would certainly achieve that. My fears are assuaged when I feel Gabriel return to the bed. His thighs are bare as they brush against mine, and I feel the weight of his cock against my ass. "You know what I want to hear," Gabriel tells me, rubbing his length along my seam. My eyes roll to the back of my head. Fuck. He cups my pussy with his hand, fingers gliding in, teasing lines over my lips. I know exactly what he wants me to say, but maybe, if I pretend like I don't, he'll forget all about it, lose himself in his lust, and fuck me anyway. "Say it, Alexis." His deep voice drapes over me. I swallow. I don't know what... Gabriel brings his palm over my ass, and I yelp. The pain skitters away, and pleasure seeps in its place. "Don't play coy," he warns, circling a digit over my entrance. I want him so badly that I can feel it in my bones, a deep ache between my legs that, if left unquenched, will surely kill me. Surely. So I swallow hard, and I say the two simple words that I know will forever be my undoing. "I'm yours." Gabriel growls deep in his throat, and the next thing I know, his cock is filling me, stretching me wide. I cry out in ecstasy. He rears back and slams into me again and again. And after only a few thrusts, I break into a million pieces, pleasure flooding under my skin. Gabriel has only just begun. He hauls me back by my wrists, slamming up into me with wild abandon. My body tenses with the crest of another orgasm, and I am powerless to do anything other than let it blast over me as he rams home over and over. The force of my climax sends me flying out of my skin. I curse as I careen back to earth, falling. Gabriel grunts and swears, anchoring his hips against mine as he pulses inside of me. He collapses against me, limbs shaking as we both catch our breath. Now what? I wonder. All the things I know about Gabriel, the tiny shards of horror, come back. Shame rolls hot and thick in my belly, and I am desperate for him to leave. I don't want to cuddle, and the only kind of pillow talk I can picture us having will inevitably end with me yelling at him. Gabriel shifts away from me and returns a second later. He grasps my wrists and cuts them free, and I shuffle around until I'm seated with my back against the headboard. I massage my sore wrists. Gabriel gets off the bed, and I watch him put on clothes in the darkness. I open my mouth to speak, but the words stick in my throat. He goes to the door, and his smooth voice coils around me in the shadows. "It's good to have you back." And then he's gone. I flop onto my back and stare at the ceiling, wondering what the hell is wrong with me. Within the first 24 hours of being Gabriel's prisoner for the second time, I've already hopped enthusiastically back into bed with him. When God made me, he must have inserted a passion for snack foods in my brain, where other people were given self-control. I sigh and get out of bed. I go to the bathroom and then pop through the door connecting to the nursery. The room glows with the dim golden light of the nightlight, and I creep across the floor to the crib to check on Harry. He's fast asleep, clutching a teddy bear I've never seen before. Curious, I extricate the bear from his grip and turn it over in my hands. There are words stitched into the paw, and I narrow my eyes, struggling to read them. With love, from Dad. Gabriel must have brought the toy in here on his way to fuck me senseless. Seeing it makes me realize that Gabriel's love for Harry is genuine. It's not a trick or a manipulation. But what about me? I lower the teddy back into the crib, and Harry grasps it, pulling it close. My heart twists. I wonder what Gabriel meant when he said the situation with my father was more complicated than I presumed. I can't imagine any situation in which I would be okay with him having killed my father. But maybe I should at least listen to him. The one thing I can't do, however, is believe him. 24 hours and I can already feel myself slipping back into his grip, letting his familiar warmth ease away my doubts and worries. I can't let that happen. The last time I was in the mansion, I was looking for a story. I have found that story in the Purple Heroin Crisis, and I owe a duty to myself and to the city to use my time here as an opportunity to learn everything I can about how Gabriel fits into it. So, that's what I'll do. What I must not do? Let myself fall for him. Again. Alexis. The first bands of morning light filter through the blinds and splay across the bed, where I lie tangled in the sheets. I have been tossing and turning all night. My mind has been buzzing far too loudly to allow any sleep. I peer blearily toward the window, spotting cheery blue sky between the slats. There is no point even trying to sleep anymore. I heft myself out of bed, and there is a twinge of pain in my wrists. I lift and inspect them, noting the pale ribbon of purple bruising from the zip tie. The memory of last night should repulse me, but instead my tummy flutters. I want to do it again. I slide out of bed and pad toward the nursery, where I find Harry sleeping like a log. He hasn't slept this soundly in weeks, even after we ditched the lumpy hotel mattresses for Debbie's luxury apartment. That tells me everything I need to know. This is home to Harry. He's comfortable here. I try not to take it personally, but it's hard not to. I head back into my room and stare at each of the walls in turn. My prison is painted a lovely lilac with white trim. All the furniture is white, too, and consists of a long desk, a chest of drawers, and a leather chair. If they decorated actual prisons in soothing pastel tones, I'm positive there would be a notable reduction in violence. It's hard to be angry in such a lovely environment, and I struggle to claw onto my rage but feel it slip further and further away. Much as I resent Gabriel for keeping me here, it is a good deal more comfortable than anywhere else I have stayed since, and Harry is undeniably in the safest possible place he could be. None of that, however, makes me feel any less trapped. Feeling ballsy, I creep to the door and rest my hand on the knob. I picture myself opening it and being instantly knocked to the ground by Gabriel's overzealous security staff, desperate to avoid being the one who allows my escape for the second time. Who am I kidding? It's probably locked. Gabriel wouldn't take that chance. I turn the knob and am shocked when the door glides open. I pause, waiting for a reaction from the guards who I know must be in the hall outside, but nothing. I tiptoe forward and stick my head through the gap. When I look to the right, a guard with big, bushy eyebrows, who I recognize as Angelo, is staring at me, one eyebrow cocked. Feeling brave, I saunter right out into the hall. Angelo stands a little straighter, and the guard on the other side of the doorway does the same, but neither of them demand I go back into the room. I test my boundaries, passing Angelo and continuing down the hall. I pause at the end, glancing back at him, and point down the hall as if to say, "I'm going that-a-way." He doesn't stop me. Okay, so I have a little more freedom than I thought. If I try to escape, I know that neither of the two guards would waste any time tackling me to the dirt, but at least I'm allowed to amble around the house. I do a catwalk-worthy turn and sashay back to my room. I notice Angelo trying to hide his smile. I wink as I pass, and his chuckle is the last thing I hear before I close the door. I head for the bathroom, turning on the shower and letting the room fill with steam as I strip out of my pajamas. This discovery is a weight lifted from my shoulders. I'm not stuck in my room. I can deal with being confined to the mansion. That's not a problem. Gabriel has made a massive mistake in bringing me here, and an even bigger one in allowing me free rein. He doesn't know I'm investigating the purple heroin crisis. I want to cackle with laughter, but considering that kind of bizarre behavior is sure to be reported to my keeper, I just indulge in a cat-like smile as I step under the spray of hot water. I am going to make Gabriel rue the day he ever thought he could control me. The next time I leave my room, it is with clean, lavender-scented hair and a purpose. I nod to Angelo and the other guard, then take off down the hall, keeping my footsteps as light as possible. I slow as I near Gabriel's office and hear voices through the door. The aim of my wandering is ostensibly to stretch my legs, but if I see or hear something in the process, bonus. I pause to listen at the door, hovering my ear over the wood. "Little Walsh and I are doing a deal next week," I hear Gabriel say, voice slightly muffled. "We can discuss it then." "Some of the men are still questioning the alliance with the Irish," a male voice responds. Vito, I think. "Mirko, chief among them." "Yes, well." Gabriel pauses, and I stiffen. He mutters something in a hushed voice to Vito, and then footsteps approach the door. I reel back just as it swings open. Vito stands in the doorway, smiling fondly at me. "Good morning, Alexis," he says, silvery eyes crinkling at the corners. "It's good to see you." I wish I could say the same, I mutter blithely. He chuckles and salutes in Gabriel's direction before taking off down the hall, leaving me staring through the open doorway at an unimpressed-looking Gabriel. He is still seated behind his desk and lifts his hand, beckoning me into his office with the smooth flick of one of his fingers. I swallow and enter, closing the door behind me. Gabriel's laptop is open on the desk in front of him, and he swings it around to face me. The screen is divided into several squares, each of them showing security footage from a different part of the house. One of the squares, of course, shows the hallway outside his office door. "I would say that snooping isn't very ladylike, but that's never stopped you before," he remarks coolly. I slap the lid of his laptop closed and sink into the chair across from him. "For that same reason, I guess I won't remind you that kidnapping isn't very gentlemanly." He settles back in his chair, lip ticking ever so slightly, and for a second, I think he's going to make a comment about our midnight rendezvous, but when he speaks, his words are razor-edged. You took my son. You killed my father. His eyes settle on mine. They are like bottomless black pits. I can hardly tell where the iris ends and the pupil begins. I told you, it's more complicated than you think. My pulse throbs angrily. I try to remind myself why I'm here, to ask about my father, to listen to what he says, and let him think that he has appeased me. Once upon a time, Gabriel falsely accused me of manipulating him. Now I am here for that express purpose, to hear his lies and let him think that I am gobbling them up. Only then will he lower his defenses. So I try not to snap at him. I really do. It's just that I've never been good at controlling myself where Gabriel is concerned. You're disgusting, I spit, sharpening my glare. You really think anything you say is going to make it okay that you made me an orphan? I lost both of my parents in 1 year. At least I can't blame the cancer that took my mom. It was doing the only thing it knew how to do. Then again, maybe you were too. Gabriel swallows, staring at me, and I wonder if my words have actually cut him. For a second, I don't see the murderous mob boss across from me. Instead, I see Gabriel, forced to his knees in front of me, a gun pressed to his head, ready to die for my freedom. I feel a pang of guilt deep in my gut. When Gabriel speaks, his voice is gravelly and low. It wasn't the cancer. Silence ripples through the air. I blink. Then I blink again. What do you mean? I ask. I think of my mother's frail body, propped up in bed, machines whirring and beeping beside her. My father's hunched form, her tiny hand in his, the weight of her hollow stare as she slipped further and further away from the land of the living. Gabriel scrubs a hand through his hair and gets to his feet. Come with me. I stay put. Where? Where we won't be overheard, he states impatiently, propping his laptop under his arm and walking around the desk to haul me to my feet. He starts to guide me out of his office, and I know exactly where we're going. The room next door is soundproof and bug-proof, and lined with lockers filled to the brim with weapons of every kind, and all the documentation I would need to bring Gabriel's whole enterprise down. As he unlocks the door and leads me inside, I wonder if there is anything in here that would incriminate him in the purple heroin trade. Last time I was in here, Gabriel stripped me naked to check me for bugs. This time he just sets his laptop up on the metal bench, then unlocks a safe at the far end and produces a disk from it. Gabriel, I bark, hands clenching at my side. What the fuck is going on? Gabriel slots the disk in his laptop and clicks open the file. He angles the screen toward me. Your father was not the man you thought he was. I narrow my eyes, scrutinizing the image on the screen. It looks like a still from security footage of a dimly lit room. A basement, maybe? There is only one man on screen, tied to a chair in the center of the image, and he's not my father. Gabriel taps on the spacebar, and the video starts to play. There is no sound, but if I had to guess what the man in the chair was doing, I would say it was begging. He's young, probably in his early 20s. He looks scared. Who is that? I ask. His name was Damien Walsh, Gabriel answers. Walsh? Gabriel nods. Andrew Walsh's younger son. Watch. Fabrizio Belluci saunters up to the chair and pats Damien's head. I would recognize the family resemblance even if Gabriel didn't have a photo of his father hanging in his office. I glance over at it now, noting the contrast between the stern expression he wears in the picture and the jovial lift of his mouth in the video. Fabrizio looks back, talking to someone off-screen. He laughs at something they say and then slams his fist across Damien's face. I jump at the sudden violence. I am just about to ask Gabriel why he's showing me this and what the hell it has to do with my mom or her cancer, when a familiar figure walks to stand next to Fabrizio, partially blocking the view of the bound Irish mobster. "No," I whisper. The man claps Fabrizio on the back, grinning. He has dark hair that he wears slicked back. His thick brows and dusting of stubble always made him look tired in my memories. He doesn't look tired now. I get closer to the screen, practically mashing my nose against it in my desperation to prove my eyes wrong. Because if what I'm seeing is true, that's my father, I croak. My gaze snaps to Gabriel's, but he taps on the screen. "Keep watching." I do, feeling sick as my father delivers the next blow to the prisoner. He bends over Damien, ripping his head back by the hair and yelling into his face. He looks up and says something to Fabrizio, who walks off screen and returns a moment later with a knife. I slam the laptop closed. I can't watch any more of this. My stomach rolls. I try to walk to the door, needing to escape this room and all the horrors it contains. But dizziness hits me hard in the gut, and I stagger, gripping the lip of the bench for support. "He was a state prosecutor," I say, mouth dry. "He helped people." Gabriel nods, gaze even. "He helped my father. Quite a bit. They were good friends and worked together for years." I shake my head. "No, that's not possible." "That's not all, Alexis." Gabriel clears his throat and goes back to the safe, pulling out 2 folders. "He was poisoning your mother. Her cancer was mild, and she could have survived it. It was the poison that killed her." "No, she died of cancer," I object. "I visited her in the hospital. I talked to her doctor." Gabriel opens the folders on the bench and spreads out their contents. "Even doctors can be bought." He taps on one of the pages, which has my mom's name written on top. It looks like medical results of some kind. "This is your mother's toxicology report. Look at the difference between her report and a patient who actually had cancer." He taps a page from the other folder. "He slipped in the poison with the cocktail of chemo drugs." "No." I shake my head and lurch away from the table. "No, you're lying." If I choose to believe Gabriel, then everything I know about my life is a lie. My mother's death could have been avoided. My father was just as much of a criminal as the ones he put behind bars. Not only that, but I named my son after a wicked man. The sort of man who smiles as he tortures a kid half his age and murders his loving wife of 20 years. I have no reason to lie, Alexis. "Because you're sick," I scream. "You're just trying to control me." "It's the truth." He tries to grab my shoulders and I wrench away. My legs shake, threatening to give out beneath me, and I hang onto the bench for dear life as the first sob crushes my chest. I can't breathe. I choke, dissolving toward the floor as gravity becomes too much for me to bear. Gabriel reaches for me again, and this time I collapse into his arms. I can't take it. My chest heaves with sobs, and I bury my face into Gabriel's shoulders as his strong arms hold me upright. His thick frame surrounds me, and I melt into his comforting scent. I don't know how long we stand there. I only know that I cry for what feels like an eternity. And Gabriel is the only thing keeping me from crumbling into 1,000 pieces on the floor.
Gabriel.
Dada! Plane!
Harry insists, pointing to the toy airplane on the floor by his toy chest. Before Alexis took him away, Harry's favorite game involved me zooming an airplane over his head while he tried to catch it like King Kong. I am pleased to see that he still enjoys it. I stretch across and grab the plane, and Harry giggles happily as I float it over his head, dip in and dive in while humming engine noises. His chubby fingers reach high into the sky, sometimes so close they skim along the belly of the plane, but never quite catching it. It has been a long day, and I am happy for the distraction. I hoped to see Alexis here, but found Harry with the nanny, Jessica, instead. Ever since I told her the truth about her father, Alexis has been distant. That morning, after she crumpled in my arms and sobbed until she had no tears left, Alexis insisted on watching the video again, and then once more. I couldn't understand why she would put herself through it again, and I can only surmise that she was hoping to desensitize herself somehow. If that was the aim, it didn't work. It has been several days since then, and I have barely seen her. I know I did the right thing in telling her. I shouldn't care that the truth upset her. I shouldn't care about her at all. Yet I can't help but stare at the door to her room and wonder if she is okay on the other side.
Down!
Harry says. I bring the plane into a nosedive, landing it in his lap. He laughs and grabs it from me, teetering to his feet and staggering around the room, making it fly himself. I watch, warmth radiating through me. I am so relieved to have Harry back. He has brought sunshine back into my life in a time when I desperately need it. Then I hear it. At first, the sound is hard to pick out over Harry's exaggerated plane noises, so I slide closer to Alexis's door. Sure enough, I catch the sound of Alexis's sobs. The wretched noise is like a knife to my heart. I wonder how many times since seeing the video she has cried alone, mourning the beautiful lies that colored her world and kept her safe from the jagged truth. Her father was a despicable man. The only regret I have for removing him from this world is that my actions set off a chain reaction that ended with Alexis finding out that her father was in no way the man she thought him to be. I look back at Harry, who is plopped down on his rear with the toy and pays me no mind, oblivious to his mother's distress just through the door. I get up and go to the door, debating whether I should just leave it be. On the one hand, I'm still angry at Alexis. She violated my trust and stole my son from me. On the other, I feel her pain as if it is my own, for reasons I don't fully understand. I knock gently on the door and then glide it open. The crying stops abruptly. The only light in the room emanates from the window, where the last strand of daylight glows on the horizon. I spy Alexis's huddled form on the bed, and she hastily wipes her face on the back of her arm and clears her throat. "Yeah?" she asks in a hoarse voice. I lick my lip. "Are you hungry?" She looks back at me with a vacant expression. Her blue eyes, that normally sparkle like the playful ocean waves under the bright sun, are dull, lifeless. Her brown curls fall limp against her cheeks. "I guess so," Alexis answers. I don't know why the impulse grips me. I only know that I cannot stand her sadness anymore. "Will you have dinner with me?" I ask. Alexis takes a slow breath and nods. "Yeah, sure." She lifts from the bed and walks to meet me at the doorway. I suppress the urge to hold her heart-shaped face in my hands and rub my thumbs down her tear-stained cheeks. Her eyes are rimmed with red, her lips dry. Even so, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
We should put Harry to bed,
Alexis suggests. We walk into the nursery and Alexis lifts Harry to her, closing her eyes as she holds him tight to her chest. She rocks him slowly. He puckers his lips, eyelids fluttering closed, and I watch as the two of them get lost in their own little moment. Alexis and I slip into a familiar routine as we get Harry ready for bed, bathing him, drying him, putting on a fresh diaper, and wrangling him into a soft jersey onesie. We don't speak. We don't need to. We have done this enough times before that I know when to pass her the towel and she knows when to turn on the mobile. And both of us know that the best part of the whole process is standing in the darkened room over Harry's bed as he settles and drifts off to sleep. "What do you want to eat?" I ask once we are in the hall. "I thought we could get something delivered." Alexis shrugs.
Whatever.
We go to the living room, where we sit on the couch, and I pull out my phone in order. When I am done, I look up and see Alexis staring at me. Her Cupid's bow lips are pressed together in concentration, like she is trying to gain access to my mind. "What are you doing?" I ask, cocking a brow.
I want to see it again.
I shake my head, knowing exactly what she means. That's not a good idea. Alexis scoots closer, desperation swimming in her eyes.
"Please," she says. "Just one more time."
"Watching that video won't help you understand," I insist, brow furrowing. "There is no magic switch that you can flip where you will suddenly be able to accept what he did."
"He laughed."
Alexis looks down at her fingers, where I see she has bitten the nails down to the quick.
"He and your father laughed while they tortured that man, like it was a game to them."
I lift her hands from her lap and clasp them in mine. They are ice cold. "You need to stop obsessing about it, Alexis. It won't do you any good." She rips her hands away and fixes me with an accusing stare.
"You just expect me to forget about it? You can't turn my world on its head and then tell me to let it go. It's not that easy."
"I know," I sigh. "This is why I didn't want to tell you about it in the first place. I never intended for you to find out about any of it."
"It's always better to know than to not know,"
she says in a flat voice.
"I just wish I could understand."
"You never will. You need to accept that." Her shoulders slump.
"He laughed, Gabriel. He laughed."
"I know."
"Just let me see it again,"
she pleads. I shake my head. "No."
"Please."
"No, Alexis." She sighs and collapses on the couch, her head falling back against the cushions. My fingers itch to reach for her, to pull her to my chest and kiss her forehead, but I won't allow myself. So I get up and walk to the drinks cabinet, pouring myself a whiskey. "Do you want one?" I ask, glancing over my shoulder at Alexis. She doesn't move.
"Sure."
I bring her drink over and press it into her palm. Alexis lifts her head and drains the glass, setting it onto the coffee table before slouching back again. We sit in silence while we wait for the food. I figure from what I know about Alexis, trying to speak to her before she gets some food would be pointless. I get word from my men that the food has arrived and been set up in the dining room for me, and I stand and offer Alexis my hand. She takes it, and I drag her to her feet.
"What did you order?"
she asks, a little more interested now that the prospect of dinner is so close at hand. "Whatever." She shoots me a quizzical look as we walk through the house, and when we reach the dining room, she stops dead. The table is covered in takeout boxes of all different kinds. Pizza, Chinese, Indian, burgers. I ordered a little bit of everything. If there's anything Alexis responds to, it's food. I figured I would hedge my bets. I have not seen Alexis move so quickly in days. She jogs around the table, piles up a plate, and takes a seat at the head of the table. I decide not to point out that she is sitting in my seat, and instead grab a plate for myself and take the seat to her right. Alexis bites into a burger, which muffles her moan of delight. "Oh my God." I chuckle, stabbing a piece of chicken with my fork. You would think I don't feed you. "Victoria's on a health kick," she says, chewing. "I've eaten a whole rainbow of fruits and vegetables this week, which is great because it sets a good example for Harry, but not great because all I want to do when I'm in a shitty mood is binge on junk food." She twirls a bunch of chow mein around her fork and shoves it into her mouth. Eyes roll into the back of her head. We fall into a comfortable silence while Alexis devours her food. I'm pleased to see her looking a little less miserable. When Alexis's plate is mostly empty, she pushes a piece of chicken around absently and stares at it. "Gabriel?" I look up. "Yes?" "Did you know my dad?" she asks. "Like, did you talk to him?" "Not often." "Did he ever mention me?" Her voice is small, like she is afraid of what the answer will be. "No," I admit. I didn't even know he had a daughter. But like I said, I didn't talk to him often. He was my father's friend, one of many, so I didn't pay much attention to him. She looks up at me, narrowing her eyes slightly. "I would argue that killing him entailed paying him a lot of attention." There it is, a whispering of the wit that endeared Alexis to me from the first moment we met. I am glad to see it returning. I suppose that it was more that I tried to ignore him until I couldn't ignore him anymore, I answer. "Why not?" she asks. "How did it happen?" I take a breath and weigh the words in my mind. I consider telling her everything, revealing the rest of my secrets to her now, but decide against it. I don't want to upset her further. "Are you wondering if he mentioned you because you worry that he didn't love you?" I ask. "Or are you searching for proof of it?" Her eyes go back to her plate. "I don't know. I always thought he loved my mom. He would spend hours at her bedside, reading to her, updating her on everything that was going on in the outside world. I would never have questioned his affection for me before, but knowing what I know, the man who raised me seems like an entirely different person from the one I saw on that video. I just want to know if any of it was real." I rest my fork on my plate and lean back in my chair. I don't know what to tell her. The baby monitor crackles to life from my pocket, and Harry's screams rip through the room. This doesn't sound like the typical crying that Harry does. He usually works up to it, sniffling and gurgling first.
"Monster!"
he wails, driving a spike of fear through my chest. Alexis and I are on our feet in an instant, and we both take off toward the nursery, bounding up the foyer stairs and sweeping past the bewildered guards. Alexis goes to Harry while I check the closet and Alexis's bedroom for possible signs of an intruder. The window is secure and everything is as it should be. Of course it is. He's safe here. I have guards watching him 24/7. Alexis has managed to quiet him down by the time I am finished, though he is still breathing rapidly. "It was a nightmare," she says soothingly, running her fingers over his wet cheek. "It wasn't real."
monster,"
he whimpers. I can only imagine the kinds of monsters Harry might see in his dreams. To this day, I don't know what Andrew Walsh and his thugs did with Harry during the 3 days Alexis and Harry were held captive. But considering how poorly they treated her, I suspect I don't want to know. And I hope when he is older he doesn't remember. I lean back against the wall as my heartbeat slows. Alexis begins to sing softly. I probably take as much comfort in the song as Harry. I would do anything to keep Harry from seeing another monster. But my nightmares are far from over. That means his are too.
Alexis. Harry runs ahead of me, squealing with delight at the freedom the long hallway provides. I stride after him, holding my hands out for when he inevitably falls. When he reaches the end of the hall, he turns and runs into my arms. "Good job, little guy." I nuzzle against his head. "Do you want to keep going?" "Yeah." I hold him a second longer, straining to hear through the door we just happened to stop beside. If Gabriel is watching the cameras, I'm not doing anything suspicious. I'm certainly not eavesdropping. I'm just helping our son develop his muscles and balance, and using the hallway that stretches between the nursery and Gabriel's office to do so. "More work on the docks," I hear Vito say. Harry struggles in my arms, keen to start running in the other direction, and his irritated whimper means I miss part of Gabriel's reply, catching only, "Another shipment next week." I release Harry and he bolts in the other direction. I follow close behind, digesting what I just heard. Gabriel took shipments and did work on the docks before purple heroin came along. Maybe that's still all it is. Maybe he's not part of the crisis at all. I know, wishful thinking. I don't want to face the repulsive fact that my father's son, the man who I possibly am falling for the second time, is scum of the earth. Gabriel is a criminal, sure, but I thought he at least had a code. Pushing purple heroin onto dealers and saturating the streets with it, while also cutting funding to programs that could help save lives, is so utterly beneath him that it doesn't make sense to me. Even as the evidence lines up in a neat row before me, I don't want to believe it. My gut tells me something isn't right. But how much can I trust my gut when it's compromised by my apparent residual feelings for Gabriel? I don't want to believe the Italian Mafia are involved in the purple heroin trade because I don't want to believe that the man who can look at my son with such love and adoration would be capable of an enterprise so vile. I need to dig more. If I am going to investigate and expose Gabriel, I want to be very sure, especially after what I learned about my dad. My chest tightens at the thought. I was so sure that Gabriel was lying, that he'd murdered a good man, an innocent man. But the evidence doesn't lie. And seeing my father torture Damian Walsh with a smile on his face? Harry topples over ahead of me, and I push those dark thoughts from my mind. I spent nearly a week entertaining nothing but the cold, leaden weight of my morbid discovery, languishing in the pain. I've had enough of that now. It's not productive. The pain is still there, but I ignore it when I can. The more I focus on Harry, the easier that is. Gabriel comes to the nursery later that afternoon, while I am reading and watching Harry play with his blocks. And before either of us speaks a word, he hands me my cell phone. I wonder what I have done to earn this privilege, but decide not to look the proverbial gift horse in the mouth. Thank you. Gabriel nods and goes to Harry's side, helping him construct an even higher tower. I check through my notifications and am dismayed to see several missed calls and a half-dozen texts from Clara. She's sorry, desperately sorry, she writes. She was scared. I side-eye Gabriel. He has that effect on her. I remember testing the boundaries of my freedom, having assumed I was relegated to my room and the nursery. Nobody told me that I was allowed to walk around the house, but I was. I wonder how far I can push the borders of my incarceration. Gabriel, I say. He glances back at me, and in that time, Harry swipes a fist through the blocks and sends them tumbling to the ground. Yes? Gabriel asks, as though he hasn't noticed the architectural disaster. I want to go visit Clara. I hold my phone out so he can see all the notifications. Your goons threatened her and she's worried about me. He shrugs and starts rebuilding the structure. They were under strict instructions not to hurt her. She was in no danger. I frown, though the fact that he hasn't told me no outright is encouraging. Not being in danger and knowing you aren't in danger are two different things, I point out. She's fine, isn't she? Unharmed, all in one piece. All the same, I want to go see her, I persist. She'll be worried about me. Besides that, I'm worried about her. She's been drinking again. Gabriel tosses a block between his palms. His mouth tilts down at the corners. Yes, my men had mentioned something to that effect. So you'll let me go see her? I can see the gears working in his head. I wait for his answer with bated breath. Okay, he says finally, stacking the block on top of the new tower. But Harry stays here. Jessica can look after him. 1 second I'm positively joyous, and a record scratch later, my heart sinks. I can't leave Harry. Having dinner with Gabriel last night was the first time I'd been apart from Harry since Andrew Walsh's dirty compound, and even knowing Harry was upstairs still felt like too much distance to me. I know I'll need to cut the cord at some point, but it seems too soon. Gabriel watches me wrestle with my indecision. No doubt he is allowing me to leave without Harry because he knows that it is the only way to guarantee that I will come back. I wonder if there is some way for me to show him how committed I am to staying with him, at least for the time being, without revealing that I'm investigating him for connections to purple heroin. I consider objecting on grounds of safety. What if something happens to Harry and I'm not here to protect him? Who am I kidding? Harry's much safer at the mansion than he would ever be with me on the streets. I clear my throat. All right, Harry can stay here. Gabriel goes back to playing with Harry. The matter is settled. An hour later, I'm at the front door of Clara's apartment, shifting nervously from foot to foot, while Gabriel's driver, David, leans against the car and lights up a cigarette. It was impolite of me not to call first, but I didn't want to give Clara the chance to make up an excuse. I buzz her apartment and wait patiently, but there's no answer. I jam my finger into the buzzer again, this time not letting up until her voice crackles through the speaker. Who the hell is it? It's Alexis. Can I come in? There is a long pause before finally the front door clicks open to admit me. I step inside, stomach fluttering with trepidation. There is a reason that Clara has been so elusive. I only hope I'm not too late. I climb the stairs and arrive at Clara's front door, knocking lightly. I brace myself for whatever I am about to find on the other side, but nothing could prepare me for what I see. Clara opens the door, looking up at me through bloodshot eyes. She is a shade of her former self, the ghost of my best friend. Her curly blonde hair is pulled back into a tired bun, and her skin is pale, almost waxy-looking. She wears an oversized black hoodie and sweatpants, which eclipse her slim figure. "Clara!" I exclaim, trying not to sound overly horrified. "It's good to see you." "Now's not a good time," she murmurs, avoiding my gaze. "Please let me in." I purse my lips beseechingly. "I miss you." She sighs, glancing back into the apartment, and then opens the door. I step inside, and the first thing that greets me is the stench. I look to her kitchen in the corner, where dirty dishes overflow from the sink and a fly buzzes above the overstuffed garbage can. I wrinkle my nose as I follow Clara into the apartment, which used to be a verdant oasis of greenery. Now my gaze tracks from one brown, desiccated plant to the next. "How have you been, Clara?" I ask, trying to keep my tone light. Clara slumps onto the sofa. The shame emanating from her is palpable. Not only is her apartment a disgrace, but the evidence of her relapse lies littered all over the coffee table and the floor below. I pretend I don't see the discarded beer cans and wine bottles and perch on the sofa next to her. "You shouldn't be here," Clara replies, eyes flicking toward her closed bedroom door. I lay a hand on her shoulder. "Clara, we're friends, through the good times and the bad." "You shouldn't be here," she repeats, shaking her head. Her eyes swim with tears, and when she lifts her hand to wipe them away, the baggy sleeve of her sweatshirt draws back, and I catch sight of a sickly green bruise on her wrist. I reach out tentatively, but she eyes my curious fingers and yanks up the sleeve of the sweater. "I fell," she sniffs, looking toward her bedroom door again. "Is Killian here?" I ask. As if I needed only utter his name to summon him, the door to her room slams back from its hinges, and I get my first look at Killian. My first thought is that he shares an alarming resemblance to the junkie I interviewed in Newark a few weeks ago. Purple bags like bruises under his eyes, pale skin, a sort of twitchy way of moving that makes me nervous. He's wiry, though his white wife-beater hangs off him in a way that makes me think he used to be bigger. "You're Alexis," Killian hisses, eyes sparking. He flexes his shoulders, causing the many tattoos on his skin to bunch and twist. I look to Clara, whose lip is quivering. She is staring at him with an expression I can only describe as pleading. "Where's the kid?" Killian asks, walking closer. I notice several red pinpricks at the crook of his arm. He's an addict, probably purple heroin. "I didn't bring Harry," I say cautiously. Killian shrugs. "You win some, you lose some." "Clara?" My eyes go to her as I back away from Killian. Clara shakes her head, tears bubbling in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I told you that you shouldn't be here." "Shut up," Killian snaps. "Let me deal with this." He bolts forward, arms outstretched to grab me. His eyes glow with menace. I wheel backward until my tailbone slams into the kitchen counter, sending pain shooting up my spine. I don't have time to think, to process. I just grab the first thing I see and swing it toward him. This turns out to be a saucepan still half full of moldy pasta, and bits of cheesy noodles fling everywhere as the pot connects with Killian's skull. He staggers back, cursing and calling me every name in the book. I don't wait to let him recover. I leap through the apartment to the bedroom and lock myself inside, heart hammering as I try to think. Why is Clara's boyfriend trying to hurt me? More importantly, what the fuck am I going to do about it? I wish I'd thought to bring my knife. I'm glad I didn't bring Harry. I wish Gabriel was here. Killian bangs his fist against the door, and it shakes. I push my back against it and sink to the floor, screwing my eyes closed. "Come out," he roars. "I will break this fucking door down." I pull my phone from my back pocket with shaky hands.
Gabriel. I circle the bound man, jaw tight. His moss-green eyes follow me, bloody lips smirking. He is unrepentant, even knowing that first he will face my justice and then Patrick Walsh's. These rebels all have one thing in common. They're unstable, volatile. Their only goal seems to be to cause destruction, and so far I have been unable to determine how they are organizing. That will make them hard to root out. "James," I say, exasperation thick in my voice. "It'd be easier if you tell me what I want to know. You'll be treated as a traitor when I hand you over to Walsh. For now, you have the privilege of being treated only as a man who gunned down the front of a pizzeria, which doesn't mean I'll be nice to you, but you'll be in a good deal more pain once Patrick gets his hands on you." James spits on the ground. "Fuck you." I reel back and punch him across the face and feel the bones of his nose crunch against my fist. James lets out a low, pained moan, and his head falls forward. A drop of bloody drool dribbles into his lap. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it. My businesses are still recovering from my war with Andrew Walsh, and I assured all those under my protection that things would settle down now there was peace. These Irish rebels are ruining everything. "These are coordinated attacks," I say, digging my fingers into James's hair and yanking his face up. "Tell me where your orders are coming from." My phone buzzes again, this time with a text. I consider ignoring it again, but remember that I haven't gotten word from David that Alexis has returned safely yet. I nod to Mirko Bernardino, one of my capos, who takes over the interrogation as I step to the side. Mirko has been conducting some of the meetings with Patrick Walsh's men, though the Alliance has sat uncomfortably with him from the start. I hope that giving him an outlet to dish out violence on a legitimate enemy will ease some of his frustrations. I pull my phone out as Mirko continues the questioning. The missed call was from Alexis, and so is the accompanying text. "Help. At Clara's place." Fuck. "I have to go," I tell Mirko, already storming up the stairs with my phone to my ear. "Finish dealing with him and ship him off to Patrick." "Yes, sir." Alexis's phone rings and rings, but she doesn't answer. My throat tightens, and I call David next, who picks up right away. "Something is going on inside the apartment," I tell him. "Get in there now. I'm sending backup." "Yes." I hang up, cutting him off, and call Dom Rossi, another of my capos. He answers immediately, and I order him to send whichever of his men are closest to the area over to Clara's house. Then I try Alexis again. Still no answer. I pull my gun from my shoulder holster as I storm across the foyer and out the front door, checking that it is loaded. At the front door, I tell one of the guards there to double the security on Harry's room, just in case. My thoughts spin in a wicked tornado as I get into the Porsche I normally reserve for leisure and rev the engine, peeling out of the parking spot and down the driveway, sending up a cloud of dust in my wake. Clara wouldn't attack her best friend, would she? And if she did, based on what I've heard, I doubt she would provide much of a challenge for Alexis. According to my men, she's small and weak, her addiction eating away at her. So it's not Clara. Then what? Who? I curse myself for not assigning more security to Alexis. I should know better than to think she can go anywhere without attracting trouble. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Irish rebels. If it does, I'm going to kill that man in the basement myself. Patrick Walsh and our alliance be damned. He has not dealt with this as expediently as he should have, and I will need to see results from him soon, or he'll be the next person I acquaint with my cellar. I stomp on the gas, flying through the city at lightning speed, which earns me several angry honks from other cars. I don't care. I need to get to Alexis, make sure she's okay. What if I lose her again? This time permanently. I can't bear the thought. I screech to a stop behind the town car parked outside Clara's apartment. The sidewalk is a swarm of activity. Dom's men have already converged on the building, and it appears the commotion has attracted a crowd of onlookers. Dom's men have acted quickly. I just hope it is quick enough. Glancing at the front entrance, I see 2 men kicking through the door, and my heart sinks. They aren't inside yet. Alexis could still be in danger. I get out of the car and pull the nearest man over to me to report. "What happened?" I bark. "And where's Alexis?" My eyes scan the crowd, but I can't see her anywhere.
"We haven't made it inside yet,"
the soldier explains.
"Someone jumped or fell, we don't know. Everything is utter chaos and we—"
Bile rises in my throat. "Who?" I demand, cutting him off. When he doesn't answer immediately, I shake him and ask again. "Who jumped?" Please not Alexis. Please not Alexis. 1,000 scenarios flash through my mind, each one with the same grisly end. Alexis being pushed through the window by a faceless stranger, or by Clara. Alexis jumping as a last resort to escape whatever pursued her in that apartment. Alexis's cold, dead eyes staring up at the sky as a pool of blood halos ahead. I can't breathe. My fingers tighten on the soldier's arm, and he lets out a squeak of pain.
"Some guy,"
the soldier says, blinking in fear.
"Dom thinks he might be Irish."
Relief balloons in my chest, and I let the soldier go. Alexis didn't jump. That means she's inside somewhere, and I need to get to her. A loud bang rips through the air, and the assembled onlookers gasp and whisper amongst themselves. The front door is open. The 2 soldiers draw their guns and are about to enter when I race over to them. "Behind me," I order, striding between them and racing up the stairs, gun drawn. We reach Clara's door and I kick it open, sending it cracking back on its hinges. 2 terrified sets of eyes snap to the doorway, and Clara lets out a little scream.
"Put the gun away!"
Alexis hisses, her arms wrapped around her quivering friend. They are sitting on the ground, and Clara has her knees pulled up to her chest. Behind them, I see the shattered frame of glass overlooking the street. Alexis is safe. She's safe. I shove my gun back in its holster and let out a sigh of relief as my men scout the room for potential hostiles.
"He was going to kill you,"
Clara whines, a sob racking through her.
"I didn't mean to. I only wanted to."
I approach the girls, noting with a level of disgust the sorry state of Clara's apartment. It stinks of stale beer and filth, and every available surface is covered in empty booze containers and garbage. My men never told me it was this bad. I squat down just as the tiny blonde starts to hyperventilate. Alexis leans over her, running a hand down Clara's back and whispering in a soothing voice.
"You did what you needed to do. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong."
"What happened?" I ask. Alexis looks up at me, and I take the opportunity to inspect her for signs of damage. Her face is unblemished, though her hair is messy and her red-rimmed eyes dart around the room. She is trying to be calm for her friend, but Alexis is rattled.
"Clara's boyfriend, Killian."
Alexis licks her lip, taking a deep breath.
He tried to hurt me. Clara pushed him and...
She glances toward the window. I deduce the rest on my own. Come on, I say, closing my fingers around one of Clara's tiny hands. I'm taking you both back to the mansion with me. Clara shakes her head.
No, they'll be looking for me.
All the more reason to come with me. With Alexis's help, I lift her to her feet. The police will be here soon. We need to go. Clara takes a shaky step forward and nearly collapses. She is moving too slow. I sigh and lean down, bundling Clara in my arms and striding out of the apartment with Alexis following on my heel. She weighs nothing, as though her bones are hollow like a bird's. I should have never let her get this bad. She isn't my responsibility, but she's Alexis's best friend, and if I'd acted sooner, I could have avoided this whole mess. I throw Dom the keys to the Porsche and get into the town car with Alexis and Clara. David takes off toward the mansion as sirens ring through the air from a distance. I pull Alexis across my lap, cradling her to my chest like I used to when we were lovers, before all the ugliness. I am surprised to find that not only does she let me hold her, but she cuddles in against my chest and buries her face in my shirt. I rest my lips against the crown of her head and breathe in her flowery scent.
Alexis. It has been 2 days since the attack at Clara's apartment, and I'm still on edge. You would think after being held hostage and threatened by Andrew Walsh for days on end, I'd be more used to people trying to kill me. But as it turns out, the experience still sucks. I see Killian's bloodshot eyes and dilated pupils in my dreams. I remember the blood-curdling fear I felt as he broke down the bathroom door, and my last panicked run to try and escape. He grabbed me by the leg and I hit the ground hard, and it was at that point I knew it was all over. I was going to die in that apartment, just another rotting plant. And then the unbelievable happened. Clara pushed him, hard enough that he went tumbling toward the window. It smashed, the sound ripping through my eardrums. And then it was quiet. It all happened so fast. My encounter with Andrew Walsh was a slow burn by design. He tortured me with the passage of time and the knowledge that any given second could be my last. Killian had no such theatricality. He just wanted my death, swift and sure. I still don't know why, and Clara hasn't been any help in that regard. She has been drying out in one of the spare bedrooms, and for the most part, all she has done is cry and scream. I can't ask her the questions I need to ask because it only sets her off. I guess I will have to wait to find out why her boyfriend was so determined to kill me. My only solace has been Gabriel. Since the attack, he has been coming to my room late each night, like he used to in the days before I betrayed him, before he locked me up. The first night, he just held me. A foolish part of me wondered whether that was more for my benefit or for his. The second night was far less gentle, but somehow more comforting. He forbade me to make a sound while he fucked me, swatting my ass and breasts for every moan and whimper. Something about that harsh lesson in self-restraint and the explosive orgasm that followed eased my pain, as though the familiar structure of his domination released me from my trauma. There is a knock on my bedroom door. I look up from where I'm sitting on the bed, staring into space. Yeah? The door cracks open, and Angelo sticks his head in through the gap. Gabriel would like to see you in his office. I have to sigh and nod, lifting myself from the mattress. Thanks, Angelo. He nods and closes the door while I go to check on Harry, who is happily enjoying his after-lunch nap. I grab the baby monitor and head to Gabriel's office. I knock on the heavy oak door. Come in. I enter, and Gabriel is seated behind his desk with his laptop open. He closes it and gestures for me to take a seat in front of him. It's all very formal. Even his expression smacks of serious business, all hard lines and flat edges. I sit. What's up? I wanted to inform you that I have made arrangements for Clara to receive treatment in one of Belluci Incorporated's rehabilitation centers. You mean one of the ones that's left? I remark, unable to help myself. Gabriel's mouth presses together sternly, and I categorize the next question I was going to ask, about whether she'll be pushed to the streets like the rest of the addicts once he decides to close her center, into the wrong time, wrong place folder. He's helping. I should be grateful. Gabriel clears his throat and continues. The formality of it all stings a little for reasons I don't understand. Clara's treatment will include therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder due to the murder she committed in self-defense. The doctors have advised that you keep your distance for a little while to give her time to acclimatize to the new environment and work through some of her issues. Thank you, I say. He nods. I should have gotten involved sooner. The doctor who examined her after the attack noted that there were clear signs of abuse. Gabriel glances down at his desk, then back up at me. I'm sorry, Alexis. An apology from Gabriel Belluci is as valuable as a solid gold basketball, and just as heavy. He drops it in my lap and knocks the air right out of my lungs. Thank you, I say. Silence stretches like a bungee cord between us, words unspoken, waiting to snap into focus at any second. I study his face. His dark eyes are tired, stressed. His jaw is tense. He somehow looks even more handsome like this, with tension framing his muscles. Killian, I say finally. Gabriel blinks. Killian. Why? I trail off, remembering the sounds of wood cracking as he slammed against the bathroom door. Why was he trying to kill you? Gabriel fills in, lifting one heavy brow. I nod. I've been looking into it, he replies. He was part of a small faction of Irish mobsters, still loyal to Andrew Walsh. Andrew's son, Patrick, took control of the regime after Andrew's death. But there are some who refuse to accept his authority. They've attacked a few of our businesses in recent weeks. I expect that before he died, Walsh ordered Killian to get close to Clara as a way to get to you. My heart sinks. Poor Clara. I remember how excited she was when she started seeing Killian, the brightness in her voice as she told me about the daring stranger who wouldn't take no for an answer. It was all a lie, and he had been rotting her from the inside out this whole time. Which brings me to my next point. Gabriel continues smoothly. You are obviously still a target for those loyal to the dead Walsh, which means that Harry is too. Neither of you are to leave this estate without me or at least 4 guards, and you may only leave for trips I deem essential. No, I cry, jumping to my feet. I'm not doing that again. All I've done for months now is hide and run. I want my life back. I was so hopeful when Gabriel let me go see Clara, hopeful that I'd be able to return to some level of normalcy, that we were brewing a kind of trust between us. I missed my independence, and having that sliver of it dangled in front of me and then ripped away fills me with panic. Will I ever get to wander through the streets again? I miss the simple things most. Browsing through my neighborhood's bodega, sitting with Harry in the park on a sunny afternoon, grabbing a drink after work with Clara. Those days are gone now, those privileges revoked. Gabriel rises to his feet and walks around the desk, towering over me. This is not a negotiation, Alexis. I will not risk anything happening to you or my son. I can agree to your terms for Harry, but you have to let me decide for myself how much danger I'm willing to risk. He gives a short shake of his head. No, I don't. I glower up at him, throwing the full weight of my anger into my stare. My fists clench at my sides, chest heaving with my breaths. You don't care about me, I snap. You just want to own me and control me. It's sick, and I won't stand for it. I expect him to bite back some cruel retort, or maybe even to kiss me. But the last thing I expect Gabriel to do is to rest his hand on my cheek and look deep into my eyes. For a second, I think he's going to say something nice. Hell, maybe I'm even about to get a second apology. But then Gabriel's gaze narrows, and he leans closer, breath tickling my lips. My stomach flutters. His voice is low and firm. You will abide by my rules, Alexis. And because of that, you will stay alive and unharmed. He releases my cheek and steps back around the desk. The dismissal is clear. My heart is pounding so hard that I'm sure he can hear it. I swallow and try to think of something to say, anything. But the truth is that I'm so turned on from his proximity and the deadly authority he spliced into his command that my brain has short-circuited. Why does he have that effect on me? How is that fair? I'm a woman who values her independence and free will, and yet a thrill runs through me from toe to tail every time Gabriel tells me what to do. Worse, he knows it. The house is quiet. I left my room 5 minutes ago on the pretense of getting a late-night snack, and I know I don't have long before one of the guards comes looking for me. The only thing I'm hungry for is the truth, and I'm determined to get a taste of it tonight. I have spent a few evenings sneaking around the mansion, trying to overhear conversations when Gabriel is at home, and noting down his absences when he is not. I've been keeping as detailed a record of his comings and goings as possible, though it is difficult when I am under what feels like constant scrutiny by the staff. I suppose it's my own fault for escaping once before. I wonder how many people were fired, or worse, following my last disappearance. The purpose of my sneaky nighttime strolls is mainly to search the house for clues while I am not being observed. I have browsed all the bookshelves, opened all the cabinets and drawers, and peeked behind all the picture frames. So far, I have not found anything that connects Gabriel to the purple heroin trade. But I didn't expect it to be that easy. Gabriel would not put anything incriminating where I could stumble across it. The mansion's few locked doors, on the other hand. One of these doors in particular has always been a curiosity for me. I know what the inside of Gabriel's office looks like, and the anti-bug room. I have no idea what the door just off the foyer leads to, or why it's always locked. Tonight, armed with a bobby pin, a paper clip, and the knowledge I gained watching a video from YouTube no less than 20 times, I am going to find out. The marble floor of the foyer is cold on my bare feet. A shiver runs up my spine as I creep across it, turning past the stairs and parking in front of the mysterious door. I pull out my tools and set to work on the lock, glancing over my shoulder at the nearest camera and its blinking red light. I hope nobody is watching. It takes a little jiggling, but the lock eventually clicks open. I slip through and am greeted by darkness and cold air. I find the light switch on the wall next to me and flick it on, wrapping my arms around myself for warmth as goose flesh creeps up my arms. I stare down the wooden staircase ahead of me into the damp, dimly lit space below. Oh, good. A creepy cellar. Descending the stairs, I peer around me at the exposed beams and dusty bricks. It doesn't bode well that this area is not finished to the same standard as the rest of the house. Is there any hope that all Gabriel uses this space for is storage? I pray that when I get to the bottom of the stairs, I'll find lots of boxes labeled things like Christmas and Halloween. The flashlight in my phone throws little illumination ahead of me, and most of the room remains shrouded in darkness as I make my descent. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I swing myself around to get a better look at my surroundings. At first, all I see is empty space. Then I move a few paces to the left, and the light catches on a metal chair sitting by itself in the middle of the room. My stomach clenches. I approach the chair, inspecting around it for clues. All I can find is several dark brown patches on the ground below it. The scent of bleach prickles my nostrils, as though the area has been cleaned recently. This is too much. I know what Gabriel does, and that it's not all sunshine and rainbows. But seeing this chair and the blood-stained cement is another thing entirely. As if on wheels, I whirl back, tiptoeing up the stairs as quickly as I can without making noise. I peek out the door at the top. The coast is clear, so I hoof it back to my room, heart racing. I can't tell whether the spike in adrenaline is due to my sprint up 2 flights of stairs or the grim discovery I made at the very bottom. Either way, I collapse onto my bed and gulp down mouthfuls of air. My brain whirs. I keep seeing the chair, the stains. I remember a very similar chair in a similar room that I was the guest of for 3 long days. I have always considered Gabriel and Andrew Walsh to be separate entities in my mind. But what if they're not so different after all? My bedroom door whispers open, and my head snaps toward the noise. Gabriel's shadowed form appears in the doorway, and he glides across the room to the bed. He hovers over me, and I try to calm my breathing, try to make the whole scene of my lying on top of my covers, hyperventilating, seem less conspicuous. "Are you okay?" Gabriel asks, clearly noticing that I am not asleep. "Nightmare," I huff. "Ah." He shucks off his shirt and pants, climbing into the bed next to me. Usually, this is the part where he will start to kiss me or grind against me, but he doesn't even touch me. He just lies there on his back, hands at his sides. I roll over. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Yeah." Silence makes the gap between us seem like an endless chasm. I reach over, half expecting not to be able to reach him on the other side of it. My fingers connect with his chest. "What's the matter?" I ask. "Nothing's the matter," he rumbles in a way that warns me not to probe deeper. I've never been good at heeding Gabriel's warnings. "Gabriel," I say softly, "something's bothering you. I can tell." He knocks my hand away and sits up. "I'm tired. It's been a long fucking day. I just want to sleep. Is that not allowed?" "Yeah, of course," I say, scrambling to think of what to say to calm him down. "I was just—" "You're always just," he snaps. Gabriel lifts off the bed, and before I know it, he has crossed the room and stepped back into the hallway. In his haste to get as far away from me as possible, he didn't even bother to put his clothes back on. I am left in bewildered silence. There is no way he knew that I'd gone into the cellar. Is there? No, he would have said something. I shudder to think of the kinds of things on Gabriel's mind that would put him in such a foul mood.
Gabriel. I stare at the faces collected around the long dining room table, trying to discern any signs of potential dissent as I discuss this week's business. Mirko's eyes are as dark as his hair, and his frown is somehow darker. Antonio is nodding sagely. Vito looks uncomfortable, and I suspect that the agenda item he requested to discuss after this will not be pleasant. The other capos, Dom Razzi, Elia Conti, Piero Bianchi, and Thomas Ricci, all wear expressions varying from shades of discontent to boredom. I finish my order of business and am surprised when there are no follow-up questions. I do not know if that is a good sign or a bad sign. Vito, I say, gesturing toward him. You have news? Vito licks his lips and nods, sitting up a little straighter in his chair. I've liaised with our contacts and they have sent fresh orders. My jaw tightens. I nod for him to continue. Vito's silver eyes scan the table. We need to cut more funding to the rehabilitation program, another 20%. The men grumble around the table, Mirko louder than the rest. I quiet them with a gesture of my hand, even though I want to rage against these instructions even more than they do. My blood heats. I did not work this hard in life, climb this high, to be given orders that I do not agree with. But I know I don't have a choice. Fine, I say, but remind your contacts that continuing to limit funding will draw unnecessary scrutiny to Belluci Incorporated. Vito nods. I will do. Not that it will likely do any good, but I don't have any other cards I can play. The thought makes me want to flip this table in rage. I keep it together, finishing the rest of the meeting and dismissing everyone. I get up and walk to the sideboard to pour myself a drink as they disperse. Vito, I call out. He pauses at the door. Stay for a drink. He comes back into the room and I pour him a measure of whiskey. His forehead is wrinkled and dark shadows bloom from his eyes. It looks like I'm not the only one who has been having trouble sleeping, and I can't help but enjoy that knowledge a little. Misery loves company. We sit at the table, me at the head, him to my right, and sip from our glasses. The whiskey burns down my throat, and I feel it seep into my blood. The relief is instant. You're doing the best you can, Vito says, sensing my discomfort. I nod. I know. We're going to figure a way out of this. Yeah. I drain the glass and get up to pour another. I just look like a massive dickhead in the meantime. It is not the wise man's job to care what he looks like while he shovels shit to put out the fire, Vito calls back to me. I chuckle, swirling my fresh glass as I walk back to the chair and sink down. Did you make that up yourself? I did, actually. He looks a little too pleased with himself. I miss the days when all we did was joke with each other. Lately, it feels like we have gone from one disaster to the other, and it is all we can do to keep our heads above water. Vito pushes his glass absently around the table. How are things with Alexis? He asks. I surprise both of us by answering truthfully. Strange. I sip more whiskey, pausing to swallow and think. I don't trust her. She doesn't trust me, yet we keep falling back into our old patterns between fucking and fighting. Do you like your old patterns? I shrug, staring into my glass. Yes. Maybe it's time to dispense of the distrust, he suggests. That would be one less stress from your plate. I snort. As though it were that simple, Vito. She betrayed me. You are too harsh on her. He meets my gaze.
Should the situation have been reversed, you would have done the same, no?
The protest is immediate. I would not.
How do you know? She was just trying to find out more about her father's murder and doing what she thought was right for her and Harry. Would you not do what you think is right for Harry?
I ignore his question because it makes a little too much sense. She was manipulating me, I argue. If there's one thing I've learned from my father, it's not to trust manipulative women. A light of understanding flicks on behind Vito's irises.
Ah, so this is a Felicity Huffman thing.
He shakes his head.
Gabriel, you can't liken Alexis to the woman who controlled your father. The situations aren't comparable, and the two of them have nothing in common.
In both situations, a Belluci was manipulated. How is that not comparable?
Because Felicity was never your father's family.
Vito's gaze is sharper now.
Alexis is. You and her share a common interest in doing what is right for Harry. It's just that your opinions for what that entails differ slightly. Besides, she's a good woman.
I have thought of Alexis and Harry as my family before, but I had never thought of Alexis alone as that. I suppose she is. Whatever happens between us, we will forever be linked through Harry.
And I hope you will not condemn me for saying this, Vito continues. But family comes before business. Always.
He leans back, lifting his drink.
As a bonus, however, family men are always well regarded in business. We have that unfortunate societal advantage over women, who the public often see as weaker if they have a family. It's massively unfair, really, but the prejudice is to your advantage.
He drinks, and I digest his advice. Family before business. My thoughts stray to my father, who is a prime example of how I have never towed that line before. When it came down to it, I put the business over my own father, and I have no regrets about doing so. But could I so easily toss Alexis and Harry to the side? I shift uncomfortably in my chair, thoughts of the upcoming interview weaving with the threads of business still dangling in the back of my mind. I glance out the window, tracing the line of the skyscrapers on the horizon, and then look back at the interviewer, a polished blonde in her 40s, wearing a crisp white blouse and no-nonsense mauve lipstick. I don't want to be here. Carmen labeled this interview non-negotiable after the catastrophe at the press conference. Considering I will need to announce the cut in more funding to the rehab program soon, for once we are in agreement. My public image has never been a priority for me. However, I need to rehabilitate it a little, or else risk further issues down the road. The interviewer, Polly Hawkins, sits up in a chair beside me. I can feel her excitement like a shiver through the air, and I don't blame her. Not only is she getting a taped interview with a notoriously reclusive billionaire, but this interview comes just over a week after the disastrous press conference. Carmen has assured me that she and Polly have negotiated the extent of the questioning, and this interview is almost exclusively for the sake of redeeming me in the public eye. I study Polly as she shuffles her notes, wondering if she will stick to their agreement.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Polly flashes a dazzling smile and gestures to the cameraman who is set up across from us.
Mr. Belluci, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay.
Her smile climbs higher up her cheeks, if that's even possible, and Polly turns to the cameraman, who counts her in.
Good afternoon, and thank you for choosing Channel 5. I'm Polly Hawkins, and today we have a special interview with Gabriel Belluci, CEO of Belluci Incorporated, one of New York's powerhouse corporations whose portfolio stretches from real estate to gambling and everything in between. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Belluci.
Thank you for having me, I say, donning a charming smile. The transition into CEO is seamless, and I hope for the sake of the camera, it looks a lot more natural than it feels. Polly and I sit and chat like old friends at first. She asks about my company and its history, and I tell her how my grandfather started the entire enterprise over 60 years ago with a few shops, and how it has grown since. She asks me about my vision for the company's future, and I pounce on the opportunity to highlight a number of charities that the company supports and all the good work they do, taking care to steer clear of the rehabilitation program. Not that that matters to Polly, who bats the conversation in that direction anyway.
Recently, you held a press conference to announce a cut in funding to a number of rehabilitation centers in the city,
Polly says, expression growing grave.
Your reaction to some of the questions was noted as unnecessarily aggressive by critics. Could you provide our viewers with a little insight into what was going through your mind at the time?
This should be easy. Carmen coached me to answer questions about the press conference. Tell them you weren't feeling well, that you hadn't gotten sleep the night before working on the new funding plan for the other charities in the Belluci Incorporated network. Somehow I can play her words in my head, but I cannot action them the way she intended. I was tired, I say. And I would say the reporters were the ones being needlessly aggressive. Polly's eyebrows lift in surprise. Shit. I try to rein in my focus, but all I can think about is how this is a massive fucking waste of my time. The idea of trying to rehabilitate my public image while I am dealing with so many other things on my plate feels ridiculous. I am not good at all this PR shit. Never have been, never will be. Why bother?
Tired,
Polly repeats, and I can see her wrestling with the decision whether to stick to her agreement with Carmen or follow her instincts and see if she can get more out of me. I have to think fast. Whether I like having to pander to the public or not, if this interview tanks, I'm going to have an even bigger problem on my hands than I already do, and the issue of public relations will only become an even bigger time suck. Vito's advice comes back to me. Family men are always well regarded in business. Fuck it. I chuckle and run a hand through my hair, tousling it slightly. Carmen has told me this makes me seem more relatable. I apologize, I'm still tired. My son has been going through a nocturnal phase, and it has been draining the life out of me.
Of course.
Her eyes light up.
Your son's name is Harry, correct? You have been spotted in public together, but to my knowledge, you've never commented on your life as a father.
Just like that, the conversation is swiftly directed away from the press conference. If I knew it would be this easy. Yes, it's Harry, I grin. I tend to keep my personal life very private, as I'm sure you know. She chuckles conspiratorially. The only comment I can really make about him is that he's a great kid, and I'm lucky to have him in my life, even if that does mean I haven't slept in 2 weeks.
And what about Harry's mother?
Polly's eyes are practically glowing. She's going in for the kill, and my first instinct is to tell her that Harry's mother is none of her business, but I have already revealed too much. But then I try to imagine what Carmen would tell me. Undoubtedly, Carmen would be of the opinion that having a beautiful woman and a cute baby at my side will do nothing but aid my image. Harry's mother is a woman who is very dear to me, I say, hoping that my eyes gleam with something like adoration. And her name is Alexis Wright. The interview airs just an hour after taping, and by that time I am back where I should be, in my office doing work. I can tell when it finishes airing as my phone rings and Vito's name lights up on the screen. I sit back in my chair and close the lid of my laptop, lifting the phone to my ear. "Did you approve?" I ask. Vito chuckles. "Well, you accomplished what Carmen wanted you to." "Thank you. I took your advice." "I would rather not take credit for that particular move," he replies. "That's not exactly what I meant. The move he refers to is the 10 minutes I spent telling Polly about Alexis and Harry, about my family. It was an unprecedented maneuver on my part, having only opened up to the press about my family exactly once before, when my father died." "Well, it had the desired effect," I shrug, though he can't see it. "Carmen is happy, and hopefully I won't have to lower myself to more interviews anytime soon. Plus, I will be in good stead for my next announcement." "That is true. What does Alexis think?" I grimace. "She doesn't know yet." Vito suppresses his laughter, and it comes through as a nasally hum instead. "You haven't told her that you just publicly declared your love for her on television?" "I did no such thing," I snap, nostrils flaring. "I only said that she was special to me, that's all." "Right, sorry." His tone lowers with deference. I feel a twinge of guilt as I know he was only trying to joke with me, but lately I have not been in the mood for it. "I have to go," I say. "I will speak to you in the morning." I hang up and run my hand over my face, massaging the aching muscles of my temples. I don't know why I am so on edge. If it's just the residual, unwelcome vulnerability from the interview, Vito's words, or the backlash from Alexis, I know is to come.
Alexis. Gabriel's face splits into a toothy grin, beaming sunshine into the camera lens. The only time I have ever seen him smile like that is when he plays with Harry. But even then, it's different. This smile is deliberate, organized somehow, as though each of his teeth is filed in a specific order and his cheeks have a quota for how wide they must stretch. To me, it looks wrong, but to the interviewer, he has just become the most charming person in the world. "Oh my, tell me more about Alexis," she says playfully. She has the kind of husky voice that is perfect for television. "She's a journalist," Gabriel says, adding cheekily, "So as you can see, I don't hate all journalists." The two share a laugh. My stomach turns. I force myself to keep watching, even as my face heats to a nuclear level. I don't know whether it's anger or embarrassment. How dare he? Gabriel never consulted me, never asked if it would be okay for him to flog our family dynamic to reintegrate himself with the public after the whole assembly of leeches fiasco. And I know that's what he's doing, because there is not a chance in hell he would mention me for even a second if doing so wasn't useful to him. The thought just makes me feel used. He is smiling more on camera than he has smiled at me since I came back to the mansion, and a strange and ugly jealousy rears inside of me. But who am I jealous of? Certainly not of Polly, who is preening, but who I know Gabriel wouldn't hesitate to snap at if the compulsion came upon him. I'm jealous of my own relationship, I realize. Or, rather, the version of my relationship that Gabriel is painting for the viewers. Because Gabriel and I are not in a relationship anymore. Not one built on trust, affection, and cooperation like a good one should be. We had that once. The reason we don't anymore is because of Gabriel and his lies. It's not fair for Gabriel to pretend that we have this great love story. I wonder what Polly and the general public would think if Gabriel told them the real story. The manipulation, the intimidation, not to mention the outright kidnapping. "Mama, look," Harry calls from the floor, where he has made a lopsided tower of blocks that looks like it's going to fall over at any moment. I sigh and stop the video, closing my laptop and sliding it onto the sofa cushion next to me. Leaning down, I paste on a grin and marvel at Harry's achievement. "Wow, buddy, that looks amazing." I move a couple of the blocks to stabilize the structure, mostly because Harry hasn't cried all morning, and I'm worried if it falls, that might set him off. Unfortunately, my hands are still a little unsteady from my wavering emotions, and with one false move, I knock it clean over. Harry giggles and bounces on his heels. I guess his father's not the only one who takes pleasure in destruction. Harry starts stacking blocks again, and I scoot back up to the sofa, pulling my laptop over and going through my emails. At the top of my inbox is one from Debbie, which I haven't replied to yet. She's asking how the article is going, but the truth is I've been sorely neglecting it. Sure, I creep around the mansion at night and note Gabriel's movements, but other than that, I've come up a bit dry in terms of research. If I intend to get anywhere with this anytime soon, I need to pursue leads with a little more tenacity, whether they're from inside or outside of the house. One thing I do want to look into more is the locked storage shed I saw yesterday when I was taking Harry for a walk through the grounds. I'd never seen it before, and I didn't know if that was because it wasn't here the last time I was, or if it was because of its tucked-away location, just beyond the copse of trees at the east side of the house. I'm keen to get past the heavy padlock, but the only problem is I don't have a reason to be outside at night. In the summer, I might have been able to take a nighttime stroll without drawing suspicion, but there is a definite chill in the air now, especially at night, and any guard worth his salt would wonder what I was doing out there and report my movements. Plus, if I leave the mansion under the cover of darkness, it will look like I'm trying to escape. I need to think a little more about how I'm going to get inside that shed. I decide to write back to Debbie. I tell her that I'm still researching, but should be able to start writing soon. I know this will frustrate her. In the week I stayed at her house, I made almost breakneck progress on the story, and now that I only have the last few threads to connect, I've essentially come to a standstill. I know that Purple Heroine is probably being distributed throughout the city via the Italian and Irish mobs, but I don't know what their working dynamic is, or why they're working together in the first place, and I don't have a clue where they're getting it from. The frustrating thing? I share a bed with the Dawn of the Italian Mafia most nights. All the answers I'm looking for are tucked away behind his closed eyelids. I wish I could tap him like a maple tree for the answers I need. I hear the front door open and close down the hall, then heavy footsteps walk over the tile and up the stairs. I would recognize those powerful footfalls anywhere. Gabriel is home. "Come on, Harry," I say, scooping him into my arms. "I need to have a talk with your daddy." I take Harry up to the nursery and set him in his playpen, then slide up to Angelo outside of the room. I bat my eyelashes. "Will you watch him for a minute?" I ask sweetly. Angelo glances at the other guard, whose name I don't know, then back to me. "You should call the nanny." "I'll only be a minute." I bat my eyes again for good measure, and Angelo sighs and chuckles, shaking his head. "Your trouble," he says, but acquiesces and steps into the nursery. I take great pleasure in the fact that, While Angelo probably wouldn't disobey a direct order from Gabriel for me, he's still somewhat on my side. I can understand why Gabriel would like having hundreds of men at the ready to obey his direct command. I just levered a mafioso into childcare, and I feel very powerful. With Harry taken care of, I storm down the hall to Gabriel's office and rap on the door. I try the handle, not wanting to wait to be called in, but it's locked. Typical. "Who is it?" Gabriel shouts. I can hear the tension in his voice. This is probably not the right time to confront him. But then again, with Gabriel, when is a good time? It's Alexis. I hear him walk to the door and it swings open. Gabriel stands over me, his broad chest filling my line of view. His eyes glare down at me like dark pebbles, lips pressed in a thin line. "What is it?" he asks. I raise a brow. "Can I come in?" He sighs and moves away from the door so I can walk past him. I go inside, but I don't sit. When he closes the door, I spin to face him. "What the hell were you thinking?" I ask. "I'm guessing you've seen the interview," he replies in a mocking tone. "You had no right." The volume of my voice lifts with each word. "I'm not your girlfriend. I'm your prisoner." That's not strictly true. I doubt Gabriel would let me leave. However, I have no intention of doing so until I get everything I need for my article. When I do decide to go, I won't be taking no for an answer. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. Gabriel levels his fiery gaze at me. "You will do as you are told." A pleasurable shiver runs down my spine, and now I'm angry at myself as well as at him. Do I have to find him sexy all the time? Can I not just have a break where I can be angry and nothing else? Or what? I clench my fists and step up to him, as though I will be able to intimidate him by crowding him. I spit out each of my words as if they are poison. "What are you going to do, Gabriel? I might not have much, but I have free will, and I'm not going to waste that on helping your public image just because you can't keep your shit together in front of the camera. I'm not your puppet to command." Something wicked flashes in his eyes, and I know that I have gone too far. Gabriel's hand whips up, squeezing around my throat, and he pushes me back. I trip over myself, trying not to fall, as he wheels me across the room until finally my back slams against the wall. He presses his chest into mine, glaring down at me. Heat fills the space between us. His fingers dig into my throat, but it doesn't hurt. He's not trying to hurt me. He's trying to intimidate me. It doesn't work. I know that Gabriel would not blink before striking out at an enemy. I know that he's killed people. I also know that he would never hurt Harry or me. Even the way he holds me now, his fingers tight against my throat, yet not crushing my windpipe, demonstrates his unwillingness to hurt me. I glare up at him. He glares down at me. We both glare at each other. Gabriel repeats his earlier statement in a low, dark drawl. "You will do as you are told." My stomach flutters, and I press my thighs together. It is as though his words stroke against my core. Being turned on like this feels so wrong, but on the other hand, it feels so right. I decide this confrontation can wait. I've got all the time in the world to make Gabriel pay for what he said in that interview. Suddenly, I'm craving something a little darker than retribution. I lift my chin defiantly, lip curling ever so slightly at one corner. "Make me." I watch the lust blossom in Gabriel's eyes, and my breath hitches in anticipation. In an instant, he hikes my legs around his hips and slides me up the wall, pressing his body flush into mine. One of his hands anchors on my ass, and he holds me in place with the other hand on my neck and slams his lips down hard against mine. I moan into his mouth. His kiss is rough, dominating. His lips drag across mine, biting and sucking in a frenzy of passion. My fingers dig into the front of his shirt, and it is everything I can do just to hang on to him. Gabriel's bulge grinds against me. My head swims with pleasure, and I give myself over to it. I want him. I don't just want him. I need him. I ache for him. Only Gabriel can give me the sweet release I'm craving. Gabriel nibbles my lower lip, then presses kisses over my jaw and to the base of my neck, below my ear. "Make you," he murmurs in a silky voice. "Tiger, I don't need to make you do a damn thing. You're mine, remember?" He squeezes my ass roughly, breath feathering over my ear. Mine to fuck, mine to command. I am in no position to argue with him, because, in this moment, I will do literally anything he says, as long as it gives me the sweet release I crave. I am putty in his hands. Gabriel releases my legs to the floor, stepping back a fraction. He leans over me with a smoldering expression. "On your knees," he orders and releases my neck. I try not to look too eager as I slide down the wall. My heart is crashing against my ribs. My mouth is dry. I land on my knees, coming eye level with his zipper. I tilt my head back to meet his gaze. He holds my gaze as he works open his pants. Electricity zings to my core, and I swallow hard. Gabriel's cock, thick and hard, bobs in front of my face. He tangles his fingers in my hair. "Suck." A thrill worms through me, and I open my mouth, running my tongue along the bottom of his shaft as I take him in. Gabriel groans with pleasure as my lips come to the base of his cock, and I start to work my head back and forth. It is hard to do in the small space between his body and the wall, but I give my best effort. His musky smell and slightly salty taste overwhelm my senses. Being on my knees in front of him, worshipping him with my mouth, is so damn erotic that I find myself devouring him eagerly. Warmth pools in my core, and I squirm a little, desperate for a little relief. My hand wanders between my legs, and I start to rub on the front of my jeans. Gabriel presses forward suddenly, jamming his cock down my throat. "Did I say you could touch yourself?" he growls. I whimper, which is the only noise I can make with my lips wrapped around him. My hands come to my sides, but now I only want to touch myself more. My clit begs for the smallest sliver of attention. "Good girl," Gabriel moans, and begins to thrust into my mouth. I can do nothing but focus on my breathing as he pistons in and out of my mouth, grunting. He is using my mouth for his pleasure, and I love it. My heart races, and my chest heaves with the struggle to take breaths. Gabriel tightens his grip on my hair. "Look at me." I look up, and delectation ripples across his features as our eyes meet. "You're such a good girl," he rasps, "and you're all mine." I moan against his shaft. My jaw is beginning to ache, but I could do this all day, as long as in the end he makes me come as hard as I know he will. Gabriel presses himself firmly against me, forcing himself all the way down my throat. My throat stretches to accommodate him, and I try my hardest not to gag. Gabriel growls and pulls back, his cock falling away from my lips. I cough a little, but he doesn't give me time to recover before he hauls me up to my feet and walks me over to the desk. He sweeps everything onto the floor, including his laptop, and the sheer brutality of it makes my stomach clench with pleasurable anticipation. Gabriel doesn't waste any time. He lowers me onto the desk on my back, rips my jeans and panties down, and thrusts into me. I cry out in rapture. He covers my mouth with his in a bruising kiss as his hips slam into mine over and over again. The pleasure that has been building inside of me since that first shiver of anticipation boils over into a heart-stopping orgasm without any further delay. It washes through me with the force of a tidal wave, spreading pleasure from the depths of my core to the tips of my fingers and toes. My eyes squeeze shut. I float away, and it feels like I'm watching the scene from somewhere high above. Gabriel's large frame covering mine, the sounds of our bodies slapping together, our ragged breaths and moans. Gabriel swears and kisses down to my neck. He bites and sucks as his thrusts become more urgent. He is close. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper, and he nips approvingly at my throat. My head fogs as another climax builds inside of me, like a rubber band being stretched. Snap. I come apart again. This time I squeeze my arms and legs around Gabriel as tightly as I can, releasing a long, low moan. He groans as I milk his cock, then slams in one last time and shudders with the force of his release. I catch my breath as the fog slowly lifts. I am conscious of Gabriel's weight above me, the cool air against my sweat-slicked brow, and the feeling of divine satisfaction emanating from somewhere deep inside of me. I pull in a long breath. Gabriel steps back, tucking himself back in his pants and running a hand through his gloriously silky hair. He offers me his hand with a wry smile. Neither of us is angry anymore. We should resolve all arguments like this. I take his hand and shimmy back into my jeans. "I'll think about it," I say, surprising both of us. He cocks a brow. "Think about what?" "About being your public relations girlfriend," I clarify. Gabriel gives me an indecipherable look, and I think he is about to remind me that I don't have a choice in the matter, but then he nods. I leave his office without another word, walking back to my room in a sort of daze. I find myself considering Gabriel's PR move as potentially opportunistic. It would bring me further into his good graces, which might help with my investigation. Beyond that, would it be so bad to be Gabriel's woman? I almost was once upon a time. It wasn't public, and we never discussed the kind of terminology we would use to describe our relationship. But in every way that counted, I was his and he was mine. But that was before I knew the truth about my dad's death, before the running and the hiding and the purple heroin. It's too late to go back to that now, isn't it?
Gabriel. I scrub a hand through my hair, squinting at the computer screen. My temple throbs, vision blurring slightly at the edges. I check the clock and realize several hours have flown by since I first sat at my desk to catch up on some work. I feel no more caught up than I did when I first sat down. The only difference is that now I have a headache. I have been so busy for the past few days that I have barely had time to sleep. Things on the Mafia side have been hectic, with another attack from Irish rebels, a drive-by shooting of one of our casinos for which we don't have yet the assailant in custody. And on the Belluci Incorporated side, Having announced another cut in funding, I've been inundated with meetings and requests for interviews. I open an email from Carmen. I've been ignoring her calls all day, and she is not happy about it. Reading through, I sigh and decide that it's time for a break from my screen. I close my laptop and pick up my phone, texting a quick message to Alexis. My office. Now. I wait, massaging my temples, and think about how our relationship has shifted ever so slightly over the past few days. I have been too busy to spend much time with either her or Harry, but I have slipped into her bedroom late every night to relieve my frustrations. She is always wet and waiting when I arrive. I have gotten used to falling asleep with her small, warm body wrapped in my arms, the light, flowery smell of her hair washing away any residual stress. It's times like this I think that maybe I can trust her again. Maybe we can dispense of the roles we play to keep distance between us. Captor and captive, tormentor and tormented. It is only when I wake that I remember all the reasons why Alexis can't be trusted. Not yet. The knock on my door startles me out of my thoughts. I half expected Alexis to ignore the text and to have to send someone to fetch her. I am pleased with her immediate arrival. Come in, I call. Alexis enters and closes the door behind her. She strides across the room and sinks into the chair across from me, as comfortable as if this were her own living room. Her chestnut hair falls in lazy curls to her shoulders, and I remember wrapping it around my fist last night. My gaze lifts to her round cheeks and the full lips that look pretty, even when they're spitting insults at me. When I meet her crystal gaze, one of her eyebrows is lifted in question. My publicist has advised that we should make a public outing together sometime soon, I say. Alexis snorts.
I never said I would do it.
I never said you had a choice, I remind her.
I hardly think you'll achieve the delightful family image you're looking for if you have to tote me around kicking and screaming.
For someone who so eagerly gives in to my domination in the bedroom, Alexis makes a frustrating show of her independence everywhere else. This is important, Alexis. I am working to preserve Harry's legacy. She laughs bitterly.
You're working to cover your ass.
She narrows her eyes at me.
I heard about the second funding cut. No wonder you need a baby and a doll-eyed woman on your arm. I bet the public thinks you're an absolute monster.
Her comment stings more than she knows.
Why are you doing it?
She presses.
Why cut the funding?
It's none of your business.
It is if I'm going to be a part of this.
She folds her arms over her chest and leans back in her seat, mouth pulled into a no-nonsense line.
If I'm going to help you, I need you to be honest with me.
Part of me wishes that I could be, but I banish those thoughts. I can't, for her sake and mine. Alexis watches me carefully, but when I do not break the silence to reveal my secrets, she lets out a throaty sigh and gets to her feet, muttering something I can't make out under her breath. Alexis makes for the door, and I clear my throat just as her hand reaches for the handle. She pauses, but doesn't turn. Why did you run? I ask, though I already know the answer. I don't know why I need to hear it from her lips. Alexis turns.
I ran because you lied to me, she said. I shouldn't have had to find out about my dad the way that I did. I still don't know what to think, whether to trust you when you say that his death was necessary. You're still not telling me the whole truth.
She wants the whole truth. Oddly, I am ready to give it to her, however reluctantly. Perhaps it will help her understand, or perhaps it will push her even further out of my reach. But at least then there will be one less secret hanging over us. I stand up, walking around to lean against the front of my desk. Do you want to know what happened the night your father died? Alexis blinks, standing perfectly still.
Yes,
she rasps. I look deep into her eyes, clear blue lakes that swim with indecision. She doesn't know if she wants to hear what I am about to tell her, but she is making the leap anyway. Sit, I say, gesturing to the chair in front of me. When she hesitates, I add in a gentler tone. Please. Alexis sits and I consider where I should begin. I have already told her that her father poisoned her mother, which I learned from overhearing him and my father joking about it one night after they'd both had a few too many drinks. I didn't know much about Harry Wright in those days, but I knew that he had a cruel streak. I learned that all too well on the night I killed him. Do you remember the video I showed you of our fathers torturing Damien Walsh? I ask. Alexis nods. They did that because of me, I said. Things had been heating up between us and the Irish for some time, with losses on both sides, but back in those days my father thought he was invincible. We had more territory and money than we knew what to do with, and he wanted to use that to stomp the Walshes out of existence. Only the Walshes were not defenseless, and I had suspected for a while that they were receiving outside help from an unknown source. I advised my father not to push them, to leave our borders where they were and focus on building our own businesses.
I'm assuming he didn't listen?
Alexis poses. No, he told me I didn't know what I was talking about and assigned me a role in the battle to come without further consideration. Alexis glances at the portrait of my father on the wall above the bookshelf.
I always wondered why you chose the only photo of your father where he's not smiling to put up in your office,
she admits. I follow her gaze, taking in my father's stern brow and the dark eyes that burrow through the glass.
It's because that's how you saw him, isn't it?
She guesses.
To everyone else, he was the smiling, carefree billionaire. But to you, he was
cruel. I fill in for her. He was a downright bastard, if I'm being honest. Alexis swings her gaze back to mine, and there is a fresh glimmer of understanding there. Perhaps even sympathy. I don't want her sympathy. I clear my throat and continue. I knew that my father's plan would be a catastrophe, so I set up a meeting with the younger of Andrew Walsh's two sons. Damien was known to be the most reasonable in the family, and a couple times I'd spoken to him in the past, I had found him clever and shrewd.
You were going to betray your father,
she gasps. I narrow my gaze. No, I was going to help him. Under no circumstances was I going to reveal any of my father's plans to Damien or even hint that they would soon be under attack. I just thought between the two of us we could negotiate a tentative ceasefire, and if we each then brought these agreements to our fathers, they would be at least forced to consider the peace. I sigh. Only my father found out about the meeting. He thought the same as you, that I was going to betray him. He also saw an opportunity to strike a crushing blow to the Irish. He had me detained, and he and your father intercepted Damien where we agreed to meet. They tied him up and tortured him, like you saw in the video. And then they killed him. I don't know what their plan was after that, but I knew they were planning to send the video to Andrew Walsh. Alexis's eyes are as wide as dinner plates.
What happened?
I think back on that cold night just over 2 years ago, locked in my bedroom like a petulant child. I ripped the room apart. It was the last time I let go of my emotions like that. The last time I let my rage consume me. The place was in tatters by the time I was finished. A few of my father's men were unsure of their loyalty, I reply, especially having heard that he was down in the basement torturing a Walsh. They knew that he'd taken it too far, and they released me. I remember Dom Razi's face when he opened the door and found me inside, shredding my mattress with a penknife. I'm sure he wondered if I was the less crazy Belluci after all. I went down to the cellar, I continue. But I was too late. Damien had bled out and my father and yours were sitting opposite his corpse having a drink, toasting their success. Alexis's features twist with revulsion, skin paling. I don't blame her. I remember the grisly scene vividly, the stench of blood and fear that filled the damp air.
Then what happened?
She asks in a small voice. They pulled their guns when they saw me come down the stairs, I say. But I shot first. I lick my lip. I didn't want to do it, Alexis, but I had to. I know how hard it must be to hear this, like losing your father for the second time. I had hoped at the time that maybe my father's death would be enough to stop Andrew Walsh from declaring war. It wasn't. The rest is history. Silence thickens the small gap between us. I can see she is processing everything, can practically hear the gears clicking in her head. My chest tightens and I wonder if she is only seconds away from spitting in my face and storming from the room. I know already that I will not be able to handle her rejection after finally laying out the truth for her. And so I heed the impulse that sweeps over me and lean over the chair, crashing my lips against hers. If I am kissing her, she can't call me a monster. She stiffens, and at first I think she will push me away. But then she starts kissing me back feverishly. She stands from the chair and presses her body flush against mine, threading her arms around my neck. Her kiss is fervent, greedy. She kisses me like she needs to, or else our whole world will shatter. I wonder if our passionate embrace is the only thing keeping her from crumbling at my feet. I cup my hands on her ass, plump and pert beneath my fingertips. Alexis sighs against my lips. I swing her around and push her onto the desk, wedging myself between her thighs. She groans appreciatively, and that wicked sound sends a bolt of electricity straight to my balls. My cock stiffens against the zipper of my trousers, and I grind it into her, letting her know how fucking hot she makes me. I tilt her head back, kissing down her chin, over the soft flesh of her throat. Alexis gasps and sighs. I brush the strap of her tank top down and kiss over the curve of her shoulder. Heat gathers in a tight knot between my thighs, and I crush my hips into hers, needing even that slight release. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I still, listening.
Gabriel, are you in there?
It's Vito. I sigh and push away from Alexis as she hurriedly rearranges herself. Yeah, come in, I call. Vito opens the door, and Alexis scurries past him. Just like that, it's back to business.
Alexis. I really wish you would play something a little less shite in the background, Debbie complains. A poppy tune fills the room with electronic beats, and a raspy voice promising all manner of earthly delights. I find myself bopping my head to it from where I sit in the chair by the window. I like it, I defend. Besides, nobody is going to suspect that I'm having a covert conversation under the cover of this song. If I put on some jazz or classical music, that would be another story. I'd be outed right away. Debbie sighs. Whatever you say. I suppose as long as you've got good news for me, it doesn't matter what kind of drivel you play in the background. I stare out the window, where the sky has darkened to a cobalt blue, with streaks of pink painted over the few lingering clouds. It's a gorgeous evening, though some of the chill sneaks in the open window and snakes around my bare ankles. Not a lot, I say sheepishly. It's hard when there are guards around 24/7. I know that Gabriel has been attending a lot of meetings, but that doesn't exactly incriminate him. I've reached out to a couple of people on the outside via email, and I'm hoping to get statements from them soon. This isn't exactly true. The other night I spotted Gabriel walking down the hall to the dining room, cum boardroom, with a group of unfamiliar men, including one who shared a remarkable resemblance to Andrew Walsh. I couldn't pass up the golden opportunity, and so I followed them and performed my riskiest eavesdropping session yet. I couldn't hear much of their conversation, but what I did catch solidified some of my assumptions. The Irish are not working with the Italians. It's almost as though they are working for them. Neither side likes this arrangement, from what I can tell. What they are working on, however, remains a mystery. It could be the purple heroin trade. It could be a hireable inventory of bouncy castles and inflatable adventure courses. If Debbie sensed the lie, she doesn't let on. "You're in the lion's den," Debbie says, in a tone close to exasperation. "You should be able to get more than that by now." "I know, I'm working on it." Why didn't I tell her about the meeting with the Irish? Why don't I tell her now? I open my mouth to say something, but the words won't come out, and I don't understand why. But the only reason I would withhold information is to protect Gabriel until I have enough proof that he's actually flooding the streets with a dangerous superdrug. "Figure it out, hen. This is your big chance." "I will," she hums. "There's something else I wanted to talk to you about." I don't like the edge of uncertainty in her tone. "What is it?" I ask. "I saw Gabriel's most recent interview," she says. "I know him telling the cameras about his family was probably just a publicity stunt on his end, but it worried me nonetheless. I want to make sure that you're keeping your priorities straight." Given the fact that I have just omitted a crucial piece of information in our conversation, I'm not so sure they are, but I can't exactly say that, can I? "My priorities are as straight as an arrow," I say. "Don't worry about me." "I do, hen, I do." We end the call, and I unfold from the recliner, stretching my arms over my head. Harry is sitting on the floor playing with his stuffed flamingo, bouncing her along to the beat of the music. He looks so happy, so carefree, his cheek dimpled at the corner, his eyes squinted with laughter. He is my priority, more than anyone or anything else. As long as I am doing right by Harry, I am doing the right thing. Only problem? What the right thing is for Harry is up for debate. Does he need his father, despite the complications? Or would he be better living a simple, Gabriel-free life? I want to unearth the truth, because only in doing so will I be able to answer that question. I pick Harry up, and we dance around the room for a few minutes. I try to put the question out of my mind, filing it away for later. Now I just want to enjoy some time with my son. After a few minutes, I set Harry down again. I flick the music off and settle onto my bed with my laptop to call Clara. She should be finished with dinner now and back in her room at the rehab center, the last one of Gabriel's that is still open. I am grateful to him for making sure she is taken care of, but the knowledge that in order to get her a spot in the center amidst all the closures, he would have to have had tossed someone to the street sits heavy in my stomach. If he closes this center too, I know Gabriel will find a place for Clara, that he won't leave her out in the cold. But what of all the other recovering addicts? Clara answers my Skype call, and she looks remarkably better than she did the last time I saw her, which was at her apartment just after she'd defenestrated her boyfriend. Her green eyes are a little brighter, her springy golden curls a little bouncier. There is warmth in her cheeks again, though her skin is still a bit sallow and bags still sink below her eyes. "Hey, Clara," I greet, waving. "You look great. She smiles, though it is a strange, weak smile, and shifts back against the pillows of her bed. Thank you. It feels like all I do all day is eat and meditate. That doesn't sound so bad. She shrugs. It could be worse. Hang on. I lean over, plucking Harry from the floor and bringing him to my lap. Someone wants to say hello to you. Clara brightens, and for a second she looks like her old self again. Hey, little guy, she coos, waving into the camera. Auntie Clara. Harry reaches for her, not understanding the concept of a video chat. His fingers smudge the screen, and Clara and I both laugh as I wrangle him away. You can't touch Auntie Clara, I say, kissing his head. But you can talk to her, or you can blow her some kisses. I lift my palm to my lips, and Harry mimics the motion. We blow kisses to Clara, who pretends to catch them and hug them to her chest. Harry reaches for the screen again, mumbling some nonsense that both Clara and I pretend to understand. Over time, I watch Clara's smile slip, and she gets a glassy look in her eyes that worries me. Clara, you okay? She blinks, nodding. Yeah, sorry. I could just really use a drink. I know, I say sadly. But remember how good you'll feel once you're back to normal. She presses her lips together uncertainly. I don't know if I will, Alexis. I pushed a guy out a window. Is there really a way for me to feel normal again after that? Yes, I assure her, thinking back to my own traumatic experience of being kidnapped. Then again, am I qualified to give that advice? I may not have nightmares about Andrew Walsh anymore, but I spent weeks with my back pressed to a wall and a knife strapped somewhere to me at all times. I probably would still be acting like that if I didn't feel so safe in Gabriel's mansion. I hadn't given much thought to it before now, but being in the mansion has allowed me to relax in a way I wasn't able to do at all in the motels that came before. I don't feel like I'll ever be normal, she says with a sigh. I'm so sorry for getting you involved in all this, whatever this even is. I should have been more suspicious of Killian from the start. I had no idea about any of this until it was too late. A twinge of guilt pricks my ribs. Clara has no idea that it was I who got her involved in this, and not the other way around. Killian would have never targeted her if not for me and my connection to the Italian mob. I want to tell her, but she needs stability right now, and that kind of revelation could send her spiraling again. Clara, you couldn't have known, I say. Please don't blame yourself. I'm fine, totally fine. I love you, and I'm just happy that you're getting help. Believe me when I say that things will go back to normal. She smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. Thank you, Alexis. That means a lot. Warm, soft, cozy. I stretch, taking a deep breath as I lift from the depths of the sleep I was in until a moment ago. The room is black and quiet, but I already know what woke me. The mattress sinks down on the other side with Gabriel's weight, and I roll over to meet him. I feel like I have been asleep for hours, so it must be late. Gabriel has been working late most nights. He will be back at work early in the morning. I wonder how he bears the sleep deprivation. Hey, I say softly, blinking my heavy eyelids. He shifts and stretches out on the bed, but does not greet me, does not pull me to him. I run my fingers over his bare chest, feeling the swell of his muscles, the heat of his skin. What's wrong? I murmur. Go back to sleep. I hold so much anger and resentment toward Gabriel during the day, not to mention confusion. It always melts away by the time he comes to my bed. I wonder if it is the darkness. Perhaps it is easier to see each other with nothing to illuminate the fissures in our relationship. Either way, the brush-off bothers me. Something is on his mind, and suddenly, soothing him is the most important thing in the world to me. Gabriel. I cuddle up to his side, tipping his face toward mine. What's the matter? His breath fans across my lips. It's nothing. Just go to sleep. No, I reply. You're just going to sit here, stewing in the dark if I do. He chuckles humorlessly. Sometimes I think you know me better than anyone in the world. I don't know why, but that comment makes my chest puff with pride. Perhaps it is because getting beneath Gabriel's hard candy shell is what most would consider an impossible task. I press a kiss to his chest, and he rubs a hand over my back. I don't want to talk about it, he says, not unkindly. Go back to sleep. I trail my fingers over his tight stomach, tracing the line of his boxers. Let's not talk then. My hand dips below the waistline, and Gabriel's breath catches. I take my time, tracing the muscular V to the top of his pubic bone, where I stroke his soft curls. Then it's down further, until I reach the base of his cock, which is already swelling in response to my touch. Gabriel's hand tightens on my shoulder, and he swears under his breath. I love having this power over him. He's such a huge, imposing figure, but a few gentle caresses, and he becomes putty in my hands. Just like that. I glide my fingers over his shaft, down to the meaty head of his cock, then back up again, teasing him, testing him. Gabriel is always the one in control, but something about the shift in his breathing and the way he lies perfectly still tells me that tonight I get to be the one in charge. The thought excites me. I wrap my fingers around his shaft one by one, squeezing my fist and making him gasp with pleasure. I start to pump him, but with agonizing slowness that I know is driving him wild. And we stay like this for some time, me stroking his shaft in lazy time, him vibrating with need, struggling against his own instincts, which no doubt are telling him to pin me to the mattress and fuck me until I can't walk. I hike my leg over him and twist my body until I am straddling his upper thighs. This allows me to peel back his boxers and free the beast within. He is thick and heavy in my hand. I continue pumping him as warmth gathers between my thighs. God, I want him. I always want him. Ours is the kind of lust that no amount of cold showers can dampen. Not for long. I feel it now as keenly as I always do, like an itch under my skin that only the sensation of him filling me can scratch. Alexis, Gabriel breathes. Fuck. I move my hand faster, finding a rhythm that makes him groan with pleasure. I love seeing him undone like this. I love that I am the one doing it to him. My sex aches for him, and I can't wait any longer. Without warning, I pull my panties to the side and sink down on his cock. Gabriel moans and lets out another string of swear words. His hands come to my hips, fingers squeezing into my flesh as I start to ride him. This is what I needed, what I've always needed. I set a toe-curling pace, feeling him hit all the right spots inside of me as I rock back and forth. My skin feels like it is on fire, and I never want it to go out. I lean forward and capture Gabriel's mouth in a dominating kiss. Not to be outdone, he tangles his fingers in my hair and holds me there as he pistons up into me, and all I can do is moan against his lips. His grunts are music to my ears. I push back against him, our bodies slapping together, and the first tingles of my orgasm bundle together deep in my belly. Gabriel kisses me harder, as though he can sense my oncoming climax. I cling to him, and we writhe against each other, each in desperate search of release. My scalp tingles. Every muscle in my body seems to tighten, as though pulled inward by an invisible string. And then, like a champagne cork popping, I come undone and cry out from the blinding pleasure. Gabriel thrusts twice more, then groans, fingers clawing into my hips as he comes hard inside of me. I fall limp against his chest. Tremors of light and heat still skitter across my skin as I catch my breath. After a couple of minutes, I manage to rasp. I think I'm ready to go to sleep now. Gabriel laughs. Alexis. I sit cross-legged on the bed, eyes narrowed at the screen of my laptop. I've been following up with a couple of contacts, but haven't received any major information that I didn't know before. There have been tense meetings on the docks, and drug dealers are finding their supplies of opiates, other than purple heroin, dwindling. I need more. This isn't enough to write an article with. I think back to the night before, when I made the daring move of searching Gabriel's bedroom while he was still working, only a couple doors down the hall. I remember the first time I ever went in Gabriel's bedroom. I was surprised by how plain his furnishings were, and they haven't changed since then. No wall hangings, sterile white sheets, and only the most necessary furniture. You would never guess that the man driven around in the flashy Mercedes would have such utilitarian tastes for his private sphere. But that's Gabriel Belluci all over. Because there is so little in his room, it was easy enough to search through, and I quickly determined there was nothing suspicious there. There are very few leads left in the house. In fact, the one place I haven't looked yet is the storage shed outside, and I'm still brainstorming ways to get in there without being seen. A dull knock on my door tears me from my thoughts, and I hastily slam the laptop closed. Come in. But nobody enters. I hear another set of uneven thumps against the door and hoist myself from the bed, trudging across the room. I already know it won't be Gabriel. His knocks come as precise raps. I open the door and immediately laugh. To my surprise, it is Gabriel, but he's not alone. He's holding Harry up to shoulder height, and Harry is wearing one massive boxing glove that reaches all the way to his elbow. He giggles and waves it around. "Mama, look!" Harry makes what I think is a punching motion. "I box." I look to Gabriel, who is smiling from ear to ear, showcasing the adorable dimple I almost never get to see. His eyes shine with laughter. He looks so handsome that it almost takes my breath away. It is a welcome change from his generally cold attitude over the past couple of days. Sure, he's imparted a kiss here, a kind word there, but overall he has been distant. "You're a regular Mike Tyson," I say, turning my attention back to Harry. "He fell in love with it," Gabriel explains, chuckling. "He refuses to take it off." Before I have a chance to respond, Gabriel's demeanor shifts, as though he is suddenly self-conscious. He clears his throat, stands a little straighter, and the joy withers from his features. "We're going to lunch," Gabriel says, handing Harry to me. "Get dressed and meet me in the foyer in 15 minutes. He marches off, and even Harry notices the sudden chill in the air. "Dada," he calls after him, and it breaks my heart. "Dada's just going to wait downstairs," I explain, closing the door and popping Harry down on the carpet to play with his boxing glove while I pick out an outfit. It doesn't seem wise to keep him waiting. Gabriel didn't say where we were going to lunch, so I have no idea what kind of dress code to expect. I opt for a fitted maroon dress with cap sleeves and a high neck and pair it with some plain black heels. I run a brush through my hair and then twist it around my fingers, trying to tease some of the curls back in. I don't have time to do my hair properly. I wish Gabriel had given me a little notice. When I've done all I can do, I get Harry ready and go down to meet Gabriel in the foyer. He is standing by the front door and checks his watch as I click down the stairs. If I am late, he wisely does not reprimand me for it. "Why the sudden desire to go to lunch?" I ask. "Everyone needs to eat, don't they?" It's not quite the answer I was looking for, and I think he knows that. Gabriel looks me up and down and gives a short, approving nod. I guess I dressed appropriately. He ushers us outside and into the waiting car, and once we're all settled in the back, I turn to him and frown. "What's this about?" I ask. "You've barely spoken to me for the past few days." "Perhaps I am trying to remedy that." I'm not convinced. There's some sort of agenda here. I just need to figure out what it is. Is he going to give me bad news? Is he selling me to the Irish? Or does he just really want to get a restaurant lunch but doesn't want to eat alone? No matter how hard I stare at him throughout the car ride, Gabriel does not reveal his secrets. If he is trying to remedy our lack of communication, spending the whole journey on his phone is a bad way to start. I only hope that when we get to the restaurant, if that is indeed our intended destination, he gets a little chattier. Otherwise, it's going to be a long, uncomfortable afternoon. Rather than a restaurant, however, the car parks in front of a towering apartment building in the city. Gabriel leads me inside, and the doorman greets us pleasantly. "Where are we?" I ask. "I thought taking you to another of my properties would be a nice change of scenery," he replies as we enter the elevator. He presses the button for the penthouse, and we begin the slow ascent. "I don't know why I'm surprised that you own a penthouse in the city," I mutter. "You own everything else." This brings a hint of a smile to Gabriel's face, but otherwise his expression doesn't crack. He's being even colder than usual. What the hell is wrong with him? The doors slide open to a gorgeous suite, decked out in somewhat dated gold and vanilla tones. Though everything is sparkling clean, there is a sense of disuse to the space. I wonder when the last time Gabriel was here. Gabriel leads me down a hallway with pink marble floors and into a lofty dining room, not unlike the one in the mansion. A long table is set with 3 places at one end of it. Gabriel at the head, obviously, and then a place on either side of him, one of them with a high chair in place of the sleek wooden dining chair. I frown. "You've put Harry next to you instead of me." "So?" Gabriel asks, lifting Harry from my arms and settling him into the high chair. "So I can't feed him from across the table," I complain. I pick up the plate from my spot. "I'll go sit on the other side of him." "You will not," Gabriel says, his voice heavy with the command. I pause, narrowing my eyes at him. "Why not?" "I'm going to feed him," Gabriel replies. He raises his brow in challenge. It's not like Gabriel has never fed Harry before, but it seems weird for him to insist on it. Less work for me, though, so I shrug and put the plate back in its spot. Just as I am about to sit down, Gabriel tuts, coming behind me to pull my chair out. I am unable to hide the suspicion in my tone. "Thanks." Gabriel takes a seat at the head of the table, and a male server in a black suit sweeps in from the other room with a bottle of wine. He fills our glasses with the ruby liquid and pops a grape juice box in front of Harry. Then he's gone. "This seems oddly formal for a family lunch," I comment, sipping my wine. "If you have the option of having the best, why would you not?" he counters. "Juice," Harry says, flapping his arms and breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere. Gabriel and I both laugh, and he leans over to plant the straw in the top of the juice box, handing it over to Harry just as the server comes back in with our meals. I find myself hoping to hell that there's something normal on the plates, not squib or caviar, and for the love of God, please not escargot. But I am pleasantly surprised. The lunch is a simple spaghetti carbonara with pancetta, albeit elegantly presented. "I borrowed the chef from Roots," Gabriel tells me as he starts to cut Harry's noodles. "I know how much you like his food." Gabriel took me to Roots months ago, the night I found out that he was a mafia don, rather than just a billionaire with a temper. It was also the first night I met Andrew Walsh. Considering the significance of both those events, it's probably absurd that I remembered that night most of all for the lamb shank ravioli, but hell, it was sensational. I am suddenly eager to dive into my meal. I'm also touched at Gabriel's thoughtful gesture. "Thank you," I say as I take my first bite. My eyes flutter closed in bliss as the flavors melt on my tongue. "Oh, yeah," I groan. "This is the good shit." "It's my pleasure." Gabriel grins wickedly. "I find it entertaining how weird you get with food." My eyes flick open. I don't get weird with food. "What was it you said about the ravioli at Roots?" he asks, tapping his chin. "Ah, yes. I'm not just enjoying it. I'm composing love ballads to it." I can't believe he remembers that. I blink back my surprise and form my retort. Anybody who doesn't have that reaction is lying to themselves. Gabriel's eyes glow with mirth. "Relax. I'm just saying that it's refreshing to watch how much you enjoy things that others take for granted." His gaze is warm, and my belly flutters. I look down at my plate so he doesn't see me blush. Gabriel leans over and continues cutting Harry's food, and suddenly this feels like a real family meal, without the complications of mob wars and duplicity and purple heroin. It feels good. Emboldened by the intimacy of the moment, I clear my throat. "Is this what you always wanted, Gabriel?" He pauses and looks up at me, one eyebrow cocked. "What do you mean?" "This." I gesture around us, at the elaborate curved candlesticks and the glinting silver trays. "You told me once that your career was a combination of obligation and ambition. At the time, I just thought you were a CEO. Now that I know the truth, I wonder if you would have chosen differently had obligation not been a factor." "If I'd been given a choice in whether to enter into criminal enterprise, you mean?" he asks, lifting a spoonful of carefully sliced noodles to Harry's mouth. "Yes." "I don't know." Harry gobbles up the noodles, and Gabriel dips the spoon again. "It's the only thing I've ever known. I don't know how to answer that. I've never thought about a different life, if that's what you mean. Or at least, I hadn't until..." He trails off, eyes flicking to mine, and then back to our hungry toddler. Gabriel quickly flips the question back to me. "And you? If you had known that your father was not the white knight you thought him to be, would you have put less pressure on yourself to save the world? Yes, I admit. Don't get me wrong, I don't regret the path I chose, but I chose it because I wanted my father to be proud of me. I had 2 favorite classes in university. One was on the history of modern journalism, the other was on Dickens. I read Our Mutual Friend about half a dozen times that semester, even though I had more than enough other reading I needed to do. For a minute, I found myself wanting to be a teacher. I imagined going through the intricacies of the plot with my own students, having them examine the satire and write reports on the themes of corruption and self-realization. What happened? His eyes have brightened with interest. I shrug and look down at my plate, poking the noodles with my fork. I told my dad.
What did he say?
He just said, teaching is a noble profession. But it was how he said it that bothered me. It was like he thought it was beneath me. I hear footsteps approach, and suddenly a crisp-looking woman and a man holding a camera breeze into the room. I apologize for our lateness, Mr. Belluci, the woman says, coming around to shake his hand. Thank you again for agreeing to this. It's no problem at all, he says, donning the plastic smile he reserves for the press. We only just got started. Gabriel's motives for the snazzy lunch become all too clear. It's a publicity move. He's farming out our wholesome family for his image, and rather than seek my approval, he decided it would be best to ambush me. I'm furious. Furious because they're here, but also that they interrupted the first honest conversation I've had with Gabriel in days. I have half a mind to storm out right now, to make a big scene and embarrass the hell out of him. Only that wouldn't look good for me either. And considering that the truth of our relationship is far darker and more twisted than what he hopes to portray, I don't want to do anything that might draw unnecessary attention to it, for Harry's sake. I chew the bite of food in my mouth with extra ferocity, glaring at Gabriel as the 2 intruders set up the camera. He looks back calmly, as though completely unaffected. I will stay, I decide, and I will play along, but only because I'm going to rip Gabriel a new one later, and he will owe me big time after this. Plus, the idea of sabotaging Gabriel feels weird, uncomfortable, like putting on a wet pair of jeans. Despite everything, I want to help him for some reason. I lift my mouth into a gentle smile. This is delicious, I say. What do you think, Harry? Gabriel lifts a chunk of food to Harry's mouth, and he gobbles it down, giggling when he hears his name. Yummy! Gabriel's expression relaxes a little, as though relieved. I wonder if he weighed the odds in his head and knew it was entirely possible that I would storm out the second the reporters arrived. He knows me too well. We spend the rest of our lunch as a perfect family unit while the camera rolls. Afterward, the reporter sits us down on the couch for a brief interview. The questions are pure fluff. How did we meet? What's Gabriel like as a father? Are there wedding bells in the future? And Gabriel provides equally fluffy answers. He tells the story of how we met like it's a fairy tale. I spotted her in the crowd in one of my clubs. She was wearing this shimmering silver dress, and I couldn't take my eyes off of her. We spent the whole night together, but got separated before I could ask for her number. Got separated before he could ask for my number? I try not to roll my eyes at that one. He fucked me in a VIP booth and then told me to hit the road. The way he tells it, I ran out of there without leaving so much as a glass slipper behind. Gabriel squeezes my hand, gazing at me lovingly. Then she marched into my office 2 years later, demanding an interview. My heart melts. I try to remind myself that this is an act, that he's putting it on for the camera. But it's hard when those chocolate eyes are gazing deep into mine, and his left cheek is dimpled, and there's a stray lock of black hair dipping over his eyes. As for what he's like as a father, and if there are wedding bells in the future, I field those ones. Well, of course he's doting and sweet, and giggle. I don't know, maybe. I think about marrying Gabriel for real, and I decide it is the most ridiculous suggestion I've ever heard.
Gabriel.
I'm putting Harry down for a nap,
Alexis announces as we get out of the car. It is the first thing she has said to me since we left the penthouse.
After that, we need to talk.
I'll help, I say.
You'll help.
Alexis spins her head dramatically from left to right as though searching for something.
Why? I don't see any cameras, unless you've just hidden them well.
She storms into the mansion without giving me a chance to reply, and I have half a mind to demand she stop so I can deal with her disrespect. It would be better if Harry wasn't around for the oncoming confrontation, though, so I let her go. The guards on the portico smile a little as Alexis passes, having obviously found her comment amusing. When they see me looking at them, their smiles drop and they stand a little straighter. I shake my head and walk into the house, heading for my office, where I check a few emails while I wait for Alexis to appear for my scheduled haranguing. Several minutes later, she knocks on my door with 3 sharp taps and I call her in. Alexis is still wearing that tasteful yet somehow still delicious little burgundy number she wore to lunch. The dress is tailored around her exquisite curves, highlighting the flare of her hips and ample chest. She stomps into the room, heels clicking against the wood floor, and slams the door behind her.
That was not okay,
she growls. Her eyes are burning lakes of crystal blue.
You used me.
I shrug. If I'd asked, you would have said no. She stands in front of my desk, arms folded and a lip twist into a scowl.
You don't know that.
Please. I indulge in an uncharacteristic eye roll. Your favorite thing to do is tell me no. Of course you wouldn't have agreed.
So you manipulated me, lied to me, threw me into a situation I was woefully underprepared for.
Her expression tugs down a notch, the fury flickering with sadness.
That was low.
Guilt gnaws at my belly. I used to feel it so infrequently that it took some time before I was able to recognize what exactly that unpleasant ache represented. With Alexis in my life, guilt has become a familiar feeling. As I always do, however, I ignore it. I am the boss. I do not have room for guilt, because it impedes me from making the impartial decisions I need to in order to run both the mob and my business effectively. I rise to my feet and walk over to Alexis, stopping with only a few inches left between us. I grab her chin in my fingers and hold her gaze. If it's that important, next time I'll warn you. But make no mistake, I will be telling, not asking. Alexis wriggles out of my grasp.
No, you will ask,
she insists, her voice brimming with authority.
I am not some tool that you get to use when you feel like it and then discard. I am a person worthy of respect.
She points a finger at me.
For the record, so is your son. How dare you exploit him like that?
Alexis has always been feisty, But ever since I got her back, she has been something else, too. Assertive. On a good day, I used to be able to make her cower with a look, and she would listen to me, even if she complained about it the whole time. Something has changed in her. She presents a challenge to me now in a way she never did before. It's like she came back a different person. She's right, too, I realize. It was wrong of me to use her and Harry like that, but what choice did I have? I couldn't risk her refusing. I did what I had to do, I say. I made a judgment call and I won't apologize for that. She shakes her head.
If we're going to do this, Gabriel, you can't keep playing me like this. You need to start trusting me. More than that, you need to treat me with respect.
Her eyes sear into mine, plump lips pulled into a frown. Pink flushes her cheeks, and if she didn't look so downright ravishing, she'd probably look intimidating. I'm never going to be the man you want me to be, I tell her. I don't ride a white horse, and I don't make promises.
I'm not asking you to be a prince or even just a nice guy. I know that's not in your wheelhouse.
She sighs, running a hand over her face.
I just need to be able to trust you and rely on you. That's all I ask.
You keep throwing around the word trust as though that is something either of us is capable of, I remark. She frowns.
You don't think we can trust one another?
Why should I trust you, Alexis? And for that matter, why should you trust me? I'm the monster waiting in the shadows, and I always have been for you. Let's not complicate this arrangement with the pretense of trust. Something shifts in her gaze, and I wonder if my words hurt her. Then there it is again, that pesky guilt. I swallow and push past it. There's a fundraiser dinner on Friday. I would be obliged if you and Harry would attend with me. This is as close as I will come to asking nicely, though if Alexis knows me at all, she will see my polite request as the demand it is.
What are we raising funds for?
She asks with a quirked brow. The purple heroin crisis. I did not want to tell her this part, but of course it's unavoidable. The way her features ripple with fury makes me wish I'd never asked at all.
Are you kidding me?
She growls.
How dare you even attend a fundraiser like that after what you've done? You only want us there because you know that you're going to come out looking like a massive hypocrite, and you think having your perfect family at your side will distract people from the truth.
She shakes her head with disgust.
I can't believe you cut all that funding, but you're fine to swan out and drop a few coins in the bucket as long as the cameras are rolling and you're wearing an expensive tux.
Her words are like 1,000 paper cuts, but I don't let it show. I know what I am doing and why I am doing it. She may have a poor opinion of me for it, but that should not be any of my concern. What happened to trusting and respecting each other? I mock. She licks her lip, and the anger loosens from her brow.
Fine. I'll think about it.
The sight of her tongue swiping over her juicy bottom lip, mixed with the heat of the conflict, is more than I can take. I pull her into my arms and slam my mouth against hers, guiding her roughly to the wall. Alexis squeaks out in protest, pushing at my chest, but it takes less than a second for her to start kissing me back eagerly. Her fingers claw the front of my shirt, dragging me closer. Her lips are soft, softer even than the satin of her cheek in my palm. I pull back, nipping at her lip before releasing it and bringing my mouth to her ear. It's not a question, I hiss. There is a lot more at risk than you know. She shivers.
Then tell me, Gabriel. Talk to me.
I wrap my fingers around her chin, gazing down into her eyes. I I trusted her once. Could I trust her again? No, I decide. Not when she looks at me like this. When it seems that fury and lust are the only two things she feels for me. There is too much at stake. I kiss her again, pressing her harder into the wall, her chest flattening against mine. Alexis moans against my mouth, and I tangle my fingers in her hair, pulling at her scalp. I am still so angry at her words, but this anger is laced with confusion. I twist this heat for my own purposes, a spike of lust driving through me. I kiss Alexis with a deep hunger. I want to devour her, consume her entirely so that she is forever mine. I rub against her, my cock growing against her belly. Her fingers dig into my back, urging me closer. I deepen the kiss, exploring the softness of her mouth with my tongue, remembering the way my cock felt nestled between her lips. An inferno of passion roars in my belly. She is mine, forever mine. Knock, knock, knock. I pause, lips still covering Alexis's. It's Vito! My consigliere calls through the door. I'm sorry to interrupt, but something has come up. I sigh and push away from Alexis, running a hand through my hair. I consider telling Vito to fuck off, but whatever it is, it's probably important. More important than fucking Alexis, anyway, though in this moment it seems impossible that anything would be more important than that. Yeah, I'm coming, I call back. Alexis charges past me, heading out the door before I even have a chance to dismiss her. I get the feeling this conversation is far from over.
Alexis. I sit up straight, legs crossed primly, and smile so wide that my cheeks hurt. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. Gabriel is beside me and seems a lot more relaxed than I am. Most relaxed of all, of course, is Harry, who doesn't even notice the camera across from us and seems to think the man in the chair next to the sofa is his new best friend. He's not, of course. He's Chip Galloway, a tanned lifestyle reporter whose teeth seem to glow in the mid-morning light. His job is to get the scoop on Gabriel's private life. My job is to make sure he only sees what Gabriel wants him to see. Gabriel, Chip says, pausing to chuckle as Harry reaches toward him from Gabriel's lap. I can only assume Harry thinks Chip is a life-sized Ken doll. That's certainly what he looks like. You have always been known as a very private individual. Our viewers have never gotten so much as a peek into your world outside of business, and your life has been the subject of much speculation. Now, all of a sudden, you have a family that you want to share with the world. Can you tell us why now? Gabriel's arm comes around my shoulder. Why not now? He volleys. I have a wonderful family, and I'm proud of the person they have encouraged me to become. I'm turning over a new leaf for the company and for myself. And I think it's important that I publicly demonstrate the kind of values that are going to be important for myself and Belluci Incorporated in the years to come. Chip nods sagely. You say turn over a new leaf. He trails off, grinning at me. Alexis, can you shed some light on the kind of man this doting father was when you first met him? Oh boy, do I want to. I picture myself airing Gabriel's dirty laundry in front of the cameras, telling them about the filthy sex in the VIP booth when we first met, the cold dismissal, the arrogant way he didn't even remember who I was when our paths crossed again 2 years later. But alas, we're feeding a different kind of narrative. I had never met someone so devoted to their work, I say, chuckling at the memory. I remember wondering if he ever slept, or if he just plugged into the wall for a couple hours every day to boost his batteries. I playfully dig an elbow into Gabriel's side. He checked his phone so many times during our first date that I walked out on him. This is at least partially true. The first date story is a lie, and of course I am telling Chip this as a way to contrast the person Gabriel supposedly is now, when in reality he's still a massive workaholic. Chip laughs. I hope he doesn't still do that. He works a lot, but he always makes time for us, I answer. Chip's attention swings to Gabriel. What turned it around for you? Gabriel looks over, clasping my hand and smiling warmly. Well, the love of a good woman will always melt the hardest of hearts, he says, and my chest tightens. I fall headfirst into his gaze, letting his dreamy smile and the promise of his words carry me away, even though I know it's not real. Gabriel looks down at Harry, and I screech haltingly back to the present. But what really changed me was this little guy right here. I can see why. Chip leans over, offering Harry his hand. Harry squeezes his fist around Chip's index finger and tugs it toward his mouth, which elicits a delighted laugh from the reporter. He's certainly a cheeky one, Chip says, pulling his finger away. No doubt he's going to get into all sorts of trouble when he's older. With a mother like Alexis, it wouldn't surprise me, Gabriel ribs. Chip grins approvingly. You're one happy little family, aren't you? Gabriel looks at me again with the same warm encouragement as before. We sure are. For a second, I believe it. I believe that when the cameras shut off, Gabriel will love me just as much as he does now, and all the hard ridges in our relationship will soften, and everything will be okay. But while that is true for Harry, it's not true for me. Gabriel is flaunting me like a prized jewel now, but once Chip and his cloud of spicy cologne waft out of the house, Gabriel will toss me away like I'm just a lump of plastic. We bat questions and answers back and forth for a little while longer, and then Chip announces that he's got everything he needs and thanks us for our time. The crew demics us, and we keep up the facade right to the front door, where we see them out and wave as they drive off. Once they are gone, Gabriel closes the door and releases a sigh. I hold Harry a little tighter, needing the comfort after my draining performance. I think Gabriel will leave then, since I know he has a lot to do, and the interview went on longer than he anticipated. But he turns to me with a look in his eyes that I can only describe as gentle. Gabriel is not gentle, and usually neither are his expressions. It shocks me before he even speaks, and once he does, I am even more shocked. Thank you, Gabriel murmurs. You were great. Gratitude and a compliment? Am I dreaming? Yeah. No problem. I try to think of something a little more profound to say, maybe even to use this rare opportunity to connect with Gabriel a little, but he sweeps up the stairs to his office before I have the chance. Nonetheless, I'm touched. Harry sags in my arms, exhausted from all the excitement. I take him to the nursery for a quick nap before lunch, and consider taking one myself. I am worn thin emotionally. Our game of pretend stirred up so many emotions inside of me, so many thoughts and desires I thought I'd left tucked between the pages of our past. Lust has been a constant for us, but I forgot the way it felt when he looked at me with adoration in his eyes. And now I yearn to see it again, if only for the length of an interview. It's pathetic. But I reckon I'll do as many interviews as he wants if he keeps looking at me like that while we do them. I stand over Harry's crib, watching as his eyes flutter closed. My phone rings and I jump in surprise, sprinting into my room and closing the door quietly. I check the caller ID and frown. It's Debbie. I flick on the obligatory pop music. "Hey, Debbie," I answer, plastering on a sheepish smile that I hope she can hear through the phone. "I was just about to call you." "Why? So you could tell me you still have nothing?" she says snippily. "Seems like a waste of your minutes." People don't really have minutes anymore, Deb. Most plans are. "I didn't ring to haver on about phone contracts," she snaps. "I need results, Alexis. Where are my results?" "Debbie, I promise you I'm working on it." "I cannot print and sell your promises," she snaps. "My boss is breathing down my neck, wondering why the hell we seem to be the only publication not getting a scoop on Gabriel Belluci when his girlfriend is on our payroll." I stiffen at the word girlfriend. That title belongs to me just as much as the title of gardener applies to a person who happens to be sitting in a garden, though I suppose I better get used to it. "The only thing I could tell him to keep from demanding we fire you immediately is that we're going to have the biggest scoop of them all," Debbie continues. "And now you need to stop dragging your heels and deliver me a Texas-sized scoop, or both of our arses are on the line." I bite my lip. "I understand, Debbie. I appreciate that you've gone out on a limb for me. I just need more time." "Aye, and so does a poorly seasoned chicken stew, but if there's none in the spice cabinet, then you're shit out of luck." I'm really not sure what she means, but I suspect saying that will only make her angrier. I squeeze my eyes closed and take a breath. I'm still searching the house and grounds, but there's one place I haven't been able to get to yet. I'll try to get in there tonight. "You better. And send over at least a couple of paragraphs to me as soon as you can." "I will." We end the call, and I fall back on my bed with a groan. I tug on the bottom of my spandex shirt and take a deep breath. This is going to work. Not because I've planned it particularly well, or because I'm a particularly skilled spy, but because if this doesn't go well, I could soon find myself tied up to that metal chair in Gabriel's basement. This is the riskiest thing I have done since coming back to the mansion, and if Debbie hadn't lit a fire under my ass, I wouldn't dare attempt it without a solid plan. As it is, my plan is thus. First, complete one very hard, very sweaty workout. I'm very warm and very sweaty. I will then say to myself afterward, I'll go take a walk outside to cool down. From there, it's a get in and get out without being caught situation. I secure my lock-picking tools in the little zip pocket at the back of my leggings and fill my lungs with steely resolve. Then I head to the gym. I run full tilt on the treadmill for a solid 20 minutes. It's not necessary for my plan that I murder myself on the gym equipment, but it helps with my nerves. After that, I do 10 minutes of cycling, then crush a few weights as the sweat trickles down my brow. I know it's time to go, but I find myself stalling. Maybe I should do a few burpees first? Some jumping jacks? No, I can do this. I chug some water and walk with confidence out of the gym, down the winding hall and out the back door. The guards posted there look at me quizzically. "It's a little late to be going for a run," one of them says. I smile back at them. I'm just going for a cool-down walk. They clearly find my behavior strange, but they don't stop me. My plan is far from elegant, but I feel better knowing that I have a premise for being out here, however odd it may be. I don't pat myself on the back just yet, though. If Gabriel sees me creeping around outside in the dark, cool-down walk or not, he'll be immediately suspicious. The night air feels like heaven on my feverish skin. It cools the sweat on my brow and winds through my ponytail as I stride out toward the trees. The grass is dewy beneath my feet, and high above, a kaleidoscope of stars winks against the black curtain of the sky. It's beautiful. I should go for nighttime walks more often. I disappear into the edge of the tree line, casting a glance behind me. It doesn't look like I've been followed. It's pitch black under the thick branches, and I stumble over a few of the roots as I pick my way toward the other side of the small copse. Silence fills the space between the trees like a thick fog, and goosebumps prickle up my arms as the warm glow of my workout starts to fade away. I come out on the other side of the trees and see the storage shed ahead of me. I peer around, but there doesn't seem to be anyone else nearby. I dart across the clearing and crouch next to the door as I pull out the tools from the zipped pocket. My heart tap dances on the back of my ribs as I work the tools in the lock, ears pricked for the sound of footsteps. I picture Gabriel's shadow falling over me any second. If he found me, I'd be done for. Gabriel wouldn't hurt me or kill me, but he could do much worse. He could take Harry away and banish me. I'd never see my son again. I think of all the attics growing cold in the alleyways and motel rooms around the city, and of their parents who don't yet know that the last conversation they had with their child will be the last ever. I'm doing this for them, for all of them. I just need to make sure I don't get caught. The padlock clicks open, and I cheer silently. With one last furtive glance over my shoulder, I slip into the storage shed and close the door behind me. There's no light inside, so I turn on the flashlight on my phone and scan the interior. Cardboard boxes fill the whole space, neatly stacked from floor to ceiling. I go to the nearest one and gently pry it open. Dread sinks low into my gut. The contents reflect purple splinters of light back into the room. Finally, without a shadow of a doubt, I have evidence that Gabriel is running the distribution of purple heroin in the city. There are hundreds of small bags inside the box, like taster kits, and I expect every box in here is exactly the same. Considering a small amount of this stuff can kill a human being, there is enough purple heroin in there to kill hundreds, maybe thousands. My stomach turns at the thought of it. When my thoughts catch up to the machine gun fire of my heartbeat, I realize that I have already lingered too long. I got what I need. Now I need to get out. I snap a quick photo and put the box back as I found it, killing the flashlight before retreating onto the lawn and clicking the padlock back in place. My hair stands on end from the cold. I wrap my arms around myself and sprint back to the trees, still listening for any signs of movement from nearby. There's nothing. I weave through the trees, keeping a brisk pace to try to warm back up. I can't believe I've gotten away with it. My plan went off flawlessly, and now I have all the evidence I could possibly need to bring Gabriel down. Because that's what I'm going to do, right? I'm not going to be some passive mafia mistress who stands by while innocent people get hurt. I have a mind of my own, but more importantly, I have a voice, and it's my duty to use it. But the thought of betraying Gabriel, it sticks against my ribs like cold oatmeal. If I expose him in my article, it will ruin him. Harry will grow up hating his own father. He will never remember all the times Gabriel rocked him back to sleep after a nightmare, or played the plane game with him for hours, or made him a bubble beard in the bath. He will only remember the ugliness. And me? I know I shouldn't be thinking about me, but I can't help but grieve my own loss of Gabriel. I have always wondered what this feeling is, if it's love or lust or just good old-fashioned Stockholm Syndrome. But either way, there's a little corner of my heart that belongs solely to Gabriel Belluci. I deny it all the time, but in the wake of what I am about to do, it seems like a good time to be honest with myself. I care about Gabriel. I might even love him. Even after everything he has done, everything he could still do, Gabriel means something to me, and I am going to have to confront those feelings one way or another. I am so stuck in my thoughts that I trip over a root and go sprawling into the dirt. I catch myself with my hands and groan. This is just what I needed. I haul myself back up, muttering curses under my breath, and try to brush as much of the dirt off me as possible before continuing forward a little more carefully. I come out of the trees and cross the lawn, arriving at the back door with a friendly smile. That was just what the doctor ordered, I tell the two guards, who eye me suspiciously but don't say anything as I pass back into the house. Once inside, I see that my knees and palms are stained brown. I'm looking forward to a long, hot shower when I get back to my room. I do my best thinking in the shower, too, so I'm hoping for a little clarity. I make my way toward the foyer, slinking quietly through the hallway with the goal of not attracting any further suspicion. I am just passing the kitchen when a hand reaches out and seizes my arm. I squeak in fear and spin around. Gabriel's massive form looms above me in the doorway, eyes like embers trained on mine. "What are you doing wandering around the house so late?" he asks in a low voice. I could ask the same of you. I yank my arm back. "You're not the only one who likes snacks," he answers. "Now, answer my question." His lips are pulled flat, jaw tight. His hair is a little messy, like he's been running his hands through it in frustration. In light of his stressed appearance, I swallow the deflective wisecrack on my tongue. I gesture to my workout clothes. I was working out. He pulls my hand out, palm facing up, and cocks a brow. "Were you working out outside?" "No. I went for a walk to cool down after." I pull my hand back, shrugging. I fell. As expected, this excuse does not sit well with Gabriel. His eyes narrow on mine, and I feel his gaze as keenly as if he were digging through my brain with a tiny shovel. I need to distract him, and I need to do it quickly. I wouldn't mind getting warmed back up again," I say, holding his gaze and trailing a finger down my cleavage. "If you know what I mean." I cringe internally at my lame sexy talk, but it has the desired effect. Gabriel's eyes brighten, as though lit from the inside. I step closer, reaching for his bulge and squeezing him through his pants. The bold move elicits a soft growl from deep in Gabriel's throat. I slowly lean up on my tiptoes and kiss him, tangling my fingers in his hair while my other hand massages him, feeling him harden against my palm. Gabriel kisses me back, hard, pushing me roughly against the doorway. What was a tentative exploration a second ago is now a blazing inferno, as we fight each other with lips and teeth and tongue. He jams his pelvis against me. His hands come to the side of my face and hold me as his tongue pillages my mouth. I give myself over to the passion that threatens to burst me open at the seams. It shoves away all thoughts of purple heroin, of betrayal, of the losses yet to come, and leaves only thoughts of heat and pleasure and Gabriel. He is my end and my beginning, my undoing and the only thing keeping me together. Gabriel leans down and hikes my legs around his hips, holding me up with a hand on each of my ass cheeks as he walks us into the kitchen without breaking the kiss. I cling to the front of his shirt. His hardness strokes against my core and sends shivers of pleasure down my spine. Gabriel sets me down on the cold stone island and leaves just enough room for his hand to come between us. He rubs over my mound, sending my eyes rolling to the back of my head. "Are you wet, Tiger?" Gabriel asks in a low hum against my lips. "I bet you are. You always are for me." He bands an arm around my waist and lifts me, jerking the leggings and my panties over my hips. I think of the lock-picking tools in the small pocket and my chest clenches. I hope that he doesn't feel them. He tosses the leggings to the floor, and I breathe a little sigh of relief. My thoughts are swiftly redirected a second later when Gabriel pushes me onto my back and slides a rough finger inside of me. "Just like I thought," he growls approvingly and bends over to press a bruising kiss to my lips. My body aches to be filled. The need pulses through me like a low bass beat, and I kiss Gabriel hungrily to let him know just how badly I need him. I feel him work his pants open, and a second later, his cock slides into me, stroking my inner walls and making me see stars. Gabriel doesn't hold out. He fucks me hard and fast, fingers digging into the flesh of my hips. I close my eyes, the sensations paint colorful swirls on the back of my eyelids, and I feel a rubber band stretch slowly but surely inside of me. When I flick my eyes open, the glorious sight above me takes my breath away. Gabriel is fully concentrated on the task at hand, his handsome face rippling with pleasure. Locks of black hair fall over his forehead, and his pupils spill out like ink, making his already dark eyes look black. He leans forward and nips at my earlobe, whispering huskily into my ear. "I will never get tired of fucking you." This is what pushes me beyond the point of no return. Bliss cascades over me, and I sink into it like a warm bed of feathers. I shake and curse and float, and a second later, I feel Gabriel join me. For one perfect second, we are the most honest with each other that we've ever been, the most connected. But 1 second spills into the next, and I feel both of our shields begin to grind back into place, as perhaps they always will. Alexis. I hang up the phone, massaging my forehead as I look at the typed notes on my laptop. I've spoken to quite a few heroin addicts now, some from treatment centers, some from phone booths on the street, and together their testimonies paint a bitter picture. The safer, purer heroin was pushed off the streets several weeks ago, and their dealers have been unable to source anything other than the deadly purple variety. A couple of those I spoke to tried different dealers, knowing that this new heroin, albeit cheaper, could kill them, but faced the same issue everywhere they turned. The woman I just got off the phone with, Naomi, is in her first shaky few days of treatment after having watched her best friend die of an overdose last week. I hope she manages to stay clean. I have it all now. I have everything I need to expose this epidemic for what it really is: an intentional, hostile takeover of the narcotics industry in the city perpetuated by a highly unusual alliance of two rival mafias. I check the time and realize that I'm due to meet my stylist in the living room in 5 minutes. I blow out a sigh and wonder if I could get out of this fundraiser by pretending to be sick. I don't feel like schmoozing with the city's top socialites, and I especially don't feel like going along with Gabriel's pretense of wanting to fight the purple heroin crisis when, in reality, he is fueling it. If I play sick, I can write the first draft of the article, send it off to Debbie, and haul ass out of this house before Gabriel gets home. It would be so easy. No, it wouldn't be easy, not even a little. Because every word I wrote would be a direct betrayal of the man I care about, my son's father. Even though he has done horrible things, I don't know if I can bring myself to toss him to the dogs like that. No, of course I can. He deserves it. I wrestle with these thoughts for what must be 5 minutes as my phone rings, and the peppy-sounding stylist is on the other end, wondering if everything is okay and if she's in the right spot. I tell her I'll be right down, and before I can second-guess myself, I grab Harry from his playpen and make my way downstairs. I'll go tonight, I decide. I won't leave Gabriel high and dry. Whether he will appreciate my efforts or not is another thing entirely. I've barely seen him over the past few days. He hasn't even come to visit me at night, which makes me wonder if he knows what I found in the storage shed and is just waiting for the right moment to pull the rug out from beneath me. The right moment being after tonight's big show, of course. I find Sandra in the living room with her kit spread out across the coffee table. She has set up a chair next to it, and various styling tools are lined up on heat-proof mats on the sideboard, normally dedicated to Gabriel's expensive whiskeys. "You must be Alexis," she says brightly, shaking my hand with enough enthusiasm to send her lustrous brown curls bobbing up and down. Her eyes are a rich coffee brown, her teeth an unnatural shade of white. Every inch of her tanned skin is flawless. I suppose when she is done with me, mine will be flawless too. I set Harry on the floor with his flamingo toy, and Sandra guides me to the chair. "Sit and let the makeover commence." I chuckle and take her direction, and a second later, she begins to tug a brush through my hair. "You have such beautiful hair," she tells me. "Are these curls natural?" "Yep." She whistles through her teeth, impressed. "Making you look good is going to be a piece of cake. You're already gorgeous. No wonder you've managed to melt such a notoriously chilly heart." I chuckle. I wouldn't say it melted, more partially defrosted. "My man's a bit like that, too," she says, lifting my chin to inspect my face. "I can hardly get him to hold my hand in public, but when it comes to our dog, Vincent, he's a giant ball of mush. I swear if there was only room in the bed for one of us, I'd be sleeping on the floor." Something about Sandra's candid charm puts me at ease. When I think of my relationship with Gabriel, I normally can't see past the crisscrossing steel bands of complication, but I try to see it through Sandra's eyes. He's just my boyfriend, and I'm just his girlfriend. I don't know why we put up with it, I joke. Sandra grabs some concealer and starts to dab it on my face. "Because we're suckers for punishment," she says with a wink. Seriously, though, my last boyfriend worshipped the ground I walked on. Have you ever had one of those? My last serious relationship was Grant Logan, who I found in bed with another woman the night before I met Gabriel. I wouldn't say he was any less affectionate than Gabriel, but I never felt as warm with Grant as I do when Gabriel pulls me close in the middle of the night or kisses my forehead when he thinks I am asleep. "I can't say I have," I reply. She dabs contouring over my nose and cheekbones. "Honey, believe me when I say it was the most tedious thing ever. I couldn't go to the bathroom without him counting down the seconds until I returned, like I'd gone off to war or something." She snickers. "It was nice at first, but the compliments mean so much more when they're coming from a grumpy bastard like my old man." I imagine how Gabriel would react if I called him a grumpy bastard. I laugh. We spend the rest of the time chatting about girly things like the best shade of lipstick for my dress, whether to wear my hair up or down, and if Gabriel will even notice. I could leave the house in a paper bag, and my Gary wouldn't notice, Sandra jokes. Vincent gets a new collar, and suddenly he's the cutest pooch on the block. It feels good to talk to Sandra. It feels normal. We're just two girls having a gab. Nothing more, nothing less. I've missed this, I realize. I think back to before Gabriel properly came into my life, when I worried about money and raising Harry right and showing Debbie that I deserved to be a serious reporter. My worries are so much darker now. But in return, my life is so much more exciting. I am never bored, that's for sure. All the same, it's nice to pretend to have a normal life free of all thoughts of death and torture, if only for a little while. Gabriel comes into the room, just as Sandra is zipping me into my dress. He looks up, adjusting the cufflinks of his tux, and his eyebrows hit the roof. "Wow," he says. "You look stunning." I turn to face the mirror, running my hands over the silky fabric stretched taut over my hips. The gown is a jewel-tone forest green that clings to my body like a second skin, with a cowl neck showing off the round tops of my breasts without flaunting too much cleavage. Sandra has painted my eyes with smoky brown tones that make the blue of my irises pop, and my hair is gathered in an artful mass of curls at the base of my neck. I do look stunning. I turn back to Gabriel and smile, preening under his appreciative gaze. The moment feels just as normal as all the ones with Sandra beforehand, and I let myself sink a little deeper into the fantasy of us just being a normal couple. As though he can read my thoughts, Gabriel crosses the room and wraps my hand in his long fingers, pulling it up to his lips for a lingering kiss on my knuckles. "Really, Alexis," he murmurs, looking deep into my eyes. "You're breathtaking." Sandra is staring at us from the side of the room, her hands clasped together over her heart, her eyes cloudy. There's nothing wrong with indulging this fantasy for tonight, I decide. It's harmless, as long as I don't make the mistake of starting to believe it. The fundraiser is like nothing I have ever seen or experienced before, and yet somehow I do not feel out of my depth. As a journalist, I'm accustomed to making conversation with strangers, finding what makes them interesting, putting them at ease. As a gangster's girlfriend, I've been threatened, tortured, and shot at. So the judging stares of the city's top socialites hits me with no more force than a drifting feather. The event is held in a historic banquet hall, and though it has been hastily strung together over the past couple of weeks, the level of glamour makes it seem like it has been months in the making. The room is dotted with circular tables, each with a unique floral centerpiece and an assortment of name cards. Delicate white silk streamers plume from the molded ceiling, and the wall behind the stage at the far end of the room is backlit in purple. Personally, I find the color choice tacky. But then again, I find these people tacky too. They smile without happiness and talk without saying anything. I doubt any one of them has ever seen the devastating effects of purple heroin firsthand. All they see is a cause that they can attach their names to so they can look good to the press and ease some of their corporate guilt. An example of this mentality is standing in front of me, yammering away about her summer home. Her name is Beatrice Fulton, wife of Dennis Fulton III, and the more she speaks, the more I am convinced she only came to this shindig to show off her lovely Chanel gown. "You really can't beat the weather in Nantucket that time of year," she drawls. "Too much sun doesn't suit poor Denny's complexion, so we spend most of our time inside, of course, but the ocean view is worth its salt alone." She smiles, more for Gabriel than for me. She has been more or less ignoring me. "Where is it that you summer, Gabriel?" Gabriel clears his throat. "We didn't have much time to get away this summer." "But surely you have some delectable property that poor Alexis could escape to when you're all work and no play?" It's the first time she has addressed me. I jump on the opportunity. "He does have a cabin in the Poconos," I say. But I dare say I don't think I would go there alone. "Oh, why ever not?" Beatrice simpers. I hold her gaze with a grave expression. "Because that's where they discovered Fabrizio's body." Beatrice pales a little, and Gabriel's hand tightens on my hip. It's totally worth it. She makes a shaky excuse and swans away not a second later, and I let out a bark of laughter the second she is out of earshot. "That was cruel," Gabriel remarks. I look up, expecting to see disapproval creased in his brow, but instead I find his lips ticked at the edges, amusement playing in his dark eyes. "Oh, come on," I say. "She deserved it." Gabriel swoops down and presses a kiss to my lips. He pulls away long before I am ready, but hovers close to my face. "All terrified elites aside," he murmurs, "you're doing a great job. I'm proud of you." He kisses my forehead and straightens, and I try to contain the smile that goes skyrocketing up my cheeks. Warmth blossoms in the pit of my belly, and I let it wash over me, feeling for a second like I could conquer the world with only a hope and a prayer. The flash of cameras draws me back to the present, and I remember why we're here, the facade we are painting of the happy billionaire couple. I glance up at Gabriel, and he is smiling for the camera. I wonder, is his tenderness as contrived as the rest of his billionaire persona? "I need to go to the bathroom," I blurt. Gabriel glances down at me with concern. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, fine." I force a smile. "Back in a jiff." I unlatch from his side and stride across the room toward the bathroom, heat glazing my cheeks. I just need breathing room, and maybe a pep talk in the mirror. This is all starting to feel too real, and I find myself wanting to slip into the fantasy and not come out. I don't know if I can bear Gabriel turning cold on me again. I think it might kill me. I stomp into the bathroom and go to the sink at the far end, running cool water over my hands as I gaze at my reflection. "Don't be stupid," I tell myself, conviction making the words echo in my head. "You are strong. This will not kill you." Then why does my heart already feel like it's breaking? All this reading between the lines, the unspoken feelings, the subterfuge, it's getting to be too much. Before I can continue this suddenly very serious and ill-timed identity crisis, I hear a commotion outside the bathroom. There is a woman screaming, something about being used as someone's fuck toy. This event just got a whole lot more interesting, and I welcome the distraction. I hustle out of the bathroom, only to find that the object of the woman's quarrel is not, as I figured it would be, some well-deserving douchebag. There's no doubt about it. She's yelling at Gabriel.
Gabriel. Until 1 minute ago, everything was going so well. Alexis and I were facilitating a successful image overhaul, and in the process, re-establishing a tender familiarity between us that I'd missed in the face of all my recent stresses. We only had a couple hours left at this fundraiser, and then I'd be free to take Alexis home and show her my appreciation. The way her green dress draped over her curves had been tempting me all night. And then, this bitch.
"No wonder you never called."
The angry brunette slurs, eyes narrowed into slits. She tilts a little from left to right in front of me, her cheeks flushed with drink.
You've got a little family, and there's no room in it for the girls you fuck and then discard like garbage.
She's pretty, or would be if she wasn't shouting and staggering with indignity. But I have never seen her before in my life. You have me mistaken with someone else, I tell her, searching through the crowd for Alexis. I don't want her to see this. Even though I do not know this woman and certainly haven't slept with her, I don't know the kinds of conclusions Alexis might draw.
Gabriel Belluci,
the woman sneers. Her brown eyes drag lazily from my toes to my face.
I know exactly who you are and what kind of man you are.
Her shrill tone has invited the curious stares of all those within earshot. I want to throttle her for embarrassing me like this, but constrained as I am by the mild-mannered billionaire persona, there is little I can do to stop her. Cameras flash around me. We have become the most interesting spectacle at the gala.
You're nothing but a piece of shit,
the woman rages. She is close enough to my face that some of her spittle paints my cheek. I wipe it off, disgusted. I don't know who you are, I growl.
Don't know who I am?
She turns to face the growing crowd, addressing them like a gladiator spurring the support of the Colosseum.
This asshole told me that I was special, that he never took strange women to bed, but apparently I meant so little to him that he didn't even bother remembering my face. I wonder how many women he has done this to.
I tap her arm, gently swinging her back around, even though all I want to do is wrench her face to me and warn her to stop with her game right now before I end it for her. Miss, I say, trying to sound calmer than I feel. I don't know who you are, but I can guarantee you that we have not slept together. She curls her lip.
You're right. There wasn't much sleeping involved.
What's this? I turn to see Alexis cutting through the crowd, frown creased in consternation. Fuck. She strides right up to the woman, folding her arms.
Who are you? Your boyfriend's whore, apparently.
The woman's eyes flash with malice. Alexis shakes her head.
Wrong, because I know for a fact that Gabriel doesn't have any whores. So that means you're just trying to stir something up.
She stops forward, eyes level with the stranger's.
I don't know why you would do that, but you need to stop. Now.
I won't lie, a shiver goes down my spine watching Alexis lay heat and intimidation on this woman. Her lips are pursed, eyes glowing, and she looks downright murderous. The only hitch is, I worry what she'll do if the woman does not listen. I may find this side of her sexy, but I am sure the cameras and tabloids will have other words for it.
What are you gonna do about it?
The woman goads. Alexis, let's just go, I say, cupping her elbow.
Not until I deal with her,
she snarls. My perfect warrior queen. I am tempted to leave her to it, just so I can watch as the claws come out and the woman regrets her poisonous lies. But something about the sudden confrontation does not seem right. And there are too many witnesses around to let Alexis shatter the image we have been carefully constructing all night. Alexis. My voice is low, firm. Alexis blinks, recognizing the tone for what it is, a warning. She looks up at me, then looks back at the woman and sighs.
You're lucky, she mutters. Go drink some water, and chew some gum, too. Your breath stinks.
The woman lets out an outraged shriek, but I am already guiding Alexis through the crowd toward the exit. No doubt the gossip columns will speculate on our sudden exit, but Carmen will make sure that none of the whisperings add up to anything substantive.
We don't have to leave,
Alexis complains, lips tugged down at the corners. I chuckle. What? Are you saying you're having such a good time that you want to stay?
Well, no,
she replies.
But I don't want us to be seen as backing down either.
We're not backing down. We're making a graceful retreat. I glance over my shoulder and stop dead. The woman is still there, standing straighter now than she did while making a scene. She is talking and laughing with a man whose gaze stabs into me like an arrow from across the room. Patrick Walsh is the spitting image of his father. Only where his father was fully gray, Patrick's hair is a deep chestnut brown. He wears it in the same style, short at the sides, long and combed back on top. His eyes are beady chunks of emerald, lips eternally curved as though suppressing a secret. He's a few inches shorter than me, but still tall by most standards, with a slender frame suited more to a cat burglar than a mafia don. My jaw clenches, and Alexis tracks my line of sight.
Is that?
She trails off. Stay here, I say, turning around and heading in Patrick's direction. I have no idea what I'm going to say to Patrick, but I can't leave this slight unacknowledged. I don't know why he had this woman try to embarrass me in front of Alexis and the public, but he clearly needs reminding who is in charge.
Gabriel,
Patrick greets jovially as I arrive in front of him.
What a coincidence. We were just talking about you.
The woman tips her head back and laughs. It's an ugly sound, and I can see from the disgust on his face that Patrick thinks so too. He wrinkles his nose and tells the woman to leave. She does, looking furious. That was a poor show, Patrick, I say in a low voice. What the fuck were you thinking?
'Twas nothing but a little practical joke.
Patrick's eyes glow with mirth.
That's what friends do, isn't it?
We are not friends. Patrick's thick eyebrows converge above his nose, lips puckering as though genuinely upset.
How could you say that? I made you all those friendship bracelets. We played hopscotch together.
Not for the first time. I wish my father hadn't killed Damian Walsh. Though young, he understood respect in a way his father and brother never have. I don't know what you're playing at, but it ends here, I warn him. His eyes shine with something I can only describe as madness.
I don't think it does end here. I think it's only just beginning.
I do not like the sound of this. Is he implying that he is on the cusp of betraying me? Perhaps he already has. I glance around, checking that nobody is close enough to hear us. All the people around seem disinterested in the exchange, as the event is now reached the level of drunken frivolity where guests tend to steer clear of the more serious-looking conversations. Patrick, I have been a model partner, but I warn you not to cross me. I will make what I did to your father look like a mercy compared to what I will do to you. Patrick lifts his hands to his cheeks.
Oh no, I'm so scared.
With a snort, he adds,
Please, Gabriel. We all know you're on an even tighter leash than I am.
Don't test me, I snarl.
I won't,
he says.
Not yet. I just wanted to remind ya that I'm not the passive rag doll you think I am. I'm a king in my own right, just like you.
He leans closer conspiratorially, though his voice grows louder.
And don't forget that you need me to help with your little purple problem. My eyes flicked to his in alarm. How dare he say that here, in public? Patrick claps me on the back and leaves as I look around to make sure nobody overheard him. Behind me, Alexis is standing rigid, with her mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. She snaps her mouth shut when she sees me and turns on her heel, stomping out of the banquet hall. I mutter every curse in the book as I follow her, juggling a variety of emotions I don't quite understand. This is my business. It's nothing to do with her. Besides, Alexis knows I'm a criminal. This shouldn't be a shock to her. So why does it feel like I've betrayed her somehow? And why does the thought of her disappointment sting like salt in a deep wound? I thought that this fundraiser had the potential to be a little untidy, but this is a fucking mess.
Alexis. What do you mean it's not ready? Debbie screams. I wince and pull the phone from my ear. Shh. I hiss into the phone, worried that Jessica will hear the conversation from the nursery next door. Pop music be damned. Listen, I know you said that you had all the proof you needed. You said you were ready to rock and that writing the article was going to be a piece of piss. She interrupts, taking liberties with the wording I used in the email I now regret sending. I thought I had everything, but it turns out I'm still missing some vital information. Like what, Alexis? She huffs. Like the star signs of each of the key players? Am I going to get an article that reads something like, Garrett O'Leary may seem like a tough gangster who cuts off the eyelids of his enemies, but underneath it all, he's just another flirty Libra. I deserve this castigation, but it doesn't make it any easier to swallow. I don't know whether I'm more frustrated with myself for telling Debbie I had everything in the first place or recanting now. Truth is, I could write the article now. The most evidence I have, however, is on Gabriel. There's no way for me to write this article without implicating him. And while that was always going to happen, now I'm wondering if there's another way. I want my cake, and I want to eat it too. Sue me. I have a plan, I tell Debbie. And for the record, Garrett O'Leary may be a Libra, but he was born under a Capricorn moon, so he tends to be an ice queen when it comes to relationships. I can feel her glare through the phone. Care to elaborate on some of the details of this plan? She grumbles. You'll find out soon enough. Anyway, I have to go. So help me God, Alexis. You better send me something soon or... I hang up, which I know will earn me a slap on the wrist later, but I don't care. I need to think of a plan, a way to write a great article exposing the mob connections to the purple heroin trade and how it is getting into the city without dragging Gabriel or the Italians through the mud. The obvious solution is to pin it all on the Irish. And after witnessing Gabriel's heated interaction with Patrick Walsh at the gala, I have no qualms with that. I might have only caught the last part of the conversation, but I saw the woman at Patrick's side, the one who'd been harassing Gabriel only moments prior. Patrick needed to pay for his disrespect. I turned down the pop music, chuckling at myself. Pay for his disrespect? I was starting to sound like a mobster myself. It has been a couple of days since that night, and I haven't seen much of Gabriel. As expected, he turned cold on me again as soon as we left. Thing is, I turned cold on him too. I knew about the purple heroin before, but Patrick's comments at the gala gave me an opportunity to react to the knowledge. To show Gabriel how his involvement in such an atrocious practice made me feel. So I've ignored him. And he's ignored me. And we've ignored each other. Since that tactic isn't going anywhere, it's time for me to switch tracks and head in another direction. My best bet for bringing down the Irish is to have Gabriel on my side, to make him my accomplice, knowingly or otherwise. I head out of my room and go down the hall to Gabriel's office, knocking on the door. No answer. I knock again, but there's still nothing. I try the door handle, but it's locked, as usual. Either Gabriel is inside, watching me on the cameras, waiting for me to go away, or he's somewhere else. Either option is just as likely. I decide to search through the rest of the house before I start talking through the door to a potentially empty room. I am surprised when my search leads me to the living room, and I find Gabriel on the sofa with a newspaper cracked open in his lap. I pause in the doorway, studying him. Gabriel isn't the kind of guy to sit down with a coffee and the paper in the middle of the afternoon. It would be less shocking to walk in on him meticulously constructing a ship in a bottle. If he hears me enter, he doesn't show it. I take soft steps around the back of the sofa and peek over his shoulder. My eyes catch on the lower left headline. Billionaire playboy humiliated at fundraiser. There's a photo of Gabriel, too, with that awful woman's pinched face opposite. My face twists with disgust. The fact that they're focusing on this instead of the actual crisis at hand is criminal, I mutter. Gabriel stiffens. I guess he didn't hear me come in. He speaks in a low, almost bored tone, without looking up. Don't sneak up on me. I wasn't. It's not my fault you didn't hear me. Normally your clomping footsteps are enough to wake the dead, he replies, flipping the newspaper to the next page. You were sneaking. I hop over the back of the couch and sink next to him. I try to pull his hand into my lap, but he resists, shooting me a dark look out of the corner of his eye. What are you doing? He asks. Why haven't you come to me since the fundraiser? Gabriel's jaw muscles tense. I've been busy. Reading the gossip column in the paper? He looks up, eyes flashing. Alexis, do you want something? Or have you just come to annoy me? Yes, I do want something, actually. I want you to let me in. He rolls his eyes. Rolls his eyes. Like how a petulant teenager would react to a parent trying to hang. Do not roll your eyes at me, I snap. That's a fair request, Gabriel. Aren't you tired of all these games we play? It doesn't have to be like that. If you let me in, we won't have to pretend anymore. We could be a team. I cover his hand with mine. We could be a family. His lip curls, but he doesn't respond, just looks back down at the paper. I doubt he's actually reading the sports highlights, and I know I am meant to take this as a dismissal. Part of me wants to go, too, to scuttle away with my tail between my legs. What did I think was going to happen? Did I think he would take my hand and we would skip all the way to the storage shed, where we'd toss purple heroin into the air like confetti? Gabriel, please, I say, grabbing his chin and turning him to face me. I'm tired. Aren't you tired? Always, he replies in a dull voice. I'm always tired. Then let's stop this and start working together. Gabriel yanks out of my grip and rises to his feet. He gives me a look that presses like lead weights on my shoulders. I feel I might sink into the earth's crust with the force of it. Stop it, Alexis, he says. There's no point. And then he leaves, and I collapse against the cushions. I'm almost glad it didn't work. I'm embarrassed and hurt and angry, but I feel guilty too. I did just put myself out there and get denied, but part of my motivation for doing so was to get inside knowledge on his purple heroin operation. I wonder if Gabriel saw through me, or if he just wants nothing to do with me. Maybe it's a bit of both. I sigh and get to my feet. If I'm not getting anything from Gabriel, I have a couple of leads to follow up. I've been trying to reach dock workers who have witnessed the meetings to see if I can use any descriptions of the mysterious third party, the one selling the drugs to Gabriel, to try to identify them. If I do, I think I'll be able to cut Gabriel out of the narrative entirely. After that, I have to start getting Harry ready for the family portrait we're taking this afternoon. Gabriel's publicist said it would be a good idea to put one on the website. It's crazy to think that Gabriel just flat out rejected me, but in a couple of hours, he will have his arm around me with a bright smile on his lips. He will pretend to love me, and I will pretend that it doesn't hurt like hell knowing that he doesn't. By the time the photographer, Edie Armstrong, arrives and the softbox lights have been set up, Gabriel is back to the smiling, doting version of himself. He wraps an arm around my shoulders and jokes with the photographer about how this one doesn't have a bad side. And I smile and go along with it, though I can't help but replay this morning's not fight in my head. Stop it, Alexis. There's no point. The contrast between how he was this morning and how he is now is so stark that it hurts. The worst part is, this doesn't feel fake, though I know it is. It has to be. Let's get the three of you on the sofa, Edie says, adjusting her camera. We'll take some standing shots after. She has sharp, cat-like brown eyes and a tangle of dark curls tied in a bun at the top of her head. She seems to see more than most, her studious stare catching and zeroing in on seemingly mundane parts of the room. I wonder what she sees when she looks at us. Does her supervision pierce Gabriel's thick veil of lies? Gabriel and I arrange ourselves on the sofa, with Harry balanced between us, and Edie offers a few directions before she starts snapping photos. Good, she coos. I don't think I've ever seen such a perfect family. I bet you say that to all your subjects, Gabriel jokes. Edie winks at us over the camera. Only the exceptionally good-looking ones. This comment is directed at both of us, I realize, and I pause to consider that we do make an aesthetically pleasing pair. Then there's Harry's almost effervescent cuteness, which never fails to melt the hardest of hearts. These photos are going to be integral in painting a picture of a kind, wholesome billionaire. Soon enough, nobody will remember the dark cruelty in Gabriel's eyes as he barked at those journalists. After we try a few poses on the couch, Edie takes some photos by the bookcase and then declares that it's a gorgeous afternoon and we must get some shots outside. Gabriel carries Harry out, the two of them babbling to each other, thick as thieves. I follow alongside, my heart breaking with every step. I will never have this Gabriel, I realize. Not for real. I have caught snatches of him here and there, and when the cameras are out, he is alive and well, but he will never be mine to keep. I shouldn't want to keep him either. Not after everything he's done, all the people he's hurt. Yet I recognize an honor in Gabriel that makes his crimes more palatable, especially when I see him and Harry together and know he will always be a good father to my son. This honor is why I have found it difficult to swallow the fact that Gabriel is behind the purple heroin. It just doesn't seem like him. Maybe that's why I'm so keen to keep investigating. Or maybe I'm just stalling the inevitable. Alexis, Edie calls, drawing me from my thoughts. We're standing in the back garden near the late-blooming roses. I blink. Yeah? Gabriel slides a warm hand around my waist, his eyebrows knit with concern. Are you okay? I lick my lips and nod. Sorry, I zoned out. I was saying that I'd like to get a couple of you next to the roses, Edie repeats. Those red ones there go perfectly with your lipstick. I nod and take my place, smiling for the camera and taking Edie's directions as she snaps a few photos. Gabriel stands behind her holding Harry the whole time, eyes trained on me with an electric intensity. I study his expression, as though I will be able to read his innermost thoughts. I like that, Edie says. You have this distant pensiveness about you. Keep that up. I keep posing, keep searching, and Edie keeps snapping. Afterward, Edie gets some shots of Gabriel, then some shots of Gabriel with Harry, and some shots of the three of us together. We end up having to move to another part of the garden because Harry is clearly nervous around the roses. Gabriel and Edie remark that it's the strangest thing, but I know why he feels like that. When I escaped this mansion months ago, we took the path through the rose garden on the way to Diego's car. Harry tried to grab one of the roses and it cut him. He wailed all the way to Diego's car as blood bloomed like a fallen rose petal on his finger. I wonder if it's the memory of his hurt finger that makes him antsy, or if it's what came afterward. The isolation, the separation. Walsh's cruel, laughing face. I blink back into focus, and Gabriel is staring down at me. Where do you keep going? He asks, and it has nothing to do with the facade. Sorry, I mutter and turn to Edie. What did you say? I don't want to answer Gabriel's question. After another hour or so, we're done, and Edie shows us some of the raw shots on her camera before she leaves. Wait until you see them after they've been edited, she says, flicking through. Though you both already look like models. If you ever want a boudoir photo shoot done, she grins. You know who to call. The photos look so normal. We are just like any other family in them, laughing with each other, Gabriel and I staring adoringly at our son, his hand cupping my lower back. In a different life, I would hang one of these above our fireplace and fill that wall with other family photographs through the years. I'd sprinkle in candid shots, Harry in the bath, Gabriel working in his office. And when Harry went off to college, Gabriel and I would stand in front of the wall of memories, our hair peppered with gray, and we would reminisce about those early days when we were just getting to know each other as a family. I drop Harry off with Jessica after Edie leaves, needing a little time to myself. The photo shoot has left me unexpectedly raw, and I escape to the patio at the back of the house with a thick wool blanket and snuggle up on one of the wicker loungers. The early afternoon sun gilds the leaves from the overhanging branches and makes the grass glow. The air buzzes with bees desperate to collect the last of the summer's nectar before their big winter sleep. The door opens and I look over, chest tightening as Gabriel walks out. I try to appear nonchalant. We got some good photos, he remarks, striding over to me. I lift my brows. You've ignored me for days, and now you're engaging in small talk? Gabriel's eyes sweep over me, and I huddle tighter under the blanket. I'm not in the mood for whatever game he's playing, and I'm hoping that he'll take my prickly attitude as his cue to leave me to my thoughts. He sits at my feet and stares off into the back garden. In profile, I can see the little crook in his nose, the one imperfection on his otherwise perfect face.
Maybe this could be real, he says after a moment.
I blink. I am afraid to speak, as if any sudden movement will drive him back into his cave for good. Gabriel looks at me, and his hand rests on the blanket over my shin.
Is that what you want, Alexis?
I nod slowly. But if it's going to be real, you need to let me in. Pebbles of guilt plunk into my stomach, one for every treacherous thought. I think of how badly I want to forget about the article entirely and just give myself over to Gabriel and to this life. I think of how I can't, how I have to follow through with my search for the truth. I think about how much Gabriel is going to be hurt. Even if I manage to keep him out of the article, he will know that I have been secretly researching and writing it this whole time. And based on previous experience, I know he's not going to like that.
I don't know if I can do that,
he says, stroking my leg through the blanket.
Can't this just be enough for you? We can just be a family. Forget the past.
The past informs the present, I say. We can't just forget it. And if we're going to do this, I need to know the past. I need to know what's planned for the future. A pained expression tugs his lips down, but he seems to be thinking it over. Gabriel has never trusted anyone outside of his organization before. I know that without him having to tell me. I also know that he has never trusted someone again after they have betrayed him. And while I wouldn't consider my actions in the summer to be a direct betrayal, as much as it was me trying to figure out what was best for my son, I know that he views it that way. If he chooses to trust me now, fully, and I break that, he will never trust anyone again. But how much am I to blame when I am only trying to keep my son safe and do the right thing while navigating a world of criminals and danger? Gabriel still hasn't spoken, so I sit forward a little. Patrick Walsh was threatening you at the gala, wasn't he? I prompt. Gabriel swipes his tongue over his lower lip and nods.
He has the same ridiculous affinity for theatrics his father did.
Encouraged, I continue. Remember when you were telling me about your father's plan to eradicate the Irish presence in the city? I say. You told me that you suspected the Irish had help, but that you didn't know who from. His eyes flick to mine. I swallow, wondering if I am pushing too far. What the hell? In for a penny, in for a pound. Did you ever find out who it was? I ask. Gabriel swallows.
Yeah.
Who was it? Gabriel grinds his teeth, and I hold my breath in anticipation. Gabriel opens his mouth, then snaps it closed again.
I have to go, he says, rising to his feet.
Gabriel, wait! I snatch his hand as he starts to walk away, but he pulls and his fingers slide through my grip. Gabriel disappears back into the house, leaving me alone in the cold. I was close. So close. Gabriel and his fucking mood swings. Alexis. Mingo! Harry cries, smacking his hands against the carpet. I want Mingo! I have torn the nursery and my bedroom apart, looking for the goddamn stuffed flamingo, and I have turned up nothing. I don't understand where it could be. If we leave any toys in the other rooms of the house, the housekeepers always bring them back up here and tuck them away in Harry's toy chest, but the flamingo isn't there. I'm looking, buddy, I huff. Are you sure one of your other toys won't appease you for now? I want Mingo. Harry has grown more and more demanding in recent months. I can't tell whether it's his father's influence or if being a controlling asshole is just in his genes. Either way, I can't wait for his teenage years. Those will be a barrel of laughs. We don't always get what we want, kid. I pull back the crib to look behind it, loose hairs from my ponytail sticking to the sweat on my forehead. Maybe now's the right time for you to learn that. I push the crib back and look at Harry, who is sitting on the floor in an adorable giraffe onesie, his lips puckered, eyes welling with tears. He breaks my heart sometimes. I can tell that when he's older, he's going to break a lot of hearts. I squat down to his level and am about to pull him in for a hug when I remember something. I remember the last place I saw Mingo. Come on, you big baby. I pull Harry into my arms and stand. Let's go see your daddy. I head out of the nursery, a little nervous about the idea of seeing Gabriel during the day. For the past couple of weeks, since I tried and failed to get him to open up to me, things have been hot and cold to the extreme between us. Sometimes I will go days without seeing him. Sometimes I will wake to him pressing fiery kisses up and down my body, and we'll fuck like animals and fall asleep in each other's arms, though he is always gone when I wake. We haven't talked about the idea of making this real again. Hell, we haven't done much talking, period. I don't know if the subject is dead forever or if Gabriel just needs some time to come around to it. But either way, I can't wait for him. I've been following leads with a couple of dock workers for my article, but I'm coming up with loose ends. I've ignored the last 2 phone calls from Debbie, though I will not be so stupid as to ignore the third. I just hope I have something to tell her by then. We reach Gabriel's door and I knock, hoisting Harry further up my hip. Come in. I enter, pasting on a hopeful smile. Hey. Gabriel looks up from where he is writing something in a small black leather-bound book on his desk. As I approach, I see it as a diary. I try not to stare at it, realizing that whatever is written in there could be vital evidence. Best not to let him know I've noticed. My eyes find Gabriel's instead. He smiles a little as Harry calls out, Dada! We're on the case of the missing Mingo, I explain, stopping in front of the desk. The last time I saw him was when Harry was in here last week. Though he hasn't been spending all that much time with me, Gabriel has been spending more and more time with Harry. Sometimes during the day, he will bring him in his office to play while he works. He says he finds it soothing. Gabriel and I both look around, but nothing seems out of place. He rolls back and glances under his desk. Ah, he says. Found him. Gabriel ducks under his desk to grab the stuffed flamingo, and I leap on the opportunity to peek at his diary. It's open to next week. I bend over, eyes frantically scanning each of the days. I can see he was halfway through an entry about a board meeting next Thursday. He's meeting with Carmen on Tuesday. Gabriel starts to straighten just as my eyes scan the golden entry. Scrawled under Friday is dock meet, 1400 hours. Bingo. I rip my eyes from the page just as Gabriel looks up, handing me the toy. Harry squeals appreciatively, chanting, Mingo! Mingo! Thanks, I say, taking it from him. He wouldn't shut up about it. Gabriel's lips tick a little, almost a smile. Anytime. I turn to leave, but Gabriel's voice stops me at the door. You remember that we're going out this afternoon, right? He asks. I look back. Yeah, I know. Gabriel's taking Harry and me out on his yacht. Another publicity move, I figure. We'll get some wholesome images of the family at sea. Good. I'll see you then, he says. And I will see a version of him. The version I will probably never get for real. Despite knowing that he layers on the charm as an act when we're in those situations, I can't help but look forward to it. As for his meeting at the dock, I don't know how I will get there, or what I'll do about the 4-pack of guards that is meant to accompany me anytime I leave the house, but I need to be there. I have a feeling that will be where it all ends. The sun shines brightly in the azure sky above, but provides scant warmth, and what little does radiate down is swiftly stripped away by the salty breeze. I wrap my wool cardigan closer around myself and shiver. Gabriel seems unaffected and looks uncharacteristically casual in a pair of light chinos and a thick blue sweater. I have dressed Harry in a pair of little matching chinos and a blue and white striped nautical sweater. I figure whatever photographers and reporters are meeting us out here will appreciate it. Only I don't see any reporters or photographers as we approach the yacht, a 200-foot monstrosity that sits high on the water like a sleek white daydream. The name La Belle Vida proudly emblazoned on the side. I only see security and Vito, who welcomes us aboard with a jaunty smile. "I can't believe this is the first time he's taken you out on this thing," Vito comments. "Corey and I used to borrow it all the time before Nuri came along." Corey is Vito's wife, who I keep asking him to bring over sometime. It would be nice to have another girl to chat to, especially one who knows all about Vito and Gabriel's dark dealings. Plus, I'm sure Harry and Nuri would get along like a house on fire. "I can't believe it either," I say, craning my neck to look into the cabin. I still can't see anyone. "What are you looking for?" Gabriel asks. "The cameras," I reply. He frowns, his brow sinking toward his nose. "What cameras? We're just going out for a pleasure cruise." My cheeks flush, and I am suddenly glad for the bracing sea air. I had not considered that this would be a family outing and nothing more. I prepared to wear a fake smile and answer questions about what Gabriel was like as a father and whether he was the kind of man who left clothes strewn all over the floor. I wasn't prepared for genuine interaction. I am suddenly very nervous. "Right," I say. "Of course." I climb aboard ahead of Gabriel, staring out at the gray, choppy waves. Gabriel comes beside me and takes a deep breath. "Vito's right," he says. "We should come out here more. The sea air feels good." I follow his lead and inhale deeply, the briny air swirling deep in my lungs. I look up at him and smile. I would like that. Harry tucks his head in the crook of Gabriel's shoulder, tired from his long day of antagonizing me over a stuffed flamingo. I reach up and stroke his silky cheek. Gabriel watches me, his free hand gliding over my hip and pulling me closer. Behind us, the men take their positions on the ship, and the captain calls out orders, but that seems to fade into the background as we take this small, private moment as a family. I think this outing is going to be exactly what we need. The engine comes to life, and the deck rumbles. Gabriel pats my back. "Come on," he says. "I want to show you something." He leads me into the cabin and down a set of stairs to a cozy saloon. The room is outfitted with a long white leather sofa, and there is a small kitchen at the far end. There is a playpen off to the side of the couch, already filled with shiny new toys. A long window on the port side shows the deep blue of the sky above and the glittering sea stretching out as far as the eye can see. "Sit," Gabriel instructs, setting Harry into the playpen. I do as he says and watch Gabriel's loping strides across the room. He pulls a bottle of champagne from the fridge and pops the cap effortlessly, then fills 2 glasses. He walks back over and hands me both glasses, but doesn't sit himself. Instead, he disappears through a door at the side of the room and returns a second later holding a small package wrapped in blue paper. "What's that?" I ask. Gabriel sets it onto the sofa next to me and plucks both glasses from my grip. "A small token of my appreciation." I cock a brow, hesitantly drawing the package into my lap. Today has been full of surprises. I unwrap the gift, shocked to find a copy of Dickens's Our Mutual Friend. The book looks old, with a yellowed dust jacket still clinging to the red leather binding. I lift my gaze to Gabriel's. "You remembered?" My mind drifts back to that first interview we had as a family, and the conversation beforehand about my university courses, my love of this book, and the life it almost inspired. It feels like that happened years ago, but it must have stuck in Gabriel's mind. My belly warms. I'm touched. Gabriel sits next to me. "It's a first edition." "You're kidding." My eyebrows lift, and I hold the book away from me, as if I am going to damage it just by looking at it the wrong way. "That's not all." He digs into his back pocket and pulls out an envelope, trading it for the book. My fingers shake as I open the envelope. It feels like Gabriel is building up to something, and after 2 weeks of not knowing where we stand, this sudden deluge of affection is almost too much for me to take. Inside is a letter, and I read it carefully. When I reach the end, I look up at Gabriel, who is watching me with an expression I wouldn't classify as either warm or cold, more like measured neutrality. "What does this mean?" I ask. The letter is from Gabriel's bank, confirming the transfer of $10 million into a trust fund for Harry. "No matter what happens, I just want you both to be happy," he says. His expression flickers, and for the first time, I realize that his odd behavior over the last couple of weeks might not have as much to do with me as I thought. He looks troubled. I wish he would tell me why, and not because I want to use it for my article. I just want to help him. "Thank you," I say, pulling him in for a hug. His sweater is soft, and I bury my face in it and inhale the rich scent of sandalwood and male musk. Gabriel's arms wrap around me, and he rests his cheek against the top of my head. I let my eyes fall closed, sighing. "I honestly believe that we can get through anything together," I say, "as long as we're honest with each other." My gut clenches at the hypocrisy. I hate the way those words sound coming from my lips, so soft and sincere. How dare I? Thankfully, Gabriel doesn't respond, not with words, at least. He pulls away from me and tips my head back with a thumb against my chin, looking deep into my eyes, as though searching for something. I tumble into his onyx depths, my heart giving a loud thump. The boat rocks gently beneath us, and time seems to still. It is, perhaps, the most intimate moment we have ever shared. And then Gabriel kisses me. His lips are warm and soft, and he presses them against mine with such gentleness and restraint that it's almost like kissing someone new. His hands come to my cheeks. He holds my face tenderly, as though I am the most precious thing in the world, as his lips and tongue begin a languid exploration of my mouth. This kiss is everything. It's all of our unspoken words, our misread signals, our unbidden desires. It's a searchlight cutting through the fog above a distant, stormy sea. I lean in and deepen the kiss, gripping the front of his sweater in desperation. Gabriel's fingers glide down my neck, over my ribs, finally landing on my waist and tugging me into his lap. His mouth glides over my chin and down my neck, sending electric shivers snaking down my spine to the depths of my core. I moan and lift up. My body begs for more. I wrap my legs around his waist and cling to him like I will die if I let go. Maybe I will. I want you so badly, Gabriel whispers. He guides me back, kissing over my collarbone and down my cleavage. I always want you. You're all I think about all day, every day. It's maddening. His teeth scrape over the top of my breasts, and I moan at the exquisite mix of pain and pleasure. We are miles away from shore, from our problems, and from the lies we tell each other. That knowledge makes every touch, every kiss, every caress so much sweeter. Gabriel's hand moves up my ribs and over my breast, thumb flicking over my hard nipple through my shirt. I cling tighter to him, beginning to rock my hips as much as the somewhat constricting position will allow. There is a tightness in my belly that screams for release, but Gabriel is taking his time. He continues playing with my nipple, kissing my chest, teasing me mercilessly. I need you, I whimper. Please, Gabriel. He chuckles and it vibrates across my skin. Now you know how I feel all of the time. He brings his mouth to mine again, kissing me harder this time, deeper. His tongue tangles with my own, and I open wider for him. My fingers tangle in his inky locks. My core pulses and throbs. Crack, crack, crack. Both of us freeze. Crack, crack, crack. My heart crashes into my stomach because I would recognize the sound of gunfire anywhere.
Gabriel. Stay down, I bark, guiding Alexis onto the floor. She crawls over to Harry, who has started to cry. A speedboat careens past the window, and more gunshots rattle outside. What the fuck is happening? Who is attacking us, and why? I lurch across the room and fling back the green rug in the corner, revealing a metal hatch. Bring Harry here, I call to Alexis, extending my hand to her. She crawls across the floor with Harry gripped against her chest. Her expression ripples with fear, but something else too. Determination. She does not cower or cry. She does not shake. She is strong, her movements quick, and I wonder if she is more suited to this life than I thought. I pull open the door and take Harry from her while she climbs down the ladder. Then I pass him down and follow them into the small panic room. One of the walls is lined with guns and ammunition, and I gear up while Alexis sits on the small sofa and tries to soothe Harry.
Who is it?
She asks. I shake my head, ripping off my sweater and pulling a Kevlar vest over the t-shirt underneath. I don't know. I pocket a grenade and shove a new clip into the magazine of a semi-automatic pistol and tuck it into the back of my pants, then unhook the AR-15 rifle from the wall. I face Alexis. There's a latch on the door, I tell her. Once I leave, lock it. Do not let anybody in except me. I don't care who it is. I will be back for you.
What if...
She trails off, the words fading on her tongue. What if you die? I'm coming back, I tell her. I promise. I am in no position to make such assurances, but I would dig my way back from the grave for this woman and my child. I lean forward and press a chaste kiss to her forehead and climb the ladder, closing the hatch behind me and then waiting until I hear the sound of the lock click in place. Good. She and Harry are safe. Now I can deal with whatever fuckery this is. I climb the stairs to the main deck slowly, and the sound of gunfire amplifies. I hear Vito shouting orders from the upper deck. "Whatever you do, don't let them board," he cries. I climb the rest of the stairs and then dart around the corner and up the ladder to the upper deck, where I find Vito crouching beside the body of the captain. Blood is pooling from the gunshots in his chest. He isn't moving. "I'm getting you a t-shirt for your birthday," Vito calls above the din when he sees me. "It's going to say, 'Never trust a Walsh.'" Trust him to be making jokes at a time like this. But what the fuck does he mean? I peer out through the railing and spot 3 speedboats circling the yacht, 2 or 3 men shooting from each of them. Sure enough, Patrick Walsh is on the flashiest boat, his submachine gun carving a line through the side of my yacht. "That bastard," I say through gritted teeth. I recognize the man driving the boat, but it takes me a second to realize where from. When it clicks, white-hot rage floods my bones. It's Ian Smith, one of the Irish rebels I handed over to Patrick Walsh for punishment. Only it doesn't look like Walsh punished him. It looks like he promoted him. That absolute bastard. All this time I have been handing rebels over to him, honoring our arrangement, and he has been scheming behind my back. I don't know if he began our collaboration with the intention of betraying me, or if one of the rebels dangled that worm of dissent into his ear. But either way, he has sealed his fate. Patrick Walsh is a dead man. "Stern!" yells one of my men from below. Vito and I move to the back railing, where one of the speedboats has pulled up at the rear of the boat by the diving stairs. We both start shooting, but the view is obstructed, and the men take cover. "I need to go down," I say. Vito nods, his face a serious mask. "I'll cover you." We both silently count to 3 in our heads, and then Vito pops up, raining fire on the boat to the starboard side of the ship whose bullets have ravaged the dining quarters. I leap from the sun deck, landing on the deck below with enough force to rattle the wooden planks. Patrick Walsh comes into view, his eyes wide as he spews a fountain of bullets. A bullet slams into my chest above my heart and knocks the air out of me. I grit my teeth and push through it, even as the bile rises in my throat. Another bullet hits the vest just above my stomach, and one clips the top of my arm. I roar with pain, but keep advancing until I can take cover behind a bullet-ridden sofa. Angelo is already there, bleeding from a wound in his leg. He pats me on the back with a jovial grin. "Welcome to the party." Gesturing around us, he adds, "There's 3 boats, 3 on board each, with ballistic shields for protection and enough firepower to sink this ship given the time." I read his concern between the lines. Angelo thinks we're outmanned and outgunned, and he's probably right. "We need to cut off the head of the snake," I say. "The rest will scatter when they see Patrick go down." Angelo peeks over the top of the sofa. "We better do it quick. Patrick's about to board." "It's a good thing I brought a party favor," I say, pulling the grenade from my pocket. Angelo's lips curl with approval. "I'll cover you." And then he hops up without wasting any more time, his gun barking with each shot. I peer around the side of the sofa and see Patrick and the other 2 men squatting behind the ballistic shields. Patrick sees me, and I don't know if it's the grenade in my hand or the murderous look on my face, but he pales and calls out, "Pull back! Pull back!" The boat's driver slams the engine into full throttle, and the boat starts to zoom away. Angelo keeps shooting, giving me the opportunity I need to stand, pull the pin, and aim. I take a breath, pull my arm back, and toss the grenade with all my might. It sails through the air, and for one tense moment it looks like it will fall short. But the driver tries to change directions, and that millisecond of turning puts the boat right in the grenade's path. It falls into the bottom of the boat. "Swing, bada bada," Angelo crows. The boat explodes in a glorious display of violence. Orange flames mushrooming into the sky. The force of the blast nearly knocks me off my feet, and the heat glows on my face. The speedboat begins to sink almost instantly. It belches noxious black smoke, and the fiberglass groans as it buckles in on itself. There are no signs of life on board. The shooting continues, but I hear the shouted order of retreat from the remaining two boats, and they soon take off in opposite directions. Angelo whoops and waves his gun in the air. I grin. That's it. Patrick Walsh is dead. The Irish are finished. I do not confuse this for anything other than a brief victory, as my fight is far from over. But it's a victory nonetheless. As always, it feels good to come out on top. "Boss!" Gio calls from the upper deck. "I need you up here." Immediately, I know something is wrong. I race up the ladder and find Gio hovering over Vito's prone body. My consigliere is groaning, his hand pressed to a bullet wound in his neck. Blood pools like black ink under him. "There are medical supplies in the cabin," I instruct Gio. "Go, quickly." He takes off, and I move to Vito, pressing my hand over the wound. The blood gushes against my palm, and I squeeze as hard as I can to try to stop it. "Hey, Gabe," Vito says, smiling weakly. His face is pale with a waxy, grayish hue and shines with sweat. "Hey, Vito." I smile back at him, trying not to show my concern. "I killed Patrick Walsh." His smile grows. "Hey, good for you." Blew him up with a grenade. "That's awesome." Vito laughs, but it comes out as more of a choking sound. He coughs, and more blood slicks against my hand. Hey, I soothe. "You just need to keep still, okay? We're going to get you wrapped up and take you to the hospital." "I don't think I'm gonna make it," Vito croaks. "Don't say that. Of course you are." My chest is tight, and I try to swallow the lump that has grown in my throat. He doesn't look good. His eyes are unfocused, staring vaguely around where my face is. His lips are pale, almost blue, and the blood won't stop. "Tell Corey and Nuri I love them," Vito says, his voice shaking a little. He tries to take a breath but struggles, sputtering. "Tell him yourself," I order. "Don't you dare die on me, Vito." His lips curve into a smile, but there are tears in his eyes. "It's just like you," he coughs. "It's just like you to try to control death itself." His eyes flicker once, then close. "Vito!" I roar. Gio's footsteps thump back up the ladder, and he appears with a medical kit. He opens it and begins to pull out long strips of gauze, but I can no longer feel Vito's pulse against my fingers. I check on the other side, hoping to bring him back to life by sheer force or will, but his heart is taking its last beat. "No," I whisper. I have seen death many times, even faced that hooded creature down myself once or twice, but it has never felt like this. I feel Vito's loss like a cold hollowness in my bones. My best friend, my right-hand man, the person who has been with me from the beginning, who helped me climb to the top and has worked tirelessly to keep me there. And now he's gone. My eyes sting, but I blink away the tears, gritting my teeth. I need to get up. I need to go make sure Alexis and Harry is safe. But I don't want to leave Vito here like this, splayed out on the deck, cold, lifeless. I have to. I have obligations, both as a leader and as a father. Get us back to the dock, I bark. Gio glances at the corpse of the driver slumped in front of the controls and swallows, but doesn't argue with me. My hands are sticky with blood, and I wipe them on my chinos, leaving brown streaks over the light material. I climb down and head into the lower cabin, pulling back the rug over the trapdoor and knocking. It's me, I call.
Who is me?
I hear Alexis call back. I'm glad to hear she is being cautious. It's Gabriel, I say. I told you not to let anyone but me in, so let me in. I hear the hatch click open, and a second later she pushes open the door. It's safe, I say, offering her my hand. Alexis's eyes widen at the sight of the dried blood, but she takes my hand and climbs out with Harry pressed tight to her hip.
What happened?
Alexis asks. The boat's engine rumbles to life and we begin to move. I walk to the sofa and sink onto it, running a hand through my hair. My gut quivers, an uncomfortable sensation that I worry will not go away for a long time. Alexis joins me on the couch. She is pale, sickly looking, and takes shaky and uneven breaths. Harry's face is red. I wonder if he cried the entire time. Patrick Walsh attacked us, I tell her. I don't even think of censoring myself. After what I put her through today, she deserves the truth. He betrayed our alliance, I continue. I don't know whether there were ever Irish rebels in the first place or if it was part of his plan the whole time, but it doesn't matter now. He's dead. Alexis's eyes scan me from head to toe, and she zeroes in on my arm.
You've been shot.
She reaches out gingerly with shaking fingers, but I push her hand away. I'm fine, I say. I'd forgotten all about the wound, and the pain comes back into focus, stinging with a needle-like intensity. My chest hurts, too, from the shots to my vest. I want to remove it, but I will wait until we are back on shore, and I know for sure the others are not coming back. I welcome the pain. It means I am alive. Harry sniffles and looks over at me, his face pinched.
Dada,
he whimpers.
Scary.
I don't know if he is saying that I am scary or that the situation is, but either way, the terror in his eyes smarts more than any bullet wound could. I realize in that moment that as much as I try to tell myself that Alexis and Harry can be a part of this life, I'm wrong. I am asking too much of them. I am pushing them too far. We'll be back soon, I say gruffly, getting to my feet. Alexis reaches for my hand.
Where are you going?
I gently extricate myself, swallowing hard. I'm going to check on everyone else and call ahead to the house for extra security. I am going to do these things, but more importantly, I'm going to put some distance between us because right now, I don't deserve to take comfort in their presence. I am a danger to my own family, and something needs to change. The hot water beats against the back of my neck. I pull the steamy air deep into my lungs, as though I might be able to cleanse myself from the inside, and watch as the water swirls pink down the drain. So much blood, and so little of it is mine. I take inventory of my body, flexing my arm. The shallow gash complains bitterly, but it's just a graze. My torso blooms with ugly red and purple bruises from the bullets I took to the vest, but those are superficial wounds too. I made it out with barely a scratch, yet I hurt more after this battle than I ever have. When the water starts to run clear, I turn the shower off and step out, though I don't feel any cleaner. May as well still be covered in Vito's blood. I can almost smell it, the metallic twang forever embedded in my nostrils. After a long, silent drive back to the house, Alexis took Harry upstairs and I considered following her. I wanted to be in her presence more than anything else in the world, but I didn't feel worthy of it. Not covered in Vito's blood. Not while Corey played with Nuri in their apartment, as yet unaware that she was a widow. I might never feel worthy of Alexis and Harry again, but I need to start trying to be. So I make some calls, and I shower away my best friend's blood, and then I drive out personally to deliver the news. I owe Vito that, at the very least. Corey collapses the second she sees me in the doorway. I can see in her eyes that she has always feared this would happen, and I have just made her worst dreams come true. I reach for her hand to pull her back up, but Corey twists out of my grasp. She doesn't say a word, but the hatred in her eyes says enough. I tell her that she and Nuri will be taken care of, that they will never want for anything for the rest of their lives. I tell her that if there's anything else she needs, all she has to do is name it, and I will make it happen. She is under my protection.
"Bring my husband back,"
she hisses, glaring up at me. I leave without another word. I am not welcome there, and I do not blame Corey for her vehemence, even though Vito has chosen this life long before he met her. Back at the house, I make some calls and do some work, but the more the day ticks along, the more my head swims with sluggish, painful thoughts. When I find myself staring at the same point on the wall for a solid 10 minutes, I decide that I have done all I can for the day. There is only one place I want to be. I find Alexis in the nursery, seated on the couch across from the crib. Harry is inside, napping. She watches him with a hawk-like intensity, as if expecting someone to swing through the window and snatch him away. She looks up when I enter, and the softness in her gaze tells me that somebody has told her the news. She raises a hand toward me, beckoning me closer. I do not expect this sympathy, nor do I expect how much I want to wrap myself in it until I can no longer see or hear the outside world. I go to her, sliding onto the sofa next to her, and then burying my face in her chest. Her arms come around me. Just the touch of her skin on mine sends tendrils of calm through me. Alexis rubs my back and presses her lips to my head. If I have never felt so much pain before, I have also never felt comfort like this either. Her warmth surrounds me, encases me like a cocoon. I do not deserve this woman, but I can never let her go.
Alexis. I roll over in bed and drape my arm over Gabriel's warm, solid form. I snuggle closer and press my face against his muscled back, breathing in his intoxicating scent. I am still not used to waking up beside him. I don't know whether grief or exhaustion are to account for his sudden inability to leave my bed before dawn. I suppose it's likely a combination of both. I don't mind, of course. In fact, I like waking up with him. I like when he pulls me closer in the morning, half asleep, breaths fanning over the back of my neck. But I'm worried about him. He has been working himself to the bone, coming to bed even later than before. He hasn't spoken about what happened on the boat since that day, or about what he has been working on since. But he has let me in another way. At night, under the cover of darkness, with sleep hanging lazily on the horizon, we talk about Vito. I didn't know that the two of them had been friends since they were children. All I knew about Vito before he died was that he was Gabriel's right-hand man, and he didn't suit facial hair, but was determined to grow it anyway. Now I know all sorts of things. how he and Gabriel used to eavesdrop on Mafia meetings when they were kids, and then reenact them in deep voices in Gabriel's bedroom. Gabriel would always play the part of Fabrizio, and Vito took on the role of whoever was pissing Fabrizio off the most that day. When they were 12, they got drunk in the very club that Gabriel and I first met in because the staff were too afraid not to serve them. They alternated between scotch and beer because they thought those were the manliest drinks. And after Diego dragged them out into the street, Vito vomited all over his Italian leather loafers. Both boys went to the same private secondary school, the very one that Gabriel wants Harry to go to someday. In their senior year, they would skip class at least once a week to smoke in the bathroom, where they talked almost exclusively about whatever girl trouble Vito was having that week. He always had the worst taste in women, according to Gabriel. If he entered a room full of them, he would inevitably single out the craziest one. When Vito did find a good one, he married her, and he and Gabriel shared a cigarette in the bathroom of his wedding venue, even though neither had smoked for years. All of these stories, told in quiet whispers, paint a picture of a different Gabriel, one who was carefree and full of joy and light. I know he is still in there, hidden away somewhere under the stern line of Gabriel's brow, because I catch glimpses of him from time to time, usually when he's playing with Harry. I wish I could bring it out of him more. Gabriel rolls over and pulls me against his chest. I need to get up, he murmurs without opening his eyes. We both do. Vito's funeral is this morning. He sighs and tightens his arms on my waist, and I wonder what he is thinking about, but daren't ask. He won't tell me, not with daylight pooling through the curtains. Still, I enjoy the feeling of his heavy arms around me, the tickle of his breath against my forehead. The dock meet is quickly approaching, and I have been vacillating between whether or not I should go. On one hand, it feels nice to be this close to Gabriel. I want to explore this side of our relationship, to keep waking up to his adorable bedhead, to offer comfort to him in the night. On the other hand, people are still dying. The papers are full of reports of junkies found stiff and cold in alleys and parking garage staircases. I am the only person who knows what I know and who can shine a light on this crisis, maybe even end it. Gabriel groans and shifts away from me, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. I'll meet you downstairs in an hour, he says, and then lumbers out of the room without so much as a backwards glance. I hop out of bed and go to check on Harry, but he's still asleep. I leave him for a little while longer, grabbing a shower and applying makeup before going through to wake him up and get him ready too. An hour later, we are downstairs, waiting patiently for Gabriel as instructed. Only he doesn't show. Angelo and David are there, having obviously reached the same instructions, but the minutes tick by, and we are still down one mob boss. Can you take Harry for a minute? I ask Angelo. Sure. He takes Harry and starts bouncing him around the room with a big smile while I mount the stairs. I find Gabriel in his study. He's dressed in all black, like he's supposed to be, but something about the way he's staring at his computer screen makes it seem like he has forgotten the funeral entirely. Hey, I say softly. Are you ready? Gabriel looks up, lips tight. I'm not going. Why not? I frown and cross the room, sliding into the chair opposite. He licks his lips and closes his laptop. My time would be better served finding the 5 of Walsh's men who got away and bringing them to justice, he explains. For Gabriel, there's always another job to do, always another person to punish. I know how he processes things, but I would argue that by diving into his work, he processes only the facts and figures, never the emotions. Vito would want you there, I say gently. His eyes snap to mine, black and unyielding. Vito's dead. He doesn't want anything anymore. What's this really about? I press. You can find the perpetrators any other day. Hell, you can even look this afternoon. But this morning, we are going to honor your best friend, who died protecting our family. That's just it, he breathes. Vito died because of me. It was my fault. And now Nuri doesn't have a father, and Corey doesn't have a husband, and they know exactly who to blame. I go over to him and tug him out of his chair, a little surprised that he lets me. I rest my hands on his chest and hold his gaze. Corey knew just as well as I do that she married a dead man, I say. Every second she got with him was a boon. If he had lived to a ripe old age, they would have counted their blessings. But the reality of this life means that was never guaranteed. Vito knew that, Corey knows that, and one day Nuri will understand. Gabriel blinks, and his expression shifts from sadness to something else, something like pride. I am shocked by my own conviction and let my hands fall away. Gabriel catches them and brings my knuckles to his lips. Okay, he says. Let's go. It's a beautiful service. The lacquered coffin shines in the bright sunshine, surrounded by blooming flowers in every color. I catch my first sight of Corey and Nuri. Corey is pretty, with long blonde hair and a heart-shaped face, though I can't see her features well behind her dark sunglasses. She holds Nuri bundled in her arms. He is silent throughout the service, though he begins to cry as they lower the coffin into the grave. Afterward, at the reception, I go to give my respects to Corey, woman to woman. She is standing off to the side of the buffet table, rocking Nuri. Hi, I say. I'm Alexis. She cuts me off. You're the boss's girl. She looks at me expectantly, as if to say, what do you want? This is the first funeral I've attended besides my father's, and I'm not sure what you're supposed to say to a grieving widow. I consider telling her she looks good in black, an indisputable fact, but decide against it. Instead, I tell her what I would want to hear if I were in her position, though God forbid I ever am. My stomach clenches at the mere thought of losing Gabriel. I just wanted to tell you that Vito was a good man, I say. He's going to be missed by everyone. I can't imagine what you're going through, but I know it must be crushing. It is, she sniffs, green eyes rimmed with red. I lost my father a couple years ago, I say. It still hurts, but it gets easier. Corey nods. So they tell me. She glances behind me. I think you need to go rein in your man. I look back and swear under my breath. Gabriel is standing in the far corner of the room, speaking to a man I don't recognize. His face is contorted with rage, and as I watch, he snaps something that has the man reeling back toward the refreshment table. Excuse me, I say with a tight smile, and make my way across the room. I insert myself in the conversation, resting my hand gently on Gabriel's arm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend, the unfamiliar man sputters. You didn't, I say, though I have no idea whether he did or not. Please excuse us. I guide Gabriel to the back of the space, where French doors have been flung open to let in the unseasonably warm morning air. A stone patio extends toward a lush green lawn, hedged in by laurel bushes. Gabriel and I walk to the railing and lean against it, facing away from the funeral and all of its guests. "What's going on?" I ask. Gabriel huffs. "Nothing." I look up at him, cocking a brow. "You made that dude crap his pants over nothing?" I inquire. His lips purse a little. "He was getting on my nerves." "What did he say?" Gabriel flexes his shoulders. "He asked if Vito and I were close." "You mean a normal question to ask at a funeral?" I sigh. Public interaction is not Gabriel's strong suit, and I suspect that public grieving is the worst kind for him. He is dealing with so much anguish and guilt over Vito's death already that I don't see him being able to fake a business-as-usual demeanor, not without a little help. "Why don't we go grab some cocktail wieners?" I say diplomatically, guiding Gabriel to the food. If his mouth is full, he can't hiss threats at anyone. But Gabriel doesn't eat when we get to the buffet table. He doesn't even look at the food. He just stares out into the crowd, his eyes lingering over each person, as if wondering who they are, how they knew Vito, and what measure of malice he can dole out accordingly. "Gabriel?" I take his hand and squeeze it. He looks down at me, but before I can say anything, a woman I don't recognize walks up to us, dabbing at her eyes with a hanky. She is short and very tanned, to the point where it looks orange and fake. Her blonde hair is pulled back into an elaborate chignon, and her black dress flutters with layers of chiffon. This woman has dressed for the part, a little too much. "Gabriel, how long has it been?" she sniffs. Gabriel tenses. Here we go. "Siobhan?" He nods at her. "Don't worry, I'm not here on family business," she says, eyes narrowing. "Not that there's much family left to speak of." Oh dear. Why do I get the feeling this woman's last name is Walsh? "What are you doing here?" Gabriel says in a low voice. Siobhan's eyes slide over to me. Then she glances behind me, and I look to see her staring at Corey, cherry-pink lips pursing disapprovingly. "If he'd made the right choice all those years ago, we wouldn't be here today," she says, shaking out her hair, clearly still in competition with Corey for a man who doesn't breathe. "And you could have avoided your little Irish problem, too." Gabriel's hand tightens on mine. I cannot wait to hear the story behind this spray-tanned imp. But first, I need to get Gabriel out of here before he makes a scene. "Siobhan, so nice to meet you," I say, drawing her attention back to me. "Please excuse us. We have a lot of people to talk to." I drag Gabriel away and out of the room, guiding him down the hall to the coat room, where the attendant is nowhere to be seen. "We can't leave yet," Gabriel says. "I know." I reach over to unlatch the door to admit us, then close both halves once we are inside. We stand in the dark, pressed in on all sides by soft coats and the combined scents of what all the guests considered funeral-appropriate perfume and cologne. The air is thick and warm, but not in an unpleasant way. It's more like a cocoon. "What's this?" Gabriel asks, finding my waist in the dark. "This is a break." I step closer, laying my head on his chest. "Pretend you're not even here. You're somewhere far, far away. And just outside that door is the emptiest room you've ever seen in your life. Just take a second and relax, okay?" His arms wind around me, pulling me close, and his head rests atop mine. I close my eyes, and we take a private moment with only the coats to bear witness. I haven't seen Gabriel since we got back from the funeral just after lunch, so I am a little surprised when he calls me to his office as I am about to get into bed. Then again, The late hour means nothing to a man who barely sleeps as it is. I go to his office and lift my hand to knock. "Come in," he calls before my knuckles connect with the wood. I enter, and Gabriel is sitting behind his desk with tired eyes, still wearing his black shirt and tie from the funeral. I walk over and sink into the chair opposite him, as I have done so many times before. "What's up?" I ask. Gabriel's eyes find mine across the desk. "I just wanted to say thank you for today." This would normally be the part where I'd make a sarcastic comment about how rare his thanks are. But the look of appreciation in his eyes is so genuine that I daren't. "It was no problem," I say, my throat suddenly dry. Gabriel gets up and walks around the desk. He leans against the edge of it, just in front of me, and gathers my hand in his. "Alexis." He looks down at our clasped hands, and my heart jumps in my chest. He's about to say something heartfelt. I can feel it. Gabriel clears his throat and releases my hand. "I know that Patrick Walsh is dead, but I still want you to travel with guards for the time being. Okay?" Okay, I sputter out, a little disappointed. Did I misread the signs? Speaking of Patrick Walsh, who was that woman today? I ask. Siobhan. Gabriel's nose wrinkles a little, as though the mere thought of her smells bad. "She's Patrick Walsh's cousin, though she's not involved in the business. Or wasn't, at least, when she and Vito were lovers years ago." He had an Irish girlfriend? My eyebrows lift in surprise. Gabriel's lips curve as he sinks into the nostalgia. "Vito had a rebellious phase when we were teenagers. He wanted a taste of danger, and that's exactly what Siobhan was to him. Let's just say he got over her a lot faster than she got over him. I could tell." He chuckles. "I'll never forget the day he met Corey," he says. "She transferred to our school halfway through senior year, and he was smitten with her immediately. He'd seemed smitten with Siobhan, too, which is what I reminded him when he told me he'd just met his future wife. Do you know what he told me?" "What?" "He said, 'She's the yin to my yang, Gabe. Siobhan is heat and excitement, but Corey is all that and more. She is true, perfect balance.'" Based on my limited interaction with Siobhan, I'd say Vito made the right call. Gabriel nods. "I agree." And he trails off, taking a breath as his gaze travels over me. My heartbeat picks up again. "And Alexis, I suspect that you're the yin to my yang." His brow furrows. "I need you." His declaration takes my breath away. I stare at him like an idiot for a moment while I gather my scattered thoughts, my throat dry. "I need you too," I rasp finally. I do. I need him like oxygen, which is why I'm going to suffocate when I make my final play, when I do the one thing that Gabriel will never be able to forgive me for, when I betray him. "Do you trust me?" Gabriel asks. His expression is so sincere that I can't help but nod. I trust him more than I trust my own capricious thoughts, and much more than he should trust me. He sighs, as though he's been waiting to hear those very words, and I have lifted a ton of bricks from his chest. I wonder if he is going to tell me everything. Finally fill in the blanks that I have been skulking around, trying to fill in myself. I feel the sudden urge to stop him before he arms me with the weapon I need to take him down. "Let's run away together," I blurt. "You, me, and Harry. We can leave all of this behind. It's a crazy thought, driven by an even crazier impulse, the impulse to escape. We could go far away from the mob and purple heroin and the New York Union and Debbie. If we escape together, we can leave our sins in the past and finally be together. Gabriel's eyes light up. He looks as though he is considering it. But then his eyes dim, and he gives a short shake of his head. I can't run, Alexis. This world is all I've ever known. It's my legacy, the work of generations of Bellucis, and I'm needed here. I feel stupid for even suggesting it. Naive, like a schoolgirl who believes that if she runs away in the middle of the night, the fairies might take her away to live in the trees, where they will drink dandelion dewdrops and eat lavender flowers. Of course, I say, laughing at myself. Besides, Gabriel continues, I still have to exact vengeance for Vito's death. Vengeance? I frown. But Patrick Walsh is dead. Have you not already gotten your vengeance? Isn't that like case closed? Gabriel shakes his head and walks back around the desk, all business. I don't know who killed him, and I consider all of Patrick's men equally guilty. I will paint the streets red with their blood. My stomach churns. The stern press of his brow makes him look fierce, like a man capable of atrocious things. There is a darkness there, swirling under the surface. My avenging angel. The whole thing started with vengeance, didn't it? I remind him. Our fathers died for their crimes, which should have been punishment enough, but that wasn't enough for Andrew Walsh. This is different. Is it? We stare at each other, as though sizing the other up. His mouth tilts ever so slightly at the corner, a tiny tick as though I amuse him, or impress him. Before either one of us can say anything, Harry's voice crackles through the baby monitor. Mama? Mama? I clear my throat. I have to go. Gabriel nods, and I leave, my gut twisting apprehensively. My feelings for him, I now realize, are all too real, as is the compulsion to drop this investigation and be with him the way I want. He's a deadly creature, a beast. But can I tame him?
Gabriel. With Patrick Walsh dead, the remaining Irish have carved up his territory and begun to fight amongst themselves. This has afforded my men and me a rare moment of peace. There have been no attacks on Italian property since his death, and though I am sure that someone will try to avenge him eventually, for now, they are all too busy trying to cut themselves the biggest piece of the pie to bother even looking in my direction. I intend to make the most of this lull, using it as an opportunity both to tighten up defenses and to relax. My men are stressed, tense, and I will not waste this chance to reinvigorate them, even if that means that I must take a break myself. We sit around a large, circular table in the private back room of Little Italy, my favorite pizza place in the city. To my left is Dom, who is eulogizing Vito and commenting on the beautiful service the day before. Beside him sits Mirko, then Antonio, and finally to my right, Silvano Gambaro, Vito's brother. It was Vito's wish that if anything happened to him, he would be succeeded in his role by his little brother, who has been priming for the opportunity for several years. I don't think Vito intended to die so young, though, and I'm not sure his brother is ready yet. He is in his late 20s and recently finished his master's degree in business management. He's whip smart, I'll give him that. Vito suggested that he would provide the kind of impartial advice I would need in a world where my second was dead. I am curious to see if he was right. Dom finishes his sermon and we all toast our fallen soldier. I glance at Silvano as we drink. He looks like a younger version of Vito, without the horrible scraggly beard that he'd sported in recent months, despite my best advice. His sharp gray eyes take in those around the circle. He is studying them, I realize. The Irish girl who used to stalk Vito was at the funeral, Mirko comments. I saw you talking to her, Gabriel. I rankle at the thought of Siobhan, with her Botoxed lips and orange skin. I think if Alexis hadn't been there, I would have ended up yelling at her. I can't believe she had the audacity to show up. Despicable, Dom agrees. Antonio nods. I want to do something for her, I say, staring into the bottom of my glass of whiskey. Siobhan? Mirko asks, frowning. Alexis. I drain the glass. She's kept me from snapping a few times, seems to have a knack for it. I feel that merits some sort of reward. She didn't just keep me from snapping either. She held me together when it felt like I was a bundle of sticks with only a thin cord stopping me from falling apart. I feel beholden to her for all she has done for me, even with everything I have put her through. I just don't know what to do about it. What kind of reward? Dom asks. I don't know, I reply, tugging the bottle of whiskey closer and pouring myself another glass. The waiter comes through and distributes pizzas across the table, and my stomach growls. I have not eaten all day, too busy to even consider it. Perhaps I do need a break, as much as my men do. Jewelry, Mirko says, folding a slice of cheese pizza in one hand. Women always like jewelry. I pull a piece of pepperoni onto my plate. Alexis doesn't wear much jewelry. She would if you bought it for her, Mirko points out, taking a big bite. I don't know if that's true. I sigh. I'm bad at this. Clothes, Antonio suggests. He lifts a slice, and the gooey cheese trails back down to the box. Buy her a pretty dress and then take her to dinner. Make her feel like a princess. I take a bite of my pizza, chewing thoughtfully. The salty pepperoni is like heaven. I briefly consider just bringing her home a box of pizza. I think she'd like that more than she would a new dress, especially if I picked up some dough balls as well. I don't think Alexis has ever yearned to feel like a princess, and I bet she'd laugh at me if I ever suggested she had. I wish Vito was here. He would know exactly what to suggest. These other guys might know women, but they don't know Alexis. I doubt they've ever met anyone quite like her. What does she want? Silvano asks. His voice is quiet, soft. I am surprised to hear him saying anything, as he's been studying us silently this whole time. I chuckle. If she told me such things, I wouldn't need advice. She doesn't seem the type to say outright that she wants a set of pearls or a new pair of shoes, Silvano says. I mean abstractly. What does she want? From you? From her life? I don't know where he's going with this, but I play along gamely, thinking back to my past few conversations with Alexis. I remember her suggesting that we run away together. I remember how tempted I was for a millisecond. She wants a fresh start, I say, a little surprised by how easily it was for me to think of. Silvano nods, steel eyes flashing in the way that Vito's did when he had a particularly clever idea. You're all living in your family manor right now, correct? I nod, taking another bite of pizza. And that house has been in your family for generations? I nod again. The other men are watching, as though sizing up the younger Gambaro. They trusted Vito as inherently as I did, so they will readily accept Silvano into our ranks if I give the word, but they are keeping vigilant nonetheless.
Then give her a fresh start,
Silvano suggests simply.
The two of you could move into a house that is just your own, without the ghosts of your past, the attempted kidnapping, the attacks.
He has a point. We have had good times in the mansion, but there have been plenty of bad times too. Then there is the matter of everything that house represents, all the history and all the violence. That's a good idea, Silvano, I say, and the rest of my men nod in approval. It takes my realtor, Alice, only a few hours to source the perfect property, and within 2 days, the ink is dry and it is mine. Or ours, I should say. David drives Alexis and me out to the 5-bed, 4-bath on the other side of the city one sunny afternoon. Harry is with Jessica, and I have arranged my schedule so we have the whole afternoon together. All I have told Alexis is that I have a surprise for her. As David drives slowly through the leafy neighborhood, Alexis looks around suspiciously.
When you told me about the surprise this morning, I thought you were taking me out for lunch,
she confesses.
I'm beginning to suspect food will not factor into our afternoon.
I can't help but smile at the note of disappointment in her voice. I will make sure you're fed. David stops in front of the house. It's a Victorian revival with large bay windows stacked on both floors, overlooking the verdant green lawn. It looks normal, which to me means it looks vulnerable. I can already tell that to Alexis, it looks like a dream come true.
What am I looking at?
She asks. You're looking at our new home, I tell her.
What?
Alexis's mouth drops open. David opens the door for us, and Alexis hops out, but doesn't approach the house, almost like she's afraid to. I get behind her and wrap my arm around her shoulders. I thought you'd be jingling the front door handle by now, I joke. Alexis shakes her head in disbelief.
It's so normal.
I decide that to preserve the facade of normalcy, I won't yet tell her that I purchased the houses on either side for security purposes. She looks up and down the tree-lined avenue. A copper leaf twirls and falls to the ground in front of us. The buzzing of a distant lawnmower hums through the air. She looks up at me, Cupid's bow lips pressed together and brow furrowed in something like concern.
Is this for us to, live in?
No, it's for us to conduct cult sacrifices in, I deadpan. Alexis's lips split wide.
Was that a joke, Mr. Belluci?
Do you want to see the inside of the house or not? I cock a brow. Alexis laughs and clasps my hand, tugging me toward the house excitedly. We climb the creaking wooden porch, and I press the key into her palm. I cannot remember the last time I saw Alexis this happy, and it's intoxicating. Her sea-blue eyes are lit from within, her creamy skin practically glowing. She grins and takes the key, unlocking the door and then pushing it open. But she doesn't enter right away. She stands on the porch, her smile faltering only a touch, as if worried that a different world exists beyond the threshold, and if she steps beyond, she may not get to return again. Then she bounds into the house. I enter behind her and follow her long strides as she darts from room to room, marveling at the modern kitchen and roomy lounge. I catch up with her in the family-sized dining room where she is staring through the large crescent window at the sprawling backyard. There's enough room for a trampoline, I prompt. Alexis's chin drops in horror.
We are not getting a trampoline.
Why not? I chuckle.
They're way too dangerous.
Neither one of us acknowledges the elephant in the room, that mortal peril is already a constant companion of our lifestyle, but we share a secret smile. Come on, I say, guiding her toward the stairs. Let's go see our new room. I slide my hand over the wooden banister as we climb the stairs to the second floor. The stairway twists and goes up again from there, and Alexis stares at the closed door at the top. It's an attic room, I explain. She smiles dreamily.
I'm going to put a beanbag chair in there.
You can put whatever you want, wherever you want. I take her hand and lift her knuckles to my lips. You have carte blanche to decorate as you will. She grins cheekily.
What if I decorate every room at great expense and the second I'm done, decide I want to redo it all?
Whatever makes you happy, I say. And then, licking my lips, I ask, will this make you happy, Alexis? She looks up at me, black lashes fanning above her sparkling eyes, and leans up on her tiptoes to press her lips to mine. My arms glide around her back and tug her closer. My lips play with hers. My heart fills with something that could be joy. I am so out of practice that I can't say for sure. Alexis's mouth moves with mine, deepening the kiss as her fingers tangle in my hair. I can feel the snare drum rat-a-tat of her heartbeat where her chest presses against mine. It feels so right to kiss her here, in our new home, with our new life stretching out ahead of us. We have stripped away our pretensions, admitted that we want to be with each other, that we want this to work. Everything will be okay now. I need it to be okay. I cannot lose someone else in my life. Alexis pulls away a hair's breadth, and her lips graze mine as she speaks in a hushed whisper.
Take me to the bedroom.
Easy. I hoist her into my arms, and her thighs clamp around my hips. I growl my approval as she rubs across the front of my pants, sending a heated throb through my balls. Alexis kisses me hard again. Her lips and tongue launch a rabid assault on my mouth as I carry her into the empty master suite, which still smells of lemon from the deep cleaning after the former owner's expeditious move. I will show Alexis the generous walk-in closet and the ensuite with its luxurious clawfoot tub another time. Right now, the two of us have only one thing on our minds, and we pass this fervent passion back and forth between us through our needy kisses. I lower to my knees and gently press Alexis to the shiny oak floorboards. They sigh softly with the movement. So does Alexis. Do you think you could be happy here? I ask as my lips carve a path down her collarbone. Alexis arches against me.
Yes,
she moans. I don't know whether she is responding to my question or to my fluttering kiss over the swell of her breast, or both. I peel off her clothes and she squeaks as her naked flesh meets the cool floorboards. I chuckle, and Alexis shoots me a playful glare. Once she is naked and spread out before me, I take my time exploring her body, kissing her soft, fleshy mounds, down over her smooth stomach, round hips, and finally, to the cleft between her thighs. Alexis's breath comes labored and deep. When I press a finger into her pussy, she is soaking wet. I'm going to fuck you in every room in this house, I tell her, stroking her inner walls. And on every piece of furniture once we get some.
That's not going to leave me much time to decorate,
she points out breathily. I rub my thumb over the nub of her clit, fingers still playing inside of her. And don't get smart with me. Just say yes, sir. I insert another finger and her eyes rolled to the back of her head.
Yes, sir.
I play with Alexis a little more, watching her tits rise and fall with the rush of her breaths, pressing hot kisses up her sides, over her ribs, pulling each nipple into my mouth in turn. When she tries to touch me, I warn her to keep her hands at her sides, too turned on by the sight of her at my complete mercy in this vast, empty room, with no furniture, no pictures hanging on the wall, no stray toys or laundry. There is nothing for me to focus on but her. Her exquisite moans, the feel of her slick heat on my fingers, the taste of her skin. My cock throbs. I am so hard that it hurts, and I cannot wait any longer. I pull back and start to strip, and Alexis pushes up on her elbows as if to help. What did I say? I cock a brow, pulling off my shirt. Stay exactly where you are. She watches me undress, hunger in her gaze, and when I release my swollen cock, she licks her lips. Fuck, this woman, this goddess, is the single sexiest person on earth, and she makes it look effortless. How does she do it? Once I am naked, I join her on the floor, covering her mouth with mine as I hover above her. She kisses me back with urgency. Her skin is flushed, hot. I wedge myself between her thighs, and my cock nudges her entrance, and she digs her fingers into my back. I press inside slowly, using all the restraint I possess just so I can see the pleasure ripple over her face as I give her every inch. She is tight, wet, and she grips my cock perfectly. I bottom out finally and hike her legs around my hips. Pleasure swirls deep in me, radiating out to tingle over my skin. I begin to thrust, the knot of tension in my gut drawing tighter with each crash of my hips. Alexis kisses me back with urgency. There is nothing more peaceful than this, burying myself inside Alexis over and over again, feeling my balls tighten as my orgasm builds, our lips and tongues dancing a passionate tango. My kingdom for this moment, this perfect moment. Alexis will always be my undoing. Alexis's nails dig into my back.
I'm gonna...
She trails off, but her pussy tells me the rest, clamping down hard on my cock as I piston in and out of her. A shudder goes down my spine. Alexis falls against the floor, limp. Her eyes are squeezed closed. Her juicy lips are parted. I lift her hips and chase that golden sensation down, letting it fill me with liquid heat as I get closer, closer. I come hard. My body shakes, teeth clacking together. Everything inside of me loosens, all my muscles relaxing against my bones, my breath pooling deep in my lungs. I fall onto my elbows, pressing my forehead against Alexis's. She smiles up at me, resting her palms against my cheeks. Her eyes are limitless, like an infinite ocean. I can almost hear the waves hissing and roaring as I stare into them. My breaths even out. I roll to the side and bundle Alexis against my chest, the floor chilling my hot skin.
I think this will do,
Alexis says. What will do? She looks up at me, smiling.
This house.
Stretching her arms overhead, she adds,
It already feels like home. How many bedrooms?
5, I reply. She counts them on her fingers.
Our room, Harry's room, an office, a guest bed, and...
She trails off, eyelashes fanning her cheeks.
And maybe another nursery.
Another nursery? Another child? I can't help the smile that tugs my lips, and I pull Alexis closer and kiss her forehead. Whatever you want, I tell her, even though I know that I do not deserve the beautiful life she is painting in her mind. Even though I fear that our future will be so much uglier than she expects, in this moment, I give over to the fantasy, and together, we dream.
Alexis. I set the phone down and rub my temples, the cheery pop music doing nothing for my mood. I feel like a rag doll being pulled on all sides, my seams stretching, threads fraying. I am one swift tug away from losing a limb. But what can I do? I kill the music and bathe in the silence instead. I know I have to get out of this chair soon, move away from the window and the view of the dewy, manicured lawn. I am going to see Clara later this morning, but later it's the doc meeting. And I have to attend. My guilt is eating me up inside, but I can't skip it. Not after the haranguing I just got from Debbie. Not after seeing the death toll rise every day on the news. Her last words echo in my head. Don't fuck it up. Simple, to the point, efficient. I have stumbled upon something important, and it's my duty to the city and to the dead and to the dying to share my knowledge. I might be able to help stop the trade of purple heroin in its tracks. I could save lives. But in doing so, I will lose the man that I love. I let my head fall back against the chair and squeeze my eyes shut. I don't want to look at the beauty outside my window anymore. Doing so just reminds me of Gabriel. This mansion and its grounds are beautiful, but they are also twisted, just like him. Beneath the pristine marble flooring of the foyer, there is a damp basement with blood-stained cement. Beneath Gabriel's handsome exterior, there is a darkness, one that beckons to me more and more with every day. I keep trying to remember his role in this, to damn him for his crimes, but then he goes and does things like buying us a house. A perfect, beautiful house. One that's just the right size for our family, without the hidden rooms and locked doors. It is a house I have never been dragged to, locked in, or stolen from. And I want it so deep in my bones that I am considering tossing my laptop into the Hudson River and forgetting I ever dreamed of the truth or making a difference. But I can't. I won't. Even if the guilt eats me from the inside until there is nothing left of me but a hollow shell. There is a swift knock on my door, and I start in my chair. "Alexis?" Angelo calls. "Are you ready?" I check the time on my phone and realize that I'm going to be late. Crap. "Yeah, 1 minute." I rush to my feet and peek my head into the nursery, where Jessica is sitting with Harry on her lap, reading to him. "Are you heading out?" she asks. I nod and cross the room, leaning down to press a kiss to Harry's soft forehead. "Be good for Jessica until Mommy comes back." Harry blows me a kiss, smiling. His left cheek dimples. I go back into my room and grab my bag from the desk, then head out to meet Angelo in the hall. As we walk to the car, I note his slight limp. He suffered a superficial leg wound at the yacht shootout. Straight in, straight out, but insisted on escorting me today anyway. He claims he barely feels it, but I doubt he would be able to run very far. Works for me. Angelo introduces me to the other 3 guards who make up my security detail: Giovanni, Paul, and John. The 4 of us squeeze into the back seat, and I cast a longing look at the mansion as it disappears into the distance. I arrive at the halfway house with my host of guards, drawing suspicious looks from the 2 lean, glassy-eyed men smoking on the bench outside. Admittedly, having an entourage of beefy men in suits makes me feel powerful and important, and I enjoy the speculation in their stares. Clara comes to the door, smiling wide when she sees me. It is the only wide thing about her. When I last saw her when she was still in the rehab center, she had started to gain a little weight in her face, but her cheeks have hollowed out again, and her arms come around me like sticks. I hug her back carefully, worried that one smack on her back would be enough to splinter her brittle frame. "It's good to see you," Clara says. When she pulls back, I inspect her eyes. Sure enough, the purple bags and distant look have returned. My mouth flattens, and she tracks the change in my expression nervously. "It's good to see you too," I say. "Where's the kitchen?" She leads me and my complement of guards through the house, which smells of smoke and stale food, though there is a gasp of air freshener on top of it all that adds the barest scent of summer's day. The kitchen smells worst of all, but is fairly clean besides the dirty dishes in the sink and crumbs and bits of dried food on the countertops. "What are you doing?" Clara asks as I locate her cupboard. Her name is written on the front in her familiar flowery script. "Making you something to eat," I say, poking her skeletal rib. "You were looking so good when you were in rehab. What happened?" Her eyes shift away. "I guess I've been busy." "Busy doing what?" I ask. "Have you started teaching classes again?" I know she hasn't, and she knows that too, so doesn't answer. When Clara is in control, she's in control. She is militant about the food that goes into her body, guzzles down 2 liters of water a day as a rule, and would never let me storm into her kitchen to start making food. I know I'm being a little mean, but Clara needs tough love if she's ever going to get out of this hole. The only things in her cupboard are a couple of mushroom cupo noodles and some oatmeal. I look back and she winces. "I haven't had a chance to go shopping," she says weakly. "John?" I say, snapping around to where my shadows wait in the doorway. "Go get some groceries for Clara. Lots of fruit and vegetables, some nuts, whole grains, no meat." He looks uncertainly to Angelo, who is pulling point on this outing. Angelo gives him a nod, and John disappears. I fill the kettle and set it to boiling, just as the 2 lean, tired-looking men from outside stagger in past the guards. "Clara, these aren't cops, are they?" the taller one asks. She shakes her head. I can't help but smile. "Good," he says, and the pair of them start riffling through the cupboard marked Lance for some bread and peanut butter, muttering to each other. I catch a few words over the hiss of the kettle, and the 2 appear to be discussing which dealer they will go to if Thomas is knocked out again when they call. Apparently, he has been getting high from his own supply, and the higher strength of the new drug has kicked him on his ass a couple of times. Some guys just can't handle their purple heroin. The kettle clicks just as the men shuffle from the room, peanut butter sandwiches in hand. They have left a dirty knife on the countertop, as well as a new collection of crumbs. I look up to find Clara staring at me. I clear my throat and pour the boiling water into the little plastic noodle cup, but inside, I am raging. This is supposed to be a safe place for Clara, but the purple heroin has breached here too. Her addiction may have begun with alcohol, but she has moved on to deadlier vices now, and if I don't get her clean soon, properly clean, I could lose her for good. This solidifies it for me. I am going to the meet, and I am going to tear this whole stinking, fetid enterprise down if it's the last thing I do. For now, I fold the foil lid back over the noodles and smile reassuringly, then grab a fork from the grimy cutlery drawer and give it a quick clean in the sink before handing it and the noodles over. "Why don't you go sit in your room and eat?" I suggest. "I'll just be a minute." I look around at the mess. "I just need a moment alone with your kitchen." "Thanks," Clara says. She turns to go, and I say, "Paul, will you go with her?" Once again, Angelo nods his assent, and another guard peels away from my pack. I find some paper towels under the sink and fit them into the empty holder, then fill the sink with hot soapy water and start to clean down the countertops. Some of the dried food takes a little scrubbing, and I am halfway through budging some particularly stubborn tomato sauce blotches when Paul comes running back into the room. "I think she's having a seizure," he says, eyes wide. I dash past him to a room down the hall. Behind me, I can hear Giovanni and Angelo arguing about what to do. The door is open, and just inside, Clara is on the bed, thrashing back and forth, only the whites of her eyes visible. The noodles sit untouched on the desk beside her. Angelo arrives in the doorway behind me, pale-faced. I find it interesting that although he would not blink at the sound of gunshots, the sight of a frail girl seizing next to a cup of noodles has rattled him to his core. I wheel around, voice raised hysterically. "Go get help!" Paul bolts down the hall toward the front door without looking to Angelo for approval. At that moment, Clara shoots from the bed, arms outstretched. Angelo dives forward to catch her, barking orders at Giovanni to take her legs and help him get her onto her back. Both of them are distracted, fully engaged in the task of keeping Clara from harming herself until the fit passes. I use this opportunity to slip quietly from the room, whispering a thanks to my best friend for her award-winning performance. I also make a quiet promise as I jog toward the back door that when this is over, I am getting her out of this halfway house to somewhere she can heal properly. I slam through the back door and down the steps, scanning the back alley for the car Debbie said she would leave here for me. There is a blue Toyota parked next to the trash cans, and I dash over and start feeling around on top of the front tire for the keys. I cast a glance behind me toward the street, half expecting John to rock up at any moment with his arms full of fresh fruits and vegetables. My fingers close around the keys, and I hop into the car, starting it up and backing it out as quickly as I possibly can. I feel bad for deceiving Angelo like this, especially considering how good to me he has been and how much trouble he and the others are likely to get into for letting me slip away. But I can't think of that now. I add these thoughts to the growing pile of guilt at the back of my mind and check the time, realizing if I don't hustle, I'm going to be late for the meeting. I jam my foot on the gas. Alexis. I open the trunk of the Toyota and marvel at the range of equipment stuffed inside. Debbie isn't messing around. There is a camera with an assortment of lenses, including a very expensive super telephoto zoom lens. There are bugs, which I will not have time to set, and a parabolic microphone, as well as a video camera and a variety of tripods. I pluck out the camera, the telephoto lens, and the parabolic microphone, shove them into a black duffel bag, and leave the rest in the trunk. It's going to be hard enough carrying all this around the docks without drawing suspicion. Hauling in a tripod under my arm would only paint a red target on my back. From the few dock workers I interviewed, I know that the meetings always take place behind a warehouse on the southernmost tip of the docks. After poring over satellite imaging of the area, I've determined that the best place for me to hide is atop one of the stacked shipping containers that border the area on the north side. Now it's just a matter of getting up there with my equipment without being seen, and managing to spy on the meeting, also without being seen. I shudder to think of what Gabriel would do if he saw me perched on top of one of the steel containers, holding a listening device in one hand and a camera in the other. I don't think he would hurt me, but even without laying a finger on my person, there are any number of unpleasant futures that could await me if I am caught red-handed trying to expose his criminal enterprises. Simple then, I just won't get caught. I pick my way through the docks, using cranes, warehouses, and shipping containers to take cover behind as needed. The air is muggy and warm, with bloated gray clouds hanging uncomfortably low overhead. I start to sweat before I have even reached my intended hiding spot. When I get to the designated pyramid of containers, I check my location on the map and then stow my phone in the duffel bag and walk around behind it. Hanging over the side of a container with peeling yellow paint is a rope, with several knots tied into it. I stare at the rope, grimacing, and wonder why Debbie couldn't have set up a rope ladder here instead. The last time I climbed a rope was in high school, and I'm not convinced I can still do it. Here goes nothing, I mutter, tying the duffel bag to the bottom of the rope, then jumping up to catch one of the knots. I swing against the side of the container, my feet scrambling for purchase on the smooth metal. My flat rubber soles slide against the smooth metal, and I curse myself for not thinking to bring shoes that would help the climb. I'm surprised Debbie didn't include some in her super spy care package. I reach for the next knot, then the next, working my way up the rope. All of the time spent working out in Gabriel's private gym has clearly paid off, though by the time I reach the top, my arms are in agony. I squirm over the edge after what feels like decades and collapse onto the warm metal, out of breath. When I can lift my arm again, I wipe the sticky perspiration from my forehead. After that, it's a simple matter of pulling the duffel bag up to join me and setting up shop in the shadow of the topmost container where I, hopefully, will not be seen. I check the time, and my heart skips a beat. They should be here any second. I scan my surroundings, noting the silent container ship docked ahead of me, which I presume is loaded with a ticking time bomb of purple heroin waiting to ravage the city. It is half hidden by a crane, standing tall and alert, ready to unload the calamity at the snap of its master's fingers. I take a few photos of the ship and wait. A black Escalade pulls up in front of the ship, and I zoom in on the doors as men start to emerge. Gabriel unfolds from the passenger seat, and a lump forms in my throat. I knew he would be here, but somehow seeing him shocks me nonetheless. Like I'd been hoping that I'd misunderstood the note in his calendar, and after all this preparation and espionage, I'd spent the afternoon baking on the top of a shipping container like an idiot while he had a boring meeting with a potential investor at somewhere called the Docks Bar and Grill, the kind of place where they serve fishbowl cocktails on Friday nights to a crowd of rowdy Wall Street types. But no, Gabriel is here, and he's barking orders to his men as another SUV pulls up behind and unloads more of them. He has at least 8 men with him, which seems like a lot for a business transaction. Whoever he's meeting, he doesn't trust them. I pull out the parabolic microphone and shove the headphones over my ears, turning the mic on. Debbie said the range is about 300 feet, but it will pick up all noise within that range, so I will need to listen carefully. I want you to keep our exit clear, Gabriel instructs one of his men. His voice comes through loud and crisp. Make sure none of them get behind us. The man nods and leaves. I zoom the camera in on Gabriel's face, watching as unease flickers across his features when he thinks nobody is watching. He is trying not to let the stress show. Why should he be so worried? This only inflames my curiosity more. Finally, 2 other vehicles arrive and park across from Gabriel's, suited men spilling out onto the cement. I look between them, immediately picking out the boss. He is wearing a flashy cobalt suit, and his gold watch winks in the sunlight. He saunters over to Gabriel, pulling off his aviator sunglasses and offering a dazzling, too white smile. The man is in his mid-30s, with tanned skin and sharp brown eyes. His face is clean-shaven, black hair slicked back from his forehead. He would be handsome, if not for a pink, puckered scar cutting a diagonal swath across his face, from lip to eyebrow. I snap a photo, listening as the two men greet each other. "It's a pleasure to see you, Gabriel," the man says in a thick accent. Spanish or South American, maybe. His voice is cool, calm, like a slow, flowing river winding down a mountain. Gabriel takes his hand and shakes it. "You too, Miguel. I hear our goods have been selling well." Miguel gestures to the ship. "I am pleased that already you are prepared to restock your inventory." Gabriel frowns. "I hardly think it's necessary for you to come out and personally supervise the shipments." "The cartel likes to keep a close eye on its interests," Miguel says, straightening his suit as though fluffing his feathers. "And the trade of purple heroin in New York City is slowly becoming the jewel in our crown. Soon we can expand the enterprise." He grins. "Expand the profits." I don't believe it. There's my evidence right there, the nail in Gabriel's coffin. I don't know who this Miguel guy is, but he represents the supplier of purple heroin. And Gabriel is, without a doubt, the distributor. Then the Irish have been dealing it. And now Gabriel and this mysterious cartel are setting their sights on untapped markets, drawing more poor souls down into the muck of their filthy enterprise. All of the puzzle pieces click into place to form a horrible picture, one that is now my duty to reveal to the city. The crane squeals to life, roaring through my headphones in a barrage of shrieking metal and ear-splitting beeps. I have to suppress a cry of pain as I rip the headphones from my ears. Shit! With the crane running, there's no way I can hear the rest of the meeting. Gabriel and Miguel are still talking, and it looks tense. I glower at the lumbering metal cockblock and snap some photos of the pair instead. I suppose I heard enough to know that Gabriel is not the man I thought him to be. I knew he was dangerous and violent and involved in all sorts of criminal activities, but I at least thought he had honor. The man I cared about would not continue piping a toxic substance like purple heroin into the city. I feel woozy as I continue spying on the meeting. I suspected Gabriel's involvement, even had enough evidence to confirm it. But for some reason, I didn't truly believe it until seeing him here today, shaking hands with this slick stranger who smiles too much. And now I just want to curl up in a ball and cry. I want to grieve the life I nearly had with Gabriel, the love we nearly cultivated together, our family. But I have work to do, and so I shove all my emotions to a dark place in my mind and push forward with cold, steely resolve. I make notes on everything I heard, descriptions of the size of the boat, the containers being unloaded. I make sure I get a photo of everyone at the meet, condemning each of them with a click of my camera. The meeting ends within the hour, and both Gabriel and Miguel take off in opposite directions in their SUVs, each leaving a couple of representatives to supervise the rest of the unloading. My phone begins to buzz, and I pull it from my pocket. It's Gabriel. He must have heard that I slipped the guards, and I realize if I don't head back to the mansion soon, he'll send a whole horde of cavalry after me. And the last thing I need is for them to discover me with all of this equipment. I don't answer the call, but I text him. I'm fine. I'll be home soon. Even as I type it, I feel a sting of knowing that I no longer have a home with him. Not the mansion, not the handsome Victorian with the leafy backyard. Not anywhere. Gabriel replies, "Answer the phone." He calls again, and I ignore it again. He can worry as much as he likes. Maybe then he'll develop an understanding for what it's like, knowing your loved one's out there, beyond the realm of your control, one dose of purple poison away from becoming just another statistic. After the rest of the containers have been unloaded, the representatives from each faction march to their separate cars and leave. They have both been glaring at each other this entire time, almost comically so, and I bet they're happy not to have to puff their chests out and look tough anymore. I let myself down from the container and haul all of Debbie's equipment back to the car, pocketing the memory card from the camera. A sense of calm flows over me as I drive it to the arranged drop-off spot. No, not calm. Resignment. I am resigned to what I am about to do, all the ripples it will cause, and how it will permanently board up a future that I never realized I would mourn so much. After I drop off the car, I wander through the city, dreading the thought of returning to all the delights of the mansion, each of them bought and paid for with the suffering of people like Clara. Gabriel keeps calling, so I turn my phone off. I don't stray for too long. I need to get back to Harry, and the memory card lies heavy in my pocket. I just need enough time to breathe, to prepare for what I'm about to do, to gather my nerve. I take a taxi back to the house as it starts to get dark. They must have radioed Gabriel from the gatehouse because he's waiting on the front step when we pull up in front of the house. I pay the driver and get out, taking long strides up to the front door, pretending that I don't feel Gabriel's gaze on me like laser beams. "Where were you?" Gabriel asks. I want to wave my hand at him, dismiss him with a few curt words, and go straight to bed. But no doubt he would rightfully wonder what he'd done to elicit such callous treatment. He can't know what I saw today, not until I push the truth out into the world, beyond his reach. So I fold my features into sadness instead, resting a hand on his chest as I pass. "Can we talk later?" I ask quietly. I just want to lie down for a bit. I can see the debate in his head. He wants to badger a response out of me. He asked a question, after all, and around here, when Gabriel Belluci asks a question, you answer it. Plus, I can only imagine how furious he is with me for ignoring his calls. But ultimately, the softer side of him wins out, the side that only Harry and I are privy to. He covers my hand with his and runs his other thumb down my cheek. "Are you okay?" he asks. I nod. Gabriel releases me, and I head into the house. I hold on to my breath until I reach the top of the stairs, and then release it in a gust, heading straight for Harry's room. Jessica is negotiating his squirming limbs into some footy pajamas when I get there, and I take over so she can go home. Harry is a little less resistant with me than he was with the nanny, and soon he's tucked into a layer of soft flannel. He yawns, ready for bed. "Me too, little guy," I say, bringing him over to the crib. But I've got some work to do first.
Gabriel. I hate Miguel Garcia's face, and not for the same reason most people do. The scar doesn't bother me. In fact, it's his one redeeming feature. I hear he got the scar saving his brother from a machete attack. No, it's something about the way his smile claws up his cheeks that makes me loathe looking at him. Or maybe the way his golden eyes seem to see more than he lets on. His hair is always perfectly combed. His suit, perfectly pressed. Everything about him cries out that he is a snake in the grass. He might as well rattle when he walks. The cartel likes to keep a close eye on its interests, Miguel tells me in response to my complaint about him being here. And the trade of purple heroin in New York City is slowly becoming the jewel in our crown. Soon we can expand the enterprise. He peels his lips back again into that infuriating smile. Expand the profits. The crane starts up behind us, swooping overhead to collect the first of the containers. Is the cartel keeping an eye on its interests, or on me? I ask, eyes narrowing. Miguel shrugs. They are one and the same, no? Perhaps you would not need so much supervision if you showed a little more enthusiasm for the project. A scowl tugs at the edges of my mouth. This shit is killing people, and you want enthusiasm? Not only is the whole operation ethically moribund, but it's not sustainable. I don't know why I expect Miguel to care. Ever since he first visited me in the hospital in the wake of Andrew Walsh's death, he has constantly displayed an astonishing lack of morality. He had been working with Walsh for years, the cartel providing the silent support that allowed Andrew to beat us down after my father's death. But Miguel didn't shed a tear for his fallen comrade. In fact, he found the symmetry of the situation cosmically amusing. My father killed Andrew Walsh's son. I killed Andrew Walsh. He joked that I should try not to continue my family's legacy of killing Walshes, at least not until Patrick was no longer useful to us. Miguel didn't care that closing Belluci Incorporated's rehab centers sent a deluge of vulnerable people onto the streets. He called recovering addicts our core clientele and pointed out that the more centers we could close, the more we could beef up our bottom line. Predictably, he responds to my concerns now with the same indifference to humanity as always. It's not a market that's easy to exhaust, Miguel says, as if my worry is that we will simply run out of customers. Besides, soon we will expand. The boss is thinking of the West Coast, Los Angeles. Wouldn't you like that, Gabriel? A chance to work on your tan? I grind my teeth. There is no use arguing with him. He's simply a pawn, albeit a cocky, arrogant one. When do I get to meet this mysterious boss of yours? I ask instead, changing the topic. Miguel shrugs. You will meet the boss when the boss wants to meet you. Tell him I'm tired of speaking with his mouthpiece. I return his smile, though mine is more of a snarl. No offense. Miguel adjusts his cufflinks. Might I remind you that you are in no position to bargain or make demands? He sniffs. You know what will happen if you displease us or impede this operation in any way. I'm familiar with the consequences, I bite out. Miguel's glowing eyes return to mine. Good. Then we can return to the business at hand. For now. There has to be a way out of this. I haven't been able to come up with one yet, and the longer I have to dance to the cartel's drum, the more desperate I am to break free. I need Vito. He always saw solutions when I could not, though in the months before his death, he was just as stumped as I. Still, somehow I think I could be out of this soon if Vito was still alive. Silvano has been a promising ally so far, at least. He is looking into a couple possible threads for me. I glare at Miguel, hoping this will be our last meeting, but suspecting that it won't. Miguel finishes his posturing and delivers the last of his veiled threats, and when he is satisfied that the shipment will be unloaded as scheduled, he dismisses me. I rankle at his disrespect. He is nothing, nobody, merely the cartel's trained parrot, and yet he calls the shots for these meetings. I am in a shitty mood when I get into the SUV to head back to the mansion, and my mood only gets worse when I receive the message that Alexis has disappeared. I spend the car ride back to the mansion alternating between trying to reach Alexis and getting a very frustrating text message in return, and interrogating her security detail on how the fuck she got away. I also check that Harry is still safely at the mansion. He is. At least I can count on her return. Alexis would never leave Harry. I don't think she would leave me either at this point. We have developed something like a relationship over the past few weeks, so her sudden flight has come out of the blue. I consider sending men out to find her, but decide against it. I need my men where they are, and I trust that Alexis will return when she is ready, even if it does piss me off that she thinks she can refuse my summons in the first place. When Alexis does return, a couple of hours later, there is something profoundly different about her. She asks if we can talk later, claims to just want to lie down for a little while, but something ripples in her eyes when she speaks to me, like she's hiding something. I let her go. What can I do at this point? I'm not going to tie her to the chair in the cellar and demand answers from her. I have to be patient. To a point, of course. Alexis has some explaining to do, and when I have given her an appropriate level of space, I will get answers from her. But now, I have business to attend to anyway. I'm meeting with my capos, Silvano and Antonio, to discuss the logistics of the new shipment. I watch Alexis climb the stairs, her shoulders high and tight like a soldier going into battle, and wish, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last, that I could read her thoughts. The meeting goes longer than expected, and it is late by the time I climb the stairs. My head aches, and I consider just sliding into bed with Alexis and not bringing up what happened today, but I need to know why she ran. If she always intended to come back. I crack open Alexis's door and enter into the darkness. Her deep breathing hitches as I enter, and I hear her shuffling on the bed. "Are you awake?" I ask, stripping down to my boxes. Her voice sounds weak, distant. "Yeah." I climb into bed, and my hands find her form, warm under the blankets. This is normally when she would snuggle up to me, perhaps grind her ass against me, but Alexis continues lying there like a corpse. "Alexis?" I wonder if she has fallen back asleep. "Yeah?" I shift over the mattress, pressing my chest against her back and wrapping my arms around her middle. She doesn't curve against me as she usually does, doesn't sigh peacefully, doesn't react at all. "What's wrong?" I ask. All thoughts of reprimanding her disappear under the weight of my concern. What happened to her today? "Nothing," she says, her voice coming out like a sigh. "I'm just tired." "I don't believe you." "Then don't." That's more like the Alexis I know, but her words come out colder than usual. I frown in the dark and kiss her shoulder. "Why did you run?" I ask. "I panicked," she answers stiffly. "Seeing Clara like that?" She exhales breathily. "My friend is broken, and I don't think she's going to get better while purple heroin ravages the city." Something about her answer doesn't sit right with me. Alexis doesn't panic, doesn't run like that, especially not from Clara. She's hiding something. "Alexis, look at me." She doesn't turn. "I'm tired, Gabriel. I just want to sleep." I nudge her onto her back, taking her chin in my hand. Her lashes flutter open, though I cannot see her expression in the dark. I press my lips to hers, expecting the kiss to break whatever spell has taken hold of Alexis and turned her cold to me. I need her warmth, I feel myself freezing without it, craving even the slightest gasp of affection from her. She doesn't fight me, but she doesn't respond either. Alexis's lips remain still, and after a few seconds of trying to stir a reaction from her, I give up. Perhaps she is just worried about her friend, and tired, and wants to get a good night's sleep. Perhaps in the morning Alexis will leap into my arms and all of this will be forgotten. But I can't help thinking something has changed irrevocably, that the silken threads of fiction we were weaving between us have frayed and snapped. Here it is, I think. Alexis has finally made her decision. I leave the room, dread swirling in my gut. Something tells me that this coldness is just the beginning, that Alexis is gearing up for something bigger. I try to dismiss those thoughts as nothing but remnants of my distrust, but I didn't make it this far without learning to heed my instincts. I hope that I am wrong, that Alexis is simply having a bad night. I doubt that's the case. Gabriel. My office on the top floor of the building that houses the artery of Belluci Incorporated's operations belonged to me long before any of the family ever called me boss. I used to sit in this very leather chair and look out at the New York City skyline, imagining what the future held, trying to plan for all the potential pitfalls and discrepancies of a regime that didn't yet belong to me. It seems fitting that it is here, at the beginning of it all, where I catch my first glimpse of the end. Alexis's article is spread across my desk. It takes up 2 full pages of the newspaper, as well as the teaser on the front page. Impressive. I always knew she was talented, that the world was just waiting to open up for her. And here it is, the fruit of Alexis's labor and my inevitable downfall. I wish I could find it in me to be surprised at the scope of her betrayal. Perhaps I'm in shock. I feel calmer than I ought to, given what this will mean for my business, both criminal and legitimate. No doubt the thorny tendrils of fury will reach out to me later when I have had time to settle into the betrayal. But for now, the only indication of the implosion occurring below the surface is the shaking of my hands as I scan the paper. The Purple Heroin Crisis Exposed, the title reads. How organized crime syndicates engineered New York's worst drug epidemic. Silvano slapped the paper on my desk half an hour ago, and since then I have been dissecting every word, inspecting every photograph for any signs of the Belluci name or organization. We are only mentioned rather mysteriously as a third organization, the middleman ferrying the drug from the cartel to the Irish. That isn't exactly how the deal operated, but it keeps the heat away from us. There are no photos of me or any of our men, no descriptions of us. Alexis focuses on the cartel, identifying it as a malicious external force that is purposefully flooding the streets with the drug, and which plans to do the same to other cities soon. There is a photo of Miguel I recognize from our last meeting at the docks a few days ago. Alexis was there. That was where she ran to that day, and that is why she had been cold to me ever since. She has experienced the horrors of purple heroin firsthand through Clara, and now she knows that I am at the center of it. But if she was spying on us that day, she should know that I don't have a choice. I guess she doesn't care. My involvement is enough to condemn me, even if the cartel is dangling an axe over my head. Keeping my name out of the papers was a mercy, but only a small one. I will still suffer for this. It is of little consolation that nothing the cartel does to me will hurt as much as Alexis's betrayal. She was another Felicity Huffman in disguise, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I let her in. I trusted her. She cracked that trust over her knee, like a dry branch, and I taped it up and gave it back to her. Fool me twice, shame on me. My cell phone vibrates on my desk. The number is blocked. I fold the newspaper back up neatly, smoothing out the edges and then settling it on the corner of my desk. Only then do I answer the phone. Yes? I warned you, Gabriel, comes Miguel's smooth voice. You threatened me, I point out, leaning back in my chair. That's not the same thing. I can't decide if you're more an idiot or a fool for letting your woman write that article. I am an idiot and a fool, but I won't admit that to him. I chuckle humorlessly. That's the thing with Alexis. She tends not to seek my permission. I spin in my chair, staring out at the shining sea of windows from the building across from mine as they reflect the glow of the morning sun. In a way, coming to the end is almost a relief. I finally know where Alexis and I stand, and the cartel is about to lose its one bargaining chip for good. I will be the most unfettered man in prison. You should have done a better job controlling her, Miguel growls. You know what happens now. I have come to terms with it, I tell him, mostly because I know my resolute calm will irritate him to no end. Besides, there is nothing I can do to argue, and I'm certainly not going to beg. Alexis damned me from the moment our eyes first met in Fiamma nearly 3 years ago, and I have been on borrowed time ever since. Goodbye, Miguel. I hang up, luxuriating in the knowledge that somewhere out there I have stolen the slimy dirtbag's smile. It only takes an hour before 2 policemen burst into my office, brandishing a warrant for my arrest. If they were coming to arrest Gabriel Belluci, Don of the Italian Mafia, they would have come with more muscle. As it is, they have come to arrest Gabriel Belluci, son of Fabrizio Belluci, murderer of Fabrizio Belluci. Stand facing the window. Place your hands behind your back and don't move, the younger of the 2 commands. I follow his instructions, staring out at the geometric smorgasbord of windows, roofs, and clean industrial lines, one last time, as he snaps handcuffs on my wrists. Sometime in the past couple of hours, new evidence has surfaced in my father's case. An anonymous tip has led them to a piece of my father's bloody shirt and a bullet casing with my fingerprints on it. I don't know where the cartel had it planted. I suspect somewhere on my property, but it doesn't matter. It's enough to cast serious doubt on the theory that my father killed himself at our cabin in the Poconos, enough to suggest that he died right here in New York City, and that I had something to do with it. I don't fight the police. Gabriel Belluci, CEO of Belluci Incorporated, doesn't fight. If I want there to be any chance of me making it out of this investigation without the police uncovering the whole dirty business, I need to play the part of the docile CEO to the T. I pass through the office, my employees staring and whispering amongst themselves. I rearrange my features to give them the impression that I'm scared, confused. All the while, I am planning my revenge.
Alexis. It feels odd to be watching Gabriel disappear into the back of a police vehicle while sitting on the couch in his luxurious living room. The news keeps replaying the same shot of him approaching the car and being guided in over and over again. And I don't blame them. He's absolutely gorgeous, even in handcuffs. Perhaps especially in handcuffs. His eyes scan the assembled crowd of onlookers, as though looking for someone. Looking for me, maybe? His Judas? The news report only says that Gabriel is being arrested for the murder of his father, which would certainly be more than enough crime for one person if that person wasn't also the dawn of a powerful crime syndicate. Considering that the report doesn't make any connections to the article published today about organized crime and purple heroin, either his involvement is not public knowledge yet, or his arrest today is, and this seems unlikely, a coincidence. It's my fault. It has to be. No way he'd get randomly arrested on the day my story broke, unless the cops made the connection. I just wonder how they did it. I was careful to keep the details about the Italian involvement in the operation vague. I thought by doing so, I might be able to preserve some of my relationship without sacrificing my journalistic integrity. Stupid, I know. Gabriel was never going to forgive me for this. Now that it's led to this public humiliation, not to mention jail time, I can kiss whatever future we may have had together goodbye. But at least it's over now. The hiding, the secrets. I can live my life honestly now. And it honestly hurts like fucking hell. I am broken inside. I did the right thing, and now I'm going to suffer for it for the rest of my life. I had to do it. I don't regret it. But hot damn, watching them replay this footage is like scooping my heart out with a melon baller and beep, beep, beep. My hand shoots to my phone and silences the timer. The white plastic strip sits innocuously in front of me, like it has no idea how powerful it is. It has the power to change my life. It won't bring Gabriel back, but it will certainly change his life too. I wonder, as my shaking hand reaches for the stick, if I could have done things differently. If there was a way to save the city and Clara and everyone else who couldn't save themselves without kicking Gabriel to the wolves. Too late now, I guess. I did my best. Now I need to pay the piper. I close my eyes, then pop one open and stare at the pregnancy test as though it might snap at me. 2 red lines. I know what that means. I've done this song and dance before. Harry is going to be a big brother. I set the positive pregnancy test down beside its twin from the 2-pack. 2 tests, 4 red lines. Suddenly, everything that mattered so much 2 minutes ago seems to matter a lot less. Because in less than 9 months, I will be bringing another life into this world. There is a light knock on the door, and I look up. Silvano Gambaro strides into the room, confidence radiating off him. I have met him only a couple of times, but it has been enough to form a pretty decent opinion. He's young and cocky. His brother gave him all the knowledge to take over as Gabriel's consigliere, but none of the experience. But Silvano is clever enough to know that what he lacks in practice, he can always make up for in charisma. I pull Harry across my lap, banding my arms around him. I don't trust Silvano the way I trusted Vito. Vito was a good man with good ethics. For all I know, Silvano is just some young cowboy who wants to play with guns. You've seen the news, then? Silvano flicks his chin toward the TV. Yep. I hold his gaze, as if I might force him from the room with just a look. Silvano takes a deep breath and comes around the front of the sofa to face me. He doesn't see the pregnancy tests neatly lined up on the coffee table. He is too distracted, his features pulled tight with focus. I don't like it. Silvano clears his throat. I have orders, he says. From Gabriel. I cock a brow when he doesn't continue straight away. His lips purse, eyes shifting from me to the door. Is he nervous? Do I make Silvano Gambaro nervous? I don't have all day, I say. I do have all day. I literally have no plans, but I like seeing him sweat. You are to be ejected from the premises, Silvano continues. Fine with me. I'm not attached to the mansion in any way, shape, or form, and I'd love to have my freedom back. I am already thinking about where I could stay. Debbie? Or maybe Clara and I could get a place together. When Silvano drops his final bombshell. You must leave Harry here. No. No. My arms tighten around Harry instinctively, and I shoot to my feet, ready to run. How could Gabriel do this? I never thought he would sink this low. Even after everything I've done, I don't deserve to have my son cruelly stripped away from me, and Harry needs his mother. I shake my head. Harry comes with me. It's non-negotiable. Harry gurgles in my arms, sensing the molasses-thick tension in the room. I rub his back soothingly. I'm not negotiating, I say in a sharp voice. I'm telling you that you will not separate my son from me. I briefly assess the younger Gambaro. He shares his brother's short stature, leaving us around the same height. I wonder if I could fight him off. Only thing is, he's corded with muscle, and I'm carrying a toddler. Not the easiest scrap. Alexis, I can take him from you, or you can say a nice goodbye and leave him here. He shifts around, as though caging me in. Think about Harry. You don't want to traumatize him, do you? I let out a bitter laugh. I am the only one thinking about Harry. You have no idea what removing me from his life will do to him. I'm just following orders. I swallow, blinking back the stinging tears threatening to spill out of my eyes. The situation seems hopeless, but I refuse to give in. I will not let Silvano see me cry. I will not hand over Harry. If Gabriel wants him, he will have to rip him from my arms himself. Listen, Silvano. Maybe you haven't heard, but I'm not the best at following orders. I hoist Harry up and begin to step to the side. Silvano mirrors my movements, following me. If you want to take Harry from me, you will have to drag him, screaming, from my arms. While you are doing this, I will be clawing your eyes out. How does that sound? Silvano's mouth tightens. I guess I need to call for backup. My heart sinks. Of course, even if I could fight off Silvano, there's enough burly men in this house to subdue King Kong. My desperate mind reels. What do I do? What do I do? The only person in this house who I think might stand up for me is Angelo, and if this is a direct order from Gabriel, I doubt even he would stop it. I want to speak to Gabriel, I snap. Silvano shakes his head. He doesn't want to speak to you. Well, maybe he will when he finds out I'm pregnant. The words shoot from my mouth like a dart and hit Silvano right in the jugular. His eyes flare open, and I stifle a triumphant laugh. I wonder if there was a module on me in his consigliere training. Even if there was, he clearly wasn't prepared for this. You're lying, Silvano says. I point to the pregnancy tests on the table. For a man whose job it is to be observant, you kind of suck at it. Silvano bends over the table, inspecting the tests. When he rises, he adjusts his suit jacket, frowning to himself. I take profound enjoyment out of his reaction to my little dig. Serves him right for swanning in here thinking he could take my son from me. Don't go anywhere, Silvano instructs, leaving the room. He doesn't trust me, though, and a second later, 2 guards appear in the doorway, blocking my exit. Damn. I wait over an hour for Silvano to return. Harry starts to get restless around the half-an-hour mark, sensing something is up, and I try to keep him calm. I try to keep myself calm, too. The shit has hit the fan, and what happens next will have life-changing consequences for Harry and for me. I want to believe that Gabriel will make the right choice, but I can't imagine what's going through his head at the minute. He obviously feels hurt and betrayed. He obviously wants me to feel a similar pain. I almost don't blame him. Except I do. How dare he try to take Harry from me? What kind of small, spiteful man would do that? When Silvano finally returns, I jolt to my feet and eye him warily as he crosses the room. He shakes his head. People have been tortured and killed for lesser crimes, he says, and yet you get away scot-free. I can't tell if he disapproves of the decision Gabriel has handed him, or if he just finds it morbidly fascinating. So, I ask. So, you can leave, he says. You and Harry will be set up in an apartment in the city and will be kept under surveillance. Relief floods my bones, but the elation is short-lived. Gabriel wants nothing to do with you, Silvano continues. A word to the wise? I wouldn't try to contact him or push him in any way. He is done with you. Done with me. The words reverberate in my skull. I knew what I was doing when I wrote that article. I knew this divide was inevitable. But fuck, it still hurts. I will never feel his arms around me again. Never kiss him. Never listen to the sound of his breaths in the dark. Gabriel and I are over. And when I leave this mansion today, I will be leaving a pathetic, still thumping chunk of my heart on the foyer's marble tile. Okay, I say, forcing myself not to break composure. When do we leave?
Gabriel. It feels good to be back in my office after 2 days of holding cells in courtrooms. The charges against me are a problem for my team of lawyers now, and they are doing their best to keep the police busy. The evidence is damning, but will it be enough to put me behind bars? That remains to be seen. Besides, I have bigger problems. I stare at the computer screen, watching as Alexis and Harry play with his toy airplane on the floor of their new living room. My decision to take Harry away was an emotionally charged one, and had I not been in a police station with an army of reporters trying to bust through the front doors, the cartel's threats dangling over my head, and my enemies converging on my empire, I might have responded a little differently. I'm still tempted by the notion. I want Alexis gone, banished. That is what she deserves after her betrayal, and it's a more lenient sentence than most men in my position would be inclined to offer. Letting my son remain in her custody is a move I will be criticized for by my men and by my enemies. They will see it as weakness. But when I heard Alexis was pregnant, I couldn't do it, and I realized that it was wrong of me to try in the first place. She may be the worst thing that has ever happened to me, but she's a good mother, and Harry needs her, especially with my fate so uncertain. Harry reaches his chubby fist for the plane, laughing. Alexis laughs too, but it doesn't reach her eyes. I wonder why. She got everything she wanted. She wrote an article that made a difference. She proved herself as a journalist. Perhaps me ending up behind bars was a sweet little bonus for her, a way to put distance between her son and the wolf who would raise him to lead the pack. She said she wanted us to be a team, that she wanted to be with me, but I can't trust a word she has ever said to me. This whole time she was scheming behind my back. I take a breath. One problem at a time. My cell phone rings. Silvano. I close the laptop screen and answer. Yes? I'm in the basement with a friend of yours, Silvano says. From the cartel. In the background, I hear Miguel Garcia cursing my men in rapid Spanish. I'll be right down. I pull myself together as I make my way to the cellar, locking my bones and muscles into a prison of steely resolve. I push out all the weakness, all the pain, all the residual longing for a woman who I will never touch again. I take slow steps down the creaky cellar stairs. Mirko, Dom, and Silvano are waiting for me at the bottom, Miguel is tied to the metal chair in the center of the room, his long brown hair messy around his cheeks. He glowers at me as I come to stand in front of him. "I will kill you for this," Miguel growls. His cheek is bruised and his bottom lip is split. His face is covered in a sheen of sweat, though it is chilly and damp down here. He is not smiling. "I sincerely doubt that," I reply. Dom hands over a knife without me even having to ask. We have already lost 2 days while I was held behind spools of red tape, and the cartel is closing in fast. Their plan was to get me out of the way so they could take the city for themselves, which means their forces are already converging. There is no time to waste. "I need answers from you, Miguel," I say, tipping the blade of the knife back and forth so it catches the light. "If you don't give me those answers, I'm going to cut them out of you." He spits at my feet, his saliva red with blood. "You can kill me, but it won't change your fate. You're a dead man." "Why don't you let me worry about that?" I ask, sticking the point of the knife against his cheek. "Would you prefer a horizontal or vertical slash?" "Diagonal," Dom suggests. "Make it cross the other one." "Good idea, Dom." I press a little harder, and blood blooms from the tip of the blade. Miguel grits his teeth, and I hope he is regretting every time he disrespected me. Every smug word he ever said. Every fucking smirk. I press a little deeper, and he groans with pain. Now that its purple heroin plans have been disrupted, what are the cartel's plans for the city? I ask calmly. Miguel's eyes widen as I inch the blade down, just a tad, just enough to give him a taste of my ruthlessness. "They're teaming up with the Irish," he yells. I always knew he was a coward under his expensive cologne and silk ties. I pull the blade away, and a trickle of blood drips down from his chin. The Irish have been quiet recently. I thought they had all but disbanded with no Walshes to lead them, so this information intrigues me. "Who's leading the Irish?" I ask. Miguel takes a deep breath, and I can see him weighing his options. He knows he's going to die either way, but he's familiar with the kind of pain I'm threatening, and he doesn't want to repeat it. His shoulders slump a little. Decision made. "Kevin Lynch," he says. "Who the fuck is Kevin Lynch?" Mirko asks from behind me. "Patrick's uncle-in-law," I say, passing the blade between my hands. A bit of an obscure link, but a link nonetheless, I suppose. "They're going to take the city," Miguel tells me. "What Andrew Walsh did will be nothing compared to the kind of hell you are about to face. They will destroy you." He spits the words with conviction, as if he has seen the future with his own eyes. "Then lucky we have you here to tell us their strategy," I remark, gesturing for him to continue. Miguel's lips close and he shakes his head. "That's all I know. My job was only ever keeping an eye on you and reporting back. I wasn't privy to that kind of information." "Are you sure?" I press the blade in again, and Miguel screams. "That's all I know!" I move the blade, just a little. "Please," he begs. "All I was told was to wait for instructions. That's all I've been doing." I removed the knife, wiping the blood on his shoulder. "Well, since you asked so nicely." I believe him. Miguel was always too cocky, like a man who wanted everyone to believe that he knew more than he did. Still, the information about Kevin Lynch and the Irish reforming, with the help of the cartel, is helpful enough. I hand the knife to Dom, and he slides a gun into my palm instead. Miguel begs. He pleads. He bargains. He offers to spy on the cartel for me, to become an inside man. He offers me money, gold, diamonds. I lift the muzzle of the gun to his forehead and pull the trigger while he is sputtering pathetically about his wife.